Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 6 of What If Naruto Was in Code Geass. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. It was a normal afternoon at Ashford Academy after classes had ended, but any sense of calm on campus had been thoroughly shattered by one very loud, very furious voice ringing out over the school grounds. Naruto, you jerk. I can't believe you did that. The source of the shouting was, of course, the student council room. Arthur had somehow managed to switch on the PA system again, which meant Shirley's outrage was now being broadcast across half the academy while she chased a grinning Naruto around the room with a thick hardcover book in hand. Do you have any idea how embarrassing last night was? Shirley demanded, swinging the book at him with enough force that if she had actually connected, Naruto probably would have gone straight through the nearest wall. Naruto vaulted over the long table in the middle of the room with ridiculous ease, landing on the other side in a crouch before straightening with a fox-like grin on his face. The others might have been impressed by the athleticism if he hadn't been doing similar stunts for the past several minutes. It really wasn't that bad, Naruto said lightly. Shirley stopped dead for half a second, staring at him in utter disbelief. Not that bad, she repeated. Then her outrage doubled. Not that bad. She rushed around the table after him again, her book missing Naruto and instead slamming into a neatly stacked pile of files, which went cascading onto the floor. You put Mito and Suzaku on the giant screen in front of everybody. Shirley accused, still charging. And it was obvious you meant to do the exact same thing to me and Lelouch. Naruto winced, though his grin didn't disappear. Okay. Yeah, he admitted, backing away from another swing, that part is true. Shirley's eyes widened even further. You admit it? Yes. Naruto said, throwing his hands up for a second before dodging again. It was supposed to be you and Lelouch. That only made Shirley even madder. I can't believe that you did that to your little sister. She shouted, slamming the book down onto the table hard enough to make it wobble. Mito was read for, like, an hour. And Suzaku kissed her in front of everyone. From her seat near the window, Mito folded her arms and looked away sharply, her cheeks going pink all over again. Yes, she said, glaring at Naruto. And in case anyone forgot, I yelled at him all night after we got home, then proceeded to punch him. Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish look. You really did, and sent me through 3 walls. I'm still not over it, Mito muttered. Internally, however, her feelings were nowhere near that simple. Because no matter how loudly she had yelled at Naruto, no matter how much she had huffed and fumed and called him an idiot and a menace and a horrible older brother, a quiet, traitorous part of her still hoped that Suzaku kissing her had meant more than just trying to satisfy the crowd. That it had been at least a little because he wanted to. And that thought alone was enough to make her blush harder, which only made her scowl deepen so no one would notice. Across the room, Rivals was in the middle of trying to pick up the papers Shirley had knocked over, with Suzaku helping him. Or at least, Suzaku had been helping until Naruto, in a shameless attempt to save himself, pointed at him. Hey, don't look at me like I'm the only one at fault, Naruto said quickly. Suzaku's the one who actually went through with it. Suzaku's head snapped up at once. Shirley blinked, turned, and fixed him with a glare that made the poor boy visibly straighten in alarm. Suzaku. Rivals immediately backed a step away from him. Oh, you're in trouble now, Rivals whispered with poorly disguised delight. Suzaku held up both hands. Come on, it was the fastest way to get everyone to stop. That is such a weak excuse, Shirley fired back, advancing one deliberate step at a time. You could have ignored them. They were chanting. They would have stopped eventually. Maybe after 20 minutes. At the main table, Lelouch looked up from the paperwork Millie had handed him earlier and watched the whole thing with very poorly hidden amusement. When Suzaku threw him a desperate look, Lelouch lifted one shoulder. Sorry, he said in a tone that was not sorry at all. But if I recall correctly, someone once implied I wasn't very good with women. Suzaku stared at him in betrayal. Lelouch returned the look with one that practically said, and now you understand my suffering. Colin, meanwhile, sat nearby with her arms folded, doing very little to hide how entertained she was. It was pretty bold, she said evenly. Kissing Mito in front of a whole concert crowd like that. Mito made a strangled sound. Colin. What? Colin asked, looking completely innocent. It was. Millie, who had been enjoying the chaos like it was breakfast entertainment, sighed dramatically and rested her chin in her hands. Suzaku, she said. Who would have guessed you had that in you? Nina, who was working on a project in the corner, looked up just long enough to nod as if she agreed with the general assessment before turning back to her notes. This is not funny. Shirley protested. It's a little funny, Rivals muttered. Shirley swung around so fast that Rivals nearly dropped the papers again. Millie took pity on him before he became the next target. All right, enough teasing for now. The room finally started to settle down. Naruto took his seat again, though he was still wearing the cautious expression of someone who knew Shirley might lunge at him again at any second. Mito sat with her arms folded, still red in the face every time someone even looked in her direction for too long. Suzaku carefully avoided meeting her eyes, which only made things worse for both of them. After a few moments, Millie glanced toward Shirley, her expression softening. So, she asked, more gently now, how are you holding up? Everyone understood immediately what she meant. Shirley's anger faded, and her face dimmed slightly. My dad's doing better, she said quietly. They said he should be out of the hospital in a few days. Rivals looked up, concern immediately replacing his grin. Wait, your dad was really caught in that landslide. Shirley nodded. He would have suffocated where he was trapped if Suzaku hadn't found him when he did. That made the room go quieter. Suzaku looked down at the scattered papers in his hands, suddenly uncomfortable with the attention. It was just my job, he said. I got lucky. Shirley shook her head. No. You still saved him. For a second, no one said anything. Then Colin's expression turned troubled. Shirley, she said softly. I'm sorry. Shirley looked at her in confusion. What do you have to apologize for? Colin hesitated, guilt flickering across her face before she pushed it down. Nothing, she said quietly. I'm sorry it happened. Shirley let out a breath and looked away. After the hotel, I really thought the Black Knights were heroes, she admitted. I mean, they saved us. They saved Naruto too. I wanted to believe in them. Her hands clenched in her lap. But my dad, he almost died. He didn't do anything wrong. So why him? Millie was beside her in an instant, pulling her into a comforting embrace. Hey, Millie said softly. Your dad's alive. He's recovering. That matters. Shirley swallowed hard and nodded. It does, she said, though her voice still trembled. The room stayed quiet for another few seconds. Millie looked around at everyone, then turned toward Lelouch. So on to other things, she said, how are things coming along for the ball? Lelouch sorted through the papers in front of him until he found the one he wanted. Almost done, he said. The food's been ordered. Nothing extravagant, but it should be enough. The entertainment's booked, and most of the larger arrangements are already set. Then he glanced up. Thanks to our patron, he added dryly, nodding toward Naruto. Everyone looked at Naruto. Naruto, who was still recovering from the public trial he had just endured, gave a lazy little wave from his chair. Lelouch continued. We've stayed comfortably inside the budget. Most of the decorations, tables, and chairs have already been ordered. He slid a page across the table toward Millie. There are still a few remaining items we'll need to buy directly and arrange for delivery. Millie looked over the list, thought for a moment, then nodded to herself. All right. Naruto, you can take care of this. Colin handed him the paper. Naruto looked at it, then looked up at Millie. Okay, but why me? Millie rested her chin on her hands again, smiling. Because out of everyone here, only two of you actually have a reliable way to get around quickly. Naruto and Rivals glanced at each other. Millie continued. And between the two of you, you're the one who knows the budget best and won't come back with something ridiculous. Rivals looked offended. Naruto looked back down at the list. Then he sighed. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. He stood up, paper in hand. All right, I'll go take care of it. Good, Millie said, satisfied. Naruto headed for the door, still muttering to himself about student council labor exploitation as he left the room. The door clicked shut behind him. Then Suzaku suddenly stood and walked over to the microphone connected to the PA system. Everyone looked at him curiously. Suzaku? Lelouch asked. Give me a second. He pressed the switch. Attention, students, Suzaku announced through the school-wide speakers in an almost frighteningly cheerful voice. Naruto Namikaze has agreed to take one lucky person out on a date today. First one to catch him wins. For a second, the room froze. Then from somewhere outside came the immediate, unmistakable shriek of excited fangirls. Then Naruto's voice came booming back through the open window from somewhere out on campus. Suzaku. Suzaku switched the PA off and turned back around with a perfectly satisfied expression. That, he said, is payback for last night. Shirley blinked. Then, despite herself, she started giggling. Mito covered her mouth, trying not to laugh and failing. Even Colin smiled. Naruto's muffled protests from outside only made it worse. The mood in the room lifted at once. It was not perfect. It did not erase Narita. It did not fix everything. But for the first time since Shirley had started yelling, everyone could breathe a little easier. Not long after, Colin stood. I should probably go help Naruto, she said, still sounding a little distant beneath the small smile. Then she left. A moment later, Lelouch gathered the papers in front of him. There are some things I forgot in my room, he said smoothly. I'll be back in a minute. And he left as well. Millie watched both of them go, thoughtful. While near the window, Mito looked down at her hands, then very carefully away, trying not to think too hard about a kiss she still couldn't quite stop replaying in her mind. CC was sprawled across Lelouch's bed, opening a package that had come with the pizza she had ordered, when the black-haired Britannian walked into the room with his head lowered. She glanced at him from over her shoulder at first, only half interested, but his presence alone made her pause. Lelouch rarely came back to his room during school hours unless he absolutely had to, especially when he was supposed to be with the rest of the student council. Well, this is unexpected, CC said almost lazily, still seated on the bed as she pulled at the packaging. What brings you back so early? Lelouch didn't answer. That was when CC really looked at him. The air around him felt wrong. Her hands stilled. What happened? Lelouch told her then, about what he had learned concerning Shirley's father, about how Joseph Finette had nearly died because of the landslide at Narita. Because of the landslide he had engineered. CC listened in silence, a yellow plush toy clutched in one arm, her golden eyes fixed on him as he sat on the couch across the room with his back partly turned to her. Despite how Lelouch carried himself most days, with all his intelligence, arrogance, and certainty, CC was reminded once again that he was still young. Clever, yes. Dangerous, yes. But still only 17. She had seen older men break beneath less. Do you regret it? CC finally asked, her tone cool and almost disenchanted. That your friend's father was caught up in all this. She tilted her head slightly. You were accusing Kirihara of being too soft not long ago. What happened to your path of blood? Shut up, Lelouch muttered. But it seems you're the soft one, CC continued, ignoring him. Did you think this was all some kind of game? Lelouch's hands tightened. You've killed plenty of people already, she went on evenly. Some by your own hand, others with words or commands. Every one of them had someone. Families. Friends. Lovers. Are you really telling me you only just realized that? I said shut up. But CC didn't stop. And if you're only realizing it now, then I overestimated you. Her voice sharpened with faint mockery. You posture like a king, talk like a revolutionary, and yet here you are, wavering because the consequences touched someone close enough for you to feel them. Just shut up. Lelouch snapped, whirling toward her with an angry glare. CC met it without the slightest sign of concern. Or what? She asked. Will you pretend this is about justice? About ideals? Or is this hesitation really because reality no longer looks clean from where you're standing? She paused, a sly little smile curving at her lips. Or maybe, she said softly, you're also bothered because you had to come home and think, while someone else, someone like Madara, would have kept moving forward without blinking. That did it. Lelouch launched himself at her, pinning her down on the bed with both hands gripping her shoulders. The plush toy was trapped awkwardly between them, but CC didn't seem remotely bothered by the sudden violence. If anything, she looked almost bored as she stared up at him. "You're in too deep to turn back now," she said calmly. "You passed that point a long time ago. You need a reason to keep living, don't you?" Her eyes narrowed just a fraction. "You're not going to disappoint me, are you?" Lelouch visibly flinched at that. CC's voice turned colder. "From here on, it only gets worse. More people will die. People you know. Friends. People innocent enough that even you won't be able to explain it away cleanly." She held his gaze without mercy. "If this is enough to shake you, then stop now. Because if you hesitate every time your choices draw blood, then you'll never destroy Britannia." That hit harder than anything else she had said. Without a word, Lelouch released her and stepped back. Then he turned and walked out, leaving CC alone on the bed, her expression returning to impassive stillness. After leaving his room, Lelouch went straight into the bathroom and turned on the shower, hoping the cold rush of water would clear his head. It didn't. If anything, it only made everything louder. He slammed a fist against the shower wall. Voices echoed in his mind, one after another. Yes, that is why people discriminate against one another. His father. Charles Z. Britannia. So, is that the reason why you killed my brother? Euphemia. Any ends gained through contemptible means aren't worth anything. It's nothing but self-satisfying gratification. Suzaku. Are you really going through with this? Ogi. That's all easy enough to say, isn't it? Colin. You can't. We may have different mothers, but you and I are still blood. Clovis. Justice is such a fickle thing, don't you think? You say you fight for justice, but only what you perceive justice to be. I fight to protect what I consider precious. So I will fight for this city, for this country, for my home and the people in it. It doesn't matter to me if they are Japanese or Britannian. I will protect them to the best of my ability. Madara. The feeling of being alone, of feeling worthless, like you don't exist and it wouldn't matter if you lived or died because no one cared, and that nothing will ever change, most people can't bear that on their own. I don't ever want anyone to feel like that. Naruto. I wish the world was a gentler place. Nunnally. A flash of her in medical care after Marianne's death. And to have this utopia you appear to have a reason for living. CC. Are you embarking on the path of blood? Kirihara. And I've come back to change everything. Even his own words came back to him. The water poured down over his face, but by the time the storm of thoughts had finally run its course, one truth remained clearer than all the rest. Nunnally. Everything had always come back to Nunnally. His life since Marianne's murder had revolved around two things: revenge against Britannia and protecting his sister. He still regretted what his actions had done to Shirley and her family, but he could not afford to let guilt weaken him now. Not when Nunnally's future depended on what he did next. By the time Lelouch returned to his room, his resolve had hardened again. He ignored CC entirely, crossed to his desk, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. When the call connected, his voice was calm and solemn once more. Ogi. It's me, Zero. Man, that came out of nowhere, Naruto muttered. Colin, seated across from him in the cafe booth, nodded in silent agreement as she finished drying the last bit of rain from her hair with the towel they had been given. Outside, rain still tapped against the window in a steady rhythm, though it had already begun to lighten. A few unlucky people were still making a run for cover, heads down and clothes soaked, while the rest had enough sense to wait it out somewhere warm. At least we got inside before it got too bad, Colin said, glancing toward the glass. Naruto hummed, then looked back at her with an easy grin. Still, thanks for helping me back there. Colin's lips curved into a small smile of her own. Don't mention it. She did not add that she had enjoyed cutting in between Naruto and one of his more aggressive fangirls a little more than she probably should have. For a little while, the two of them sat in a comfortable silence, their warm drinks steaming softly between them. Naruto had taken off his jacket and draped it over the back of his seat to dry, and Colin had long since noticed how close they looked sitting like this, just the two of them, with the rain outside and nowhere else they needed to be for the moment. She looked away before she could dwell on that thought too much. Then, deciding there was something she had wanted to ask anyway, Colin broke the silence. So, what do you think is going on with Mito and Suzaku? Naruto blinked. Huh. Colin lifted one shoulder. Come on, don't act clueless. After the concert. After that kiss. And the way Mito's been acting since then. Naruto leaned back a little, folding his arms as he thought it over. I think, he paused, a grin slowly spreading over his face. I think Suzaku might actually be more serious than he realizes. Colin snorted softly. That's your answer. It's a good answer. It's a vague answer. Naruto laughed under his breath. Alright, fine. Mito definitely likes him. That much is obvious. Colin smirked. You sound awfully confident. Naruto stirred his drink idly. Mito is my little sister, of course I'm confident. She can yell all she wants, but when she really hates somebody, she doesn't keep thinking about them afterward. Colin considered that, then glanced down at her cup. And Suzaku. Naruto's expression softened a little. Suzaku. He overthinks everything. Especially when it matters. Then he grinned again. So if he kissed her in front of all those people, I doubt it was just because the crowd was yelling. For some reason, that answer made Colin feel oddly warm. Maybe because the idea of someone doing something impulsive because their real feelings slipped through reminded her a little too much of how she herself had been acting lately around the blonde idiot sitting across from her. Before she could get caught on that line of thought, she moved on. After you left the student council room, the others were talking about the Black Knights. About Shirley's father. You know what happened to him, don't you? Naruto's grin faded, and he nodded. Yeah, I saw his name in the report with the survivors and casualties. I knew he'd been there, but not that he was Shirley's dad until later. Colin's fingers tightened slightly around her cup. He got caught in the landslide the Black Knights caused. Naruto said nothing. And now the others see them differently, Colin continued quietly. Even after Lake Kawaguchi. She hesitated for a second, then looked up at him. I wanted to know what you thought. Do you think they're wrong for fighting back? For standing up to Britannia? Naruto studied her for a moment. Then, more gently than she expected, he reached across the table and laid his hand over hers. The contact was warm, steady. It sent a small jolt through Colin that she hoped didn't show on her face. They're not wrong, Naruto said softly. Japan the way it is now, that's wrong. The Black Knights see that. They're fighting because they feel like they have to. His gaze stayed on hers. But the way they're fighting is going to get a lot of people hurt too. Some bad, some innocent. And if they ignore that just because they believe they're justified, then sooner or later they'll lose sight of why they started fighting in the first place. Colin swallowed. Then what are they supposed to do? She asked, some heat entering her voice. Sit back and let Britannia do whatever it wants. What would you do? Naruto withdrew his hand slowly, though the warmth of it seemed to linger on her skin. I am doing it, he answered. Colin frowned. What do you mean? Naruto leaned back in his seat, but his expression remained serious. Forcing your beliefs on people only creates more conflict. But just bowing your head and accepting whatever those in power do only makes things worse too. He looked down briefly, as if weighing his next words. Real peace only starts when someone is willing to look past all the things that divide people and still choose to help them anyway. When they try to understand instead of dominate. Colin watched him quietly. You really believe that, she said. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I do. Colin sat with that for a while. She still believed in fighting. She still believed Britannia had to be opposed. Too much had happened to her family, to too many people for her to just wait and hope things would change on their own. But hearing Naruto say all that, it didn't make her want to abandon what she had chosen. It just made her want, strangely enough, to be understood by him. So, she said at last, resolve returning to her voice, if they remember why they're fighting, if they understand the consequences, then you think they should keep going. Naruto nodded once. If they're going to fight, then yes. They should fight with everything they have. Just not forget what it costs. That answer eased something in Colin's chest she hadn't realized was wound so tightly. At least if the truth ever came out, maybe Naruto would understand. She took a sip of her drink, then decided to ask the other question she had been carrying around for days. So, she said, trying to sound far more casual than she felt, how is Akira, my maid, doing? Naruto noticed the act instantly and had to hide a smile behind his cup. She's doing well, he said. Better than before. She's responding to the treatment more now. Colin nodded as if that was all she wanted to know. Naruto, naturally, decided to push. She's started saying names again too. Colin's eyes flicked back to him. Names. Naruto nodded. Two, mostly. Colin, and Naoto. Colin choked a little on her drink. Naruto waited until she caught her breath. You know, he added, I met Naoto once. That got her full attention. Colin stared at him. What? Naruto blinked at her. Yeah. You met Naoto. She repeated, stunned. Why am I only hearing this now? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Because it never came up. Colin continued staring. Naruto gave a small, helpless shrug. It was years ago. Just one time. We talked for a bit. You knew my brother, Colin said, still clearly trying to process it. And you never mentioned it. Naruto looked at her for a long moment, then answered more quietly. I wasn't sure how much you knew I knew. That only confused her more. Then he sighed and went on. Naoto told me a few things that night. Not everything. Just enough that when I met you later, and then met Akira, he gave her a small smile. Well, it wasn't hard to figure some things out. Colin's eyes widened. You knew. Naruto nodded once. Since we met. And you never said anything. He shook his head. It felt like something that should come from you, if you ever wanted it to. Colin sat very still. Then, after a few seconds, she let out a quiet breath and looked down at the table. Akira Kazuki is my mother, she said softly. Naoto's and mine, which makes us both half Britannian and half Japanese. I know, Naruto said gently. Colin looked back up at him, and despite the surprise still lingering there was something else now too. Relief. Maybe even gratitude. You really are strange, she murmured. Naruto grinned. I've heard that before. Colin smiled despite herself. There was something about the way he had waited, about how he had known and still let her tell him in her own time, that made the whole thing feel lighter than she had expected. Safer. And maybe that was why, when Naruto stood up and held out a hand to her a second later, she didn't hesitate very long before taking it. Come on, he said. Colin rose, her hand still in his. Where are we going? Naruto dropped some money on the table for their drinks, his grin growing brighter. Well, the rain's letting up. We're already out, so we might as well enjoy ourselves a little. Colin looked at their joined hands for half a second before looking away quickly. Fine, she said, though her voice had softened. Naruto led her out of the cafe, and Colin let him. If anyone had asked, she would have said she was just taking a break. That it was just two friends passing the time. That it meant nothing. But a small, quiet part of her was already hoping the rain would hold off a little longer so this could last just a bit more. By the time Colin returned home that evening, she had a faint smile on her face and a small strip of photos in her hand. Most of their outing had been simple, window shopping, walking around, laughing more than she expected to. Naruto had told her stories about his childhood, about the ridiculous pranks he and his friends had pulled, about all the times they had somehow escaped detention or slipped away while their teacher shouted after them. Colin had found herself smiling through most of it and outright laughing through some of the worst stories. At the end of it all, Naruto had insisted they use a photo booth. Now, standing in her room, she looked down at the pictures. The first was just the two of them smiling at the camera. The second had Naruto making an absolutely ridiculous face. The third caught her laughing at him, while he wore a wide, triumphant grin. And the last one. The last one had them closer together than the others. Not quite touching, but close enough that Colin felt her face warm a little just looking at it. She set the strip carefully beside the photo she kept of herself as a child with Naoto and their mother. Then she looked at it again. And again. Much later, lying in bed with the memory of Naruto's hand in hers still far clearer than it should have been, Colin would realize that what they had shared that day had been the closest thing to a date she had ever had. And that she hadn't minded that at all. Cornelia stood with her arms crossed, looking up at the Lancelot in silence. She was not a woman who praised easily, and certainly not one who handed out credit for free. But Narita had made one thing impossible to ignore. Suzaku Kururugi had delivered. The White Nightmare had reached her through a collapsing battlefield, fought through impossible conditions, and held its own not only against the Black Knight's new red machine, but against Madara's nightmare as well. Good evening, Viceroy. Lloyd Asplin's cheerful voice cut through her thoughts as he approached, hands tucked into his pockets and that usual infuriatingly pleasant smile fixed in place. To what do I owe this distinguished honor? He asked. Cornelia turned her head slightly, her expression tightening just a fraction at his tone. Asplund, she said evenly, what is the condition of the Lancelot? Lloyd's smile widened. 100%, naturally. Good. Cornelia gave a small nod and looked back up at the machine. Given its performance at Narita, I've decided the Lancelot will be deployed from the start of our next operation. Understood, Your Highness, Lloyd replied. I'll make sure it's ready. Cornelia was quiet for a moment after that, her gaze still on the White Nightmare. Then she spoke again. You've reviewed the combat data. It wasn't a question. Lloyd's smile faded slightly, replaced by something more thoughtful. I have. And. Lloyd let out a quiet hum, glancing up toward the Lancelot as if organizing the comparison in his head. The Black Knight's new red machine is impressive, he admitted. Fast enough to stand on equal footing with Lancelot, which means it's very comfortably in the 7th generation range. And offensively, he smiled faintly. Well, a machine carrying a radiant wave surger is never going to be subtle. Cornelia looked at him. Radiant wave surger. Rakshata's work, Lloyd said, with the tone of a man naming an old rival he respected too much to insult carelessly. Last I heard, it was still hovering somewhere between theory and dangerous obsession. Apparently she's made progress. His mouth curved again. Not that I'm conceding anything, of course. Lancelot is still the superior machine. Cornelia didn't bother responding to that. In Madara's frame, she asked instead. That got a more noticeable pause out of him. Lloyd folded his arms loosely, still looking up as he answered. That one is more interesting. Cornelia's eyes narrowed slightly. It looks, at first glance, like a close-range fighter, Lloyd continued. The pair of MVS blades mounted near the cockpit makes that fairly obvious, and the way it handled itself in direct engagement supports it. It wants to get in close, stay aggressive, and overwhelm the enemy before they can stabilize. He tilted his head. But the MVS knives complicate that. Cornelia said nothing, waiting. They're tethered, Lloyd went on. High-speed wire retrieval, launched from the wrists, shaped after a three-pronged Japanese kunai if I'm remembering the visual feed correctly. Which means the machine can project lethality outward without actually becoming a long-range unit in the traditional sense. It compensates for its lack of true ranged firepower by extending its threat radius in straight lines. A flicker of admiration entered his voice. Quite clever, really. It's still fundamentally a short-range frame, but one designed to punish anyone who assumes distance makes them safe. Cornelia considered that in silence. Lloyd continued, more serious now. Its close-quarters performance is extremely dangerous. The machine is fast, but more than that, it's decisive. It doesn't waste movement. Between the Kodachi, the wired kunai, the palm emitters, and the slash harkins, it has an answer for almost every range inside a battlefield engagement. Then he paused. And then there's that phasing. That made Cornelia's gaze sharpen. You saw it too. Oh, I saw it, Lloyd said. I just can't properly explain it. For the first time since he entered the hangar, he sounded genuinely unsettled. The combat logs should not read the way they do. There are multiple instances where physical contact should have occurred, and yet somehow the frame's matter response behaves as though the attacks simply passed through it. He looked back at her, frowning slightly. I don't know how that's being done. Not mechanically, anyway. It doesn't match any standard nightmare principle I'm aware of. It's not a shield, not exactly, and it certainly doesn't behave like conventional evasive movement. He exhaled lightly. Whatever it is, it shouldn't be possible. Cornelia's frown deepened. That matched far too well with what she and Guilford had both seen. It also explains, Lloyd said, why the machine is so difficult to pin down. Even when Lancelot or the Red Frame seemed to catch it, they never quite had it. Cornelia folded her arms tighter. Yet Kururugi survived the engagement. Lloyd nodded. Yes. And according to what he remembers before blacking out, there were moments where closing the distance created openings. Brief ones, but real. He glanced back up at Lancelot. That said, capitalizing on those openings requires a pilot good enough to stay alive long enough to find them. Cornelia's expression darkened. That, too, fit with what she already knew. Guilford had struggled against Madara before in Saitama. The only reason that clash had not ended worse was because the battle itself had been interrupted before it could truly run its course. That memory still sat poorly with her. That is a problem, she said at last. If those machines continue to appear, most of our forces will be outclassed. And we cannot afford to depend on a single nightmare to carry every engagement. Lloyd gave a small nod. That's fair. Then, predictably, a little of his old brightness returned. I do intend to make some refinements to Lancelot, of course. Give it a bit more bite. His smile sharpened. I'd prefer my machine to remain the strongest thing on the field. Cornelia turned her eyes on him. That may satisfy your ego, Asplund, but it is not enough. Her voice took on the sharp edge of command. I want you working with the rest of the Nightmare Development Unit immediately. I'm not asking for a full redesign of our existing frames, but I want every improvement that can be implemented quickly and effectively examined. Mobility, defense, weapons performance, anything that can raise combat effectiveness in the short term. Lloyd glanced upward as if already feeling the workload pressing down on him. That's going to be unpleasant. Then he smiled again. Interesting, though. Cornelia gave a final nod. See that you begin at once. Without another word, she turned and started toward the hangar exit. Keep me informed, she said over her shoulder. Lloyd watched her go, hands slipping back into his pockets. Then he looked up at the Lancelot again, thoughtful now. An aggressive close-range specialist with wired MVS kunai, odd phasing, and performance that doesn't match its own frame logic, he murmured to himself. You really are troublesome, aren't you? The Lancelot, of course, offered no answer. A week later, the male members of the student council had gathered at the Namikaze household for a game night. The girls had wanted their own night together, which in practical terms meant Millie had declared there would be a slumber party at the student council building and no one had been foolish enough to argue with her. With Ashford's ball scheduled for the following evening and the Namikaze Corporation sponsoring the event, the council had decided a quiet night of relaxation was in order before everything turned chaotic. So now the boys had claimed one of the entertainment rooms in the Namikaze residence, and several hours into the evening they were taking a short break while Naruto disappeared to gather food. This is seriously amazing, Rival said cheerfully from one of the gaming chairs, a controller still in his hands as he stared at the wall-sized screen in appreciation. Lelouch and Suzaku, seated nearby in their own chairs, shared amused looks at Rival's enthusiasm, though both of them had to admit the room was impressive. Between the giant display, the surround sound, and the absurd number of game systems Naruto somehow had access to, it was hard not to enjoy it. The only one missing at the moment was Naruto himself. How could it not be? Lelouch said with a small smile. Naruto has one of the best setups I've ever seen. For a moment, the black-haired Britannian allowed himself to enjoy the simplicity of it all. A normal evening. A game room. Friends. It was the sort of thing he rarely let himself appreciate for long. I'm back, Naruto announced as he came in, pushing one cart with snacks and drinks while pulling a second one behind him that held several bowls of ramen. And I bring food. That's great, Suzaku said, rising immediately from his seat with a wide grin. I'm starving. He headed toward the carts, though like the others he was careful not to reach for the ramen first. Everyone there had already learned that getting between Naruto and his ramen was an act of either courage or stupidity, and likely both. How did you get all of this ready? Suzaku asked as the others gathered around. Shouldn't the staff have finished for the evening by now? I had some of it prepared earlier, Naruto answered as rivals and Lelouch joined them and helped themselves to the other food. Once everyone had settled again with something to eat, rivals looked over toward Lelouch. So, has the Madam President told you what she's been working on yet? For the last few days, Millie had been mysteriously occupied with something she refused to explain. She had spent most of that time grinning at her laptop and breaking into bizarre little giggles every few minutes, which naturally had made the rest of the council nervous. Not a clue, Lelouch admitted. When I asked, she said she wanted it to be a surprise. He sighed lightly. Knowing Millie, that probably means we won't know until tomorrow night. It can't be that bad, can it? Suzaku asked with his usual optimism. Lelouch gave him a flat look. The crossdresser's ball, he reminded him. Rivals and Suzaku both visibly winced at that memory. Hopefully, Lelouch continued, looking toward Naruto, the fact that the Namikaze Corporation is sponsoring this one means Millie won't be allowed to go completely insane. He paused. You did make sure your company had final say over the event, right? Naruto tilted his head and thought about it for a second. Then he shrugged. Lelouch stared at him. You don't know. Naruto offered a sheepish grin. Lelouch let out a long sigh. Then we should prepare for some form of disaster tomorrow. Come on, Suzaku said. What could possibly go wrong? Naruto, Lelouch, and rivals all stared at him. Suzaku blinked, then slowly realized what he had just said. Oh, he murmured. Maybe I shouldn't have. Naruto immediately shoved food into Suzaku's mouth to stop him from finishing. Rivals burst out laughing. With another sigh and a faint smile, Lelouch rose to his feet. Before Suzaku dooms us all, I'm going to the restroom. Naruto waved vaguely. You know where it is. That was true enough. Lelouch and Nunnally had stayed at the Namikaze household briefly before moving to Ashford, so Lelouch knew his way around well enough not to need directions. He stepped out into the hallway and let the door close behind him. Inside the game room, Rivals was still laughing while Suzaku tried to pull the food out of his mouth and complain at the same time. Naruto just shook his head before leaning back in his seat. Then, after a brief moment, he looked toward Suzaku more carefully. Suzaku, Naruto said. Suzaku glanced over. Yeah. Naruto's tone shifted slightly, becoming more serious than it had been all evening. How do you feel about Mito? That killed the mood in the room almost instantly. Rivals's eyes widened, and he quickly looked down at his own plate, suddenly very interested in not being involved. Suzaku blinked. What? Naruto didn't look away. You heard me. Suzaku hesitated, then frowned a little. Why does it matter? Naruto leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Because she matters to me. The answer made Suzaku pause. Naruto's expression softened, but only slightly. I want Mito to be happy, he said plainly. But I also don't want to be the reason you hold back because of me and end up hurting her. Rivals looked up at that in surprise, then quickly looked away again. Suzaku stared at Naruto for a long moment before answering. You really think I'd do that? Naruto gave a one-shouldered shrug. I think you care about a lot of people. Sometimes too much. And I know how you are when something matters. Suzaku looked down at his hands. After a moment, he let out a small breath. We stayed here together once, he said quietly. You, me, Mito, Lelouch, Nunnally, before Lelouch and Nunnally moved to Ashford. A faint smile touched his face at the memory. Back then everything felt simpler. Naruto listened in silence. I don't want to hurt Mito either, Suzaku went on. Especially not when, he hesitated, then met Naruto's eyes again. Especially not when you're my oldest friend. Naruto's expression changed at that, becoming gentler. For a second, neither of them said anything. Then Naruto smiled a little. That's a decent answer. Suzaku let out a short laugh. Just decent. We'll see if you stick to it. Rivals looked between the two of them and muttered, this is way too serious for game night. That got a snort out of Naruto and a weak smile out of Suzaku, and the tension in the room eased a little. Out in the hall, Lelouch walked in the opposite direction from the restroom. He already knew the layout of the house, and that was precisely why he noticed something unusual almost at once. The door to Minato's study was slightly open. Lelouch slowed, violet eyes narrowing just a fraction. He knew perfectly well that door was usually kept shut. And without making a sound, he changed direction and moved toward it. At Ashford Academy, the female members of the student council had gathered in the council room for their girls' night. Pillows and sleeping bags were scattered across the floor, though Sayoko had also gone through the trouble of preparing a few guest rooms in case any of the girls decided they would rather sleep in an actual bed than on the floor. Everyone had changed into sleepwear, with Millie's outfit, unsurprisingly, being the most provocative of the group. All right, Millie declared, lifting her drink dramatically into the air. Let's get this party started. Madam President, please keep it down, Shirley chided at once. Nunnally's probably asleep by now. Relax Tilda, Millie replied breezily. I doubt Nunnally can hear us all the way from her room. She took another sip of her drink and immediately began giggling again. Shirley narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Madam President, what exactly are you drinking? Millie only giggled harder before holding the glass out temptingly. Want a sip and find out? Madam President, Shirley exclaimed, scandalized. You really shouldn't be drinking alcohol. Millie waved her off. It's not alcohol. Shirley still looked unconvinced. Come on, Millie said, leaning back with a grin. We're supposed to be unwinding. Tomorrow night is the ball. We've all been working ourselves to death getting ready for it, and this is the first real girls' night we've had with everyone here. That drew several glances around the room. Shirley sat in one sleeping bag with her knees tucked under her, while Nina had finally moved away from the computer in the corner and joined the others on the floor, her laptop still resting nearby just in case she felt the need to flee back into work. Colin sat near Shirley, looking a little reserved but no longer as stiff as she had been when she first arrived. And Mito, who had insisted she had only come because Millie would not stop asking, sat on the other side of Colin, trying to look far more composed than she actually was. I guess that makes sense, Shirley admitted, glancing toward Colin and Mito with a warm smile. It's really nice that both of you joined us. Yeah, Mito said before Colin could answer, folding her arms. Well, Madam President would have dragged us here eventually anyway. Colin gave a small nod. Thanks for inviting us. Well, of course. Millie said brightly, suddenly scooting closer and throwing an arm around Colin and another around Mito, dragging both girls in against her. We're friends. Why wouldn't I invite you? And besides, her grin turned positively wicked, neither of you would want to miss tonight. Nina, who had been trying to pretend she wasn't curious, looked up at once. You still haven't said why. That got Shirley's and Colin's attention immediately. Mito also looked over, suspicious. Millie winked. All in good time. Then she withdrew from Colin and Mito, sat cross-legged in front of the group, and clasped her hands together. But first, she said with a gleam in her eye, it's time for some good old-fashioned girl talk. That instantly made Shirley wary. Millie looked from one girl to the next before asking the most dangerous question possible. So, do any of you have a date for tomorrow night's ball? The room went still. Shirley blinked. Colin stiffened faintly. Mito's eyes widened, and Nina immediately looked down as if her laptop had suddenly become the most fascinating thing in the world. A date, Shirley repeated, face beginning to warm. Of course, Millie said as though this were obvious. It's a ball. I thought we'd all be too busy running it, Colin said. We planned most of it, didn't we? The teachers are chaperoning, Millie replied. That means we actually get to enjoy it. Oh, Colin murmured. Millie nodded once, then turned her full attention toward Mito with terrifying precision. Let's start with you. Mito blinked. Me. Yes, you. Millie leaned forward like a predator preparing to pounce. How do you feel about Suzaku? Mito froze. Even Colin turned to look at her in surprise, while Shirley immediately covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing too soon. I don't know what you're talking about, Mito said much too quickly. Really? Millie asked sweetly. Because from where I'm sitting, that concert kiss did not exactly scream indifference. Mito's entire face turned red. That was different. How? Millie pressed. It was in front of everybody. So, Mito floundered, then huffed and crossed her arms tighter. That idiot only did it because the crowd wouldn't stop chanting. Internally, though, the answer wasn't nearly that simple. Because no matter how much she insisted that was the reason, no matter how many times she reminded herself that Naruto had put them both on the spot and that Suzaku had only been trying to end the chaos, a small, stubborn, quietly hopeful part of her still wanted to believe it had meant more. That maybe, just maybe, Suzaku had kissed her because he wanted to. And that thought alone made her blush even harder. Millie, of course, noticed. Her grin widened. Oh, that's adorable. Madam President. Shirley did laugh then, though she softened it by saying, Mito, you're really red. I know that. Millie, still far too pleased with herself, shifted her attention next to Colin. And you? Colin looked at her warily. What about me? How do you feel about Naruto? That earned an entirely different kind of silence. Colin, unlike Mito, did not freeze. Instead, she just stared at Millie with a flat look that would have intimidated most people. Unfortunately for her, Millie Ashford was not most people. Well, Millie prompted. Colin looked away first. Why are you asking? Because, Millie said, you look at him. Shirley made a soft sound of agreement. Mito glanced between them curiously now, momentarily forgetting her own embarrassment. Colin frowned. That doesn't mean anything. Millie nodded as though humoring a small child. And the way you leave with him whenever there's an excuse. The way you were ready to help him when Suzaku announced that ridiculous date thing over the PA system. The way you don't even deny it properly. Colin's cheeks tinted pink, though not as dramatically as Mito's had. He's a friend, Colin said. Is that all? Millie asked. Colin hesitated. The problem was, she genuinely did not know how to answer that. Naruto made her feel safe in a way very few people ever had. He irritated her sometimes, amused her far too often, and had a way of making her lower her guard before she even realized she was doing it. Thinking about the afternoon they had spent together after the rain, the cafe, the shopping, the photo booth, the way he had listened when she finally told him about her mother, still left a warm feeling in her chest she had no idea what to do with. So instead of saying any of that, Colin folded her arms. He's important to me, she said at last. Millie's grin softened into something more knowing. Well, that's already more than nothing. Colin muttered something under her breath that nobody quite caught, which only made Shirley and Mito smile. Nina, who had remained mostly quiet through all of this, pushed her glasses up and said in a small voice, Madam President, you're really enjoying this far too much. Millie turned toward her at once. Of course I am. This is excellent. Then, as though suddenly remembering why she had gathered everyone there in the first place, her expression brightened further. And since we're on the subject of tomorrow's ball. Every girl in the room looked at her. Millie clasped her hands together dramatically. I have a surprise. The way she said that made Shirley groan immediately. What did you do? Millie beamed. While everyone was focused on setting up the ball, I arranged something extra special. She paused just long enough to build suspense. At the start of the ball tomorrow night, the student council will be holding a student auction of the male members of the council. Highest bidder gets their first dance. For a second, the room was completely silent. Then Shirley shot upright. Madam President, what were you thinking? Colin stared, openly horrified. Mito looked scandalized. Nina just closed her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose as though this somehow confirmed something she had already feared. Millie, naturally, looked delighted with herself. Oh, relax. It'll be fun. No, it won't. Shirley protested. Do Lulu and the others even know? Nope, Millie said proudly. It's a surprise. Colin gave her a long, unreadable look. That's devious. I know, Millie said happily. It's a gift. Mito shook her head. You really are impossible. Thank you. The girls groaned collectively. None of them noticed that one of the doors to the room was slightly open. And none of them realized that just beyond it stood a light green-haired girl listening quietly from the hallway, her golden eyes fixed on the scene inside. CC remained there for a few moments more, listening to the laughter, the complaints, and the easy warmth between the girls. Then, silently, she stepped away and returned to Lelouch's room. A small, unfamiliar ache lingered in her chest. For all her indifference, for all the centuries she had lived, some part of her found itself wishing she could have sat among them too. When the night of the ball finally arrived, the entire student body of Ashford Academy seemed to be buzzing with excitement to the point that even the teachers were having trouble keeping anyone focused for the remainder of the school day. In the end, classes were let out early so everyone could go prepare. By the time students began arriving that evening, the auditorium had been transformed so thoroughly that many of them could hardly believe it was the same room. One detail Millie had intentionally neglected to clarify was the exact dress code. It was obvious that dresses and suits were expected, but beyond that she had said absolutely nothing. As a result, the girls appeared in everything from modest dresses to glamorous gowns, while the boys mostly wore tuxedos, though there were a few who had clearly gone for a more noble, formal style. At the moment, Millie was overseeing the last few details before the ball properly began, waiting for the remaining female members of the student council to arrive. Nina had come early and had already claimed a table off to the side. Millie herself wore a long purple dress with lighter frilled accents running along the fabric. The sleeves were detached, leaving her shoulders bare, and a matching choker around her neck held a small pendant at the center. Nina's dress was much more modest, a simple yellow dress that fell just past her knees, with red accents around the collar and sleeves that extended halfway down her arms. Millie had also made sure that the male members of the student council, Naruto, Suzaku, and Lelouch especially, had arrived early and were waiting backstage for her special surprise. At the moment, they were being kept there until enough of the student body had gathered for her to unveil the auction. She had personally ensured that each of them looked polished enough to make half the girls in attendance swoon. A few minutes later, Millie finally spotted Shirley and Colin entering the ballroom, both of them pausing briefly to take in the decorations before making their way over. Shirley wore a long, flowing light green dress with white sleeves and a skirt that ended shorter at one side than the other, showing just enough of her legs to be elegant without being too bold. A white sash was tied around her waist, and her hair had been pulled into a loose bun with a few curled bangs framing her face. There was only a touch of makeup, but it suited her perfectly. Colin wore a red gown with black floral patterns trailing down the length of the dress, the design weaving around the bodice in a way that drew the eye without being too revealing. Her hair had been pinned back as well, with a few bangs left loose to frame her face. Like Shirley, she wore only light makeup, but it made her sharp features stand out all the more. And then there was Mito. Millie's smile widened when she saw her walking in a step behind them. At Kushina's insistence, Mito had been dressed in a sleeveless purple gown that flowed elegantly to the floor, the color deep enough to complement her hair and fair skin beautifully. Her red hair had been swept up into a flawless French bun, something Kushina had apparently declared was the best way to reel Suzaku in. Mito had muttered the entire time that her mother was really pushing her into a relationship for some reason, only for an imaginary chibi version of Kushina to appear in her mind with hands on her hips, shouting that Mito was not getting any younger, and that she eventually wanted grandbabies to spoil. Even now, walking into the ballroom, Mito could still hear that phantom version of her mother's voice in her head and was silently wondering why her family had apparently decided to become impossible overnight. Still, as irritated as she was, the purple dress suited her so well that even she had to admit, privately, that Kushina had been right about at least that much. Madam President, Shirley greeted. Millie's eyes sparkled as she looked the three girls over. My, don't all three of you look gorgeous tonight? Shirley smiled a little and glanced around the room. This turned out amazing. It really did, Colin agreed, though her eyes were scanning the room for someone specific. Mito folded her arms lightly. You all went way overboard. That, Millie said proudly, is exactly the point. She then let her gaze sharpen with mischief. Well, hoping to catch certain people's attention tonight. All three girls reacted in different ways. Shirley flushed faintly and looked away. Colin tried for indifference and failed just a little. Mito's face colored immediately as she frowned. Madam President. Millie only grinned wider. And Shirley, you'd better bid on Lelouch fast tomorrow night before you lose your chance. Shirley blinked. What? Millie only laughed and didn't elaborate. At that moment, Rivals walked up to the group, dressed in a fitted black tuxedo with a light blue tie. His blue hair had been combed back for once, though a few stubborn strands had escaped and fallen forward again. Ladies, he greeted, trying very hard to sound suave. You're all looking incredible tonight. Millie was the first to answer. Why thank you, Rivals. You're looking very handsome yourself. Rivals brightened visibly at the compliment. You really think so? Millie only smiled mysteriously. Then Mito, who had only half been listening because she was still trying not to think too much about whether Suzaku had seen her yet, looked at Rivals in confusion. Wait, she said, frowning slightly. Why are you here? Rivals stared at her. What do you mean, why am I here? Colin glanced at him too. Shouldn't you be backstage getting ready with the others? Rivals blinked. Getting ready for what? That got the attention of all three girls. Millie's shoulders began to shake with poorly contained laughter. Ah, right. About that. What? Shirley asked suspiciously. Millie finally gave up and laughed out loud. Well, while I was telling everyone about the auction, it turns out most of the girls were only interested in bidding on Naruto, Suzaku, and Lelouch. Rivals went still. Then his face twisted in disbelief. What? A few nearby students turned to look, causing him to lower his voice instantly. What do you mean Naruto, Suzaku, and Lelouch? He hissed. I get Naruto. I get Lelouch. But how am I less popular than Suzaku? Mito looked mildly offended on Suzaku's behalf even though he wasn't there. Millie, however, only shrugged. Suzaku has that quiet, serious, forbidden sort of appeal. Girls like that. Rivals looked utterly betrayed by the world. Shirley sighed. That is not how this works. Millie waved a hand as if dismissing the details. Either way, that's why Rivals won't actually be part of the auction. Rivals looked like someone had just informed him his life no longer had meaning. You excluded me. Think of it as avoiding unnecessary heartbreak, Millie said brightly. Rivals stared at her in devastation. Shirley actually looked a little sympathetic, while Colin just gave him a small shrug that said that's rough. Mito, meanwhile, still seemed hung up on the fact that Millie had apparently orchestrated an auction in the first place. Madam President, Mito said slowly, you cannot be serious. Oh, but I am. Millie clasped her hands together delightedly. It's going to be wonderful. Shirley groaned. I already know I'm going to regret this. Millie only smiled. Probably. The four girls and one thoroughly wounded rival stood there for another moment before Shirley turned to Colin and Mito. So, were either of you actually going to bid? Colin tried to sound casual. I haven't decided. Which was a lie, and she knew it. Mito gave a small huff and looked away. I'm not sure. Which was only half a lie. Shirley looked between the two of them and then sighed. You're both terrible at pretending not to care. Speak for yourself, Mito muttered. Rivals, still clinging to the ruins of his dignity, looked from one girl to the next hopefully. Be honest. At least one of you would bid on me, right? All three girls turned and stared at him. Then, without answering, Colin and Mito started walking away, Shirley following them a second later. Hey! Rivals called after them. Come on, that was mean. You're kidding, right? Right. In Lelouch's room in the Student Council building, CC. Lay stretched across the bed with Cheese-kun resting against her chest, staring up at the ceiling and letting her thoughts drift wherever they pleased. She wasn't expecting Lelouch back anytime soon. He and the rest of the Student Council were busy with the ball they had spent the past several days preparing, which meant, for once the room was entirely hers. So when there was a knock at the door, she was genuinely surprised. Before she could respond, the door opened and Sayoko stepped inside. The maid paused just long enough to take in the state of the room. Recently, Lelouch had insisted on keeping the place in order himself, which meant she had fewer reasons than usual to come in. Other than a few empty pizza boxes, however, there was nothing especially worth correcting. Her gaze shifted to CC. Sayoko was not the sort of woman who asked unnecessary questions, but she made it her business to remain aware of everything happening under her care. Ever since CC had first appeared, Sayoko had kept a quiet eye on her, especially where Nunnally was concerned. She did not intrude without reason, but she had long since concluded that CC mattered far more to Lelouch than he would ever openly admit. CC sat up slowly, still holding Cheese-kun, and looked at her with mild curiosity. What is it? I apologize for disturbing you, Sayoko said with a small bow. But there is someone at the door asking for you. CC blinked once. For me? Sayoko nodded. That immediately struck CC as strange. Very few people should have known where she was staying. Lelouch, obviously. Sayoko, naturally. And Naruto. If it had been Lelouch, he would not have sent Sayoko. If it had been Sayoko, there would be no need for this. Which left only one likely possibility. With a quiet sigh, CC stood and headed downstairs, making sure the bracelet Naruto had given her was secure around her wrist before opening the front door. Waiting outside was a girl she didn't recognize, holding a black dress bag. She had light blonde hair with red streaks worn loose, red-orange eyes, and a light purple top paired with a black skirt. CC might have thought it odd that a stranger had found her, but considering how little time she spent outside Lelouch's room, that hardly narrowed things down. Yes? CC asked. The girl blinked, then straightened. Are you CC? She asked. I was also told you might answer to blasphemous pizza witch. One of CC's brows twitched. That damned ramen addict, she muttered under her breath, then looked back at the girl. I am CC, she said, deliberately ignoring the second title. And you are? I'm Reika Solis, the girl replied, brightening immediately. Naruto sent me. CC stared at her for a moment, then gave a faint, amused exhale. Did he send you for a reason, she asked dryly, or just to annoy me indirectly? Reika smiled without missing a beat. A little of both, maybe. That, if nothing else, felt believable. He asked me to bring you this. Reika held out the dress bag. He said he hopes you'll come to the ball tonight. CC took the bag, glanced at it, then sighed. While I appreciate the gesture, I'll pass. She started to hand it back. Reika, however, didn't take it. Instead, she shifted smoothly into what was very obviously a prepared line. That's a shame, she said casually. If I'd been allowed to come tonight, I was planning to pull Naruto away for a while and show him the full executive treatment myself. CC's eyes narrowed. It was subtle, but poisonous enough that Reika noticed it immediately. Interesting. Reika's smile widened just a touch. He's been working way too hard lately, she continued. Someone should spoil him properly. CC said nothing. But the look she gave Reika could have curdled milk. Reika decided, wisely, not to push that part too far. Instead, she added in the same easy tone, also, there's pizza. CC went still. Reika almost smiled at how instant the reaction was. She had the distinct impression that, if this were some sort of anime, a pair of ears would have suddenly appeared on top of CC's head and twitched at the word. An entire buffet, apparently. For one brief second, CC looked like she was trying very hard to remain above this. Then she straightened slightly and drew the dress bag back toward herself. Well, she said, with perfect composure, since Naruto went to the trouble of inviting me, it would be rude not to attend. Reika looked at her for a beat. The speed of that reversal was shameless. Almost impressive. Then she smiled pleasantly. Good. I hope you enjoy yourself. With that, Reika turned and started back down the path. After closing the door, CC stood there for a moment in silence, then looked down at the bag in her hands. With a sigh that carried much less reluctance than she would ever admit aloud, she opened it to see what Naruto had sent her. Not long after, Millie was standing on stage, practically glowing with excitement as she called for everyone's attention. Behind the still-closed curtains, Lelouch, Suzaku, and Naruto waited in varying states of suspicion and annoyance. They still had no idea what Millie had planned beyond the vague assurance that it was something special, on behalf of the student council. Hello, everyone. Millie greeted, drawing the attention of the ballroom. Thank you all for being here tonight. Before we officially get started, let's all thank the Namikaze Corporation for sponsoring this event. The room erupted into cheers. Millie beamed. Throughout the night, we'll also be holding raffles for prizes generously donated by the Namikaze Corporation, computers, laptops, music players, and more. She paused dramatically. Sadly, Naruto informed me his father would never approve of one of the prizes being a sports car. That earned a mixture of laughter, groans, and amused murmurs. Millie giggled. But I'm sure that's not what most of the girls here are interested in. Her grin widened. Which is why I'm pleased to announce the beginning of our student council bachelor auction. Behind the curtain came Naruto's immediate shout. What? The curtain swept open. There, standing side by side, were Naruto, Suzaku, and Lelouch in the elaborate outfits Millie had arranged for them. The effect was immediate and devastating. The room exploded in cheers and squeals loud enough that even Naruto, who was used to public attention, looked uncomfortable for a second. Millie, delighted, stepped to the center of the stage. Now then, she declared. Let's begin. Naruto leaned toward her just enough to hiss under his breath, when did we agree to this? You didn't, Millie replied brightly. But that's never stopped me before. Lelouch sighed the sigh of a man who had expected nothing better. Suzaku, meanwhile, looked visibly nervous now that he understood exactly what was happening. Let's start with Suzaku, Millie announced, pulling him forward. That triggered another burst of excited shouting from the crowd. Mito stiffened. She had not planned to bid. At least, that was what she had told herself. But now, with Suzaku standing there under the lights, looking handsome and more than a little embarrassed, the idea of some random girl winning the first dance with him suddenly became intolerable. The bids started climbing. 100. 150. 200. Mito's fingers curled against her dress. Before she could really think through it, she raised her hand. 300. The room reacted instantly. Suzaku looked straight toward the voice and found Mito. For a second he looked genuinely stunned. The bids tried to rise again, but Mito didn't flinch. 350. That did it. Millie looked around once more, but no one topped it. Sold. Mito sat back down, trying very hard to look composed. Inside, her heart was racing. Shirley leaned closer and whispered, You really did it. Mito muttered, Don't start. Next came Lelouch. Shirley's attention sharpened completely. This, at least, she had no intention of hesitating over. The bids rose quickly, but Shirley jumped in decisively and, after a tense back and forth, managed to win. When Millie slammed the final call down, Shirley let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Then came Naruto. And all restraint in the ballroom evaporated. Hands shot up everywhere. Girls shouted over one another. The number climbed so fast it almost stopped sounding real. Colin's irritation rose with each new bid. She had already decided she was bidding. What she had not expected was for some brunette girl a few rows over to keep glaring right back at her every time she entered the competition, as if they were already locked in some private war. 450. The other girl shouted. Colin's eyes narrowed. 500. The brunette girl immediately countered. 520. Colin turned fully now, and the two of them locked eyes with the sort of silent challenge that promised this was inches away from becoming a full cat fight if one wrong word was said. The brunette lifted her chin. Colin's expression hardened. Shirley, caught between alarm and fascination, whispered, Oh no. Millie, however, looked thrilled. Before it could turn into something truly explosive, Colin raised her hand once more, voice sharp and absolute. 600. That shut the other girl up. After a beat, Millie grinned and brought the matter to a close before anyone started throwing shoes. Sold. Colin sat back with a cool expression, though her pulse was still running far too fast. On stage, Naruto looked equal parts resigned and amused. And with that, the ball truly began. Naruto met Colin near the center of the dance floor just as the music shifted into a slower, more elegant rhythm. The lights overhead cast everything in gold and amber, turning the room into something softer and dreamlike, and for a moment the noise of the crowd seemed far away. Without a word, Naruto held out his hand to her. Colin looked at it for a second longer than she meant to. Then, with the smallest trace of a smile, she placed her hand in his. Naruto's fingers closed gently around hers, and he drew her closer. The two of them fell into step with the music almost naturally. Colin rested one hand lightly against Naruto's shoulder while his other settled at her waist, warm and steady. For a little while neither of them said anything. They simply moved together across the polished floor, looking at each other with small smiles that seemed to come easier than either of them expected. Naruto was the first to break the silence. You really do look beautiful tonight, Colin. Colin's cheeks pinked instantly, though she tried not to let it show too much. Thanks, she said, then looked him over in return, her smile growing a little. You clean up pretty well yourself. Naruto grinned. Only pretty well. Colin let out a quiet huff of amusement. Don't push it. Naruto laughed softly, and the sound made something in Colin's chest feel lighter. He guided her through a turn, and when she came back in close, the two of them ended up a little nearer than before. Colin felt the change immediately. So, apparently, did Naruto. His hand at her waist tightened just slightly, not possessive, not demanding, just enough for her to notice. Colin looked up at him. Naruto looked down at her. And suddenly the space between them felt very small. What? Colin asked, though softly. Naruto's grin had faded into something gentler. Nothing. That's a lie. Naruto shrugged one shoulder. I was just thinking I'm glad you bid on me. Colin's eyes narrowed in mock suspicion, though there was no real bite to it. I had to save you from your fangirls again. Right, Naruto said, his tone far too agreeable. That's all it was. Colin tried to hold onto her composure. It was. Naruto leaned in just a fraction. So if I said I was hoping you'd be the one to win. Colin's breath caught faintly. You'd be impossible, she murmured, though her voice had softened so much it barely sounded like a complaint. Naruto smiled. You don't sound like you mind. Colin should have answered with something sharper, something that would push him back and restore some balance to the moment. Instead, she held his gaze. Naruto's hand shifted slightly at her waist, drawing her that little bit closer. Colin's fingers curled faintly against his shoulder. For a heartbeat, then another, it looked like they might actually kiss. Naruto's eyes dipped to her lips. Colin's did the same. Then laughter from a nearby group broke through the moment, and the spell between them loosened just enough for Colin to become suddenly aware of just how close they were. She looked away first, her face warming. Naruto, to his credit, did not tease her immediately. He only smiled to himself and kept dancing with her, slower now, almost more carefully than before. Not far from them, Suzaku and Mito had also found the floor. Unlike Naruto and Colin, there was still a certain hesitation between them, something fragile and uncertain, made all the more obvious because neither of them quite knew what to do with it. As Suzaku led her into the dance, he found himself remembering his conversation with Naruto the night before. The way Naruto had looked at him. The seriousness in his voice when he had said he wanted Mito to be happy, but he did not want to be the reason Suzaku held back and hurt her. Those words had stayed with him all evening. Now, dancing with Mito in the middle of Ashford's ballroom, they returned with even more weight. Mito looked up at him after a few quiet steps. You've been awfully serious tonight. Suzaku smiled faintly. Have I? Yes. Suzaku hesitated, then decided to ask the question that had been circling in his mind all night. Mito. She blinked. What? He looked at her steadily. When you look at me, what do you see? That clearly wasn't what Mito had expected. Her expression changed at once, surprise giving way to uncertainty. For a moment she looked away, and Suzaku worried he had asked the wrong thing. Then she sighed softly. That's not a simple question. It doesn't have to be. Mito was quiet for several more seconds, letting the music and the movement between them carry the silence. I grew up with Naruto, she said at last. That's the easiest place to start. He was always there. Loud, impossible, always getting into things. A small smile touched her lips. And because of that, I was always aware of the people around him too. Suzaku listened in silence. You were one of them, Mito continued. Even when we were younger. Even when we were only all together for a little while in that house, I noticed you. Suzaku's eyes softened. Mito looked embarrassed now, but she went on. You were kind, she said. Quiet. Serious. I used to watch you from a distance sometimes. I don't think you ever noticed. Suzaku blinked in surprise. No. I didn't. I know. They turned slowly across the floor. Mito let out the smallest breath, then looked back up at him, her expression more vulnerable than he had ever seen it. I'm still not completely sure how I feel, she admitted. I know I care. I know that much. But, everything changed a little after the concert. Suzaku's face warmed. Mito. She tightened her hold on him just a little, as if steadying herself. I was angry, she said. At Naruto. At you. At the whole ridiculous situation. Her cheeks pinked. But if I'm being honest. She paused. Then, very softly. I was almost happy when you kissed me. Suzaku stopped breathing for what felt like an entire second. Mito. I said almost, she muttered, flustered now. Don't make that face. But Suzaku couldn't help the expression that crossed his face then, something warm, relieved, and deeply earnest all at once. Naruto had been right to ask. And Suzaku had been right to worry. Because Mito mattered. A lot more than he had wanted to admit to himself. Elsewhere on the floor, Shirley finally got the dance she had been hoping for. Lelouch had found her near the edge of the ballroom not long after the first round of dances had begun, and though he had looked faintly resigned about the evening as a whole, there had been no real reluctance when he offered her his hand. Now the two of them moved together through the crowd with a quiet sort of grace. Shirley was still a little nervous, she always was around Lelouch when things became too intimate too quickly, but tonight there was something softer in the way he held her attention. You seem surprised, Lelouch said after noticing the look on her face. Shirley let out a small laugh. I am. A little. Because I asked you to dance. Because you asked without making me do all the work first. That got a real smile out of him. Shirley's heart skipped just a little at the sight of it. Well, Lelouch said lightly, it seemed unfair to make you wait any longer. Shirley felt her face warm. Lelouch. He drew her a little closer as the music slowed, his hand at her back careful and steady. For once Shirley did not immediately start overthinking every little thing. She let herself enjoy it, the closeness, the warmth of his hand, the way his violet eyes seemed softer tonight than usual. You look lovely, Lelouch said quietly. That made her blush more than anything else had that evening. Thank you, she said, almost shyly. You look really handsome too. I'm aware, Lelouch said with a trace of his usual dry humor. Shirley laughed, and the tension between them eased. The moment after that felt easier, more natural. She leaned in slightly without meaning to, and Lelouch, rather than stepping away, seemed to settle into the closeness. For the length of that song, at least, it felt almost undeniably romantic. Across the room, CC entered the ballroom doing very little to avoid drawing attention. In her current attire, not drawing attention was likely impossible anyway. Her golden eyes swept across the hall with only passing interest, her true goal being the buffet table Naruto had promised. A male student, spotting her almost immediately, stepped in her path with what he must have thought was a charming smile. Hell. CC did not even break stride. She walked right past him as if he did not exist. He turned and hurried after her. Wait. The moment he reached out as if to touch her shoulder, CC stopped and looked back at him. That was enough. The cold indifference in her stare rooted him to the spot more effectively than any shouted threat could have. If you have any common sense at all, she said evenly, you'll leave now. He did. Without another word, he turned and fled. CC resumed her search as if nothing had happened. It was Naruto who spotted her first. In the middle of another turn with Colin, he caught sight of that unmistakable light green hair cutting through the crowd. His expression shifted at once. Colin, he said, apologetic but distracted, I need to take care of something. I'll be right back. Before Colin could ask what, Naruto was already easing away from her. Colin watched him go with a faint frown, then, following his line of sight, she caught a glimpse of a woman moving through the dancers. That woman again. The one she had first seen with Naruto in the shopping district. The one she had seen again after Narita, standing there between Zero and everything else. Colin's frown deepened. What are you doing here? She muttered under her breath. She slowly made her way back toward the tables where the other members of the student council had gathered, but even as she moved, her eyes kept scanning the crowd for CC and Naruto. When she joined the others, Millie was the first to notice that Naruto was missing. Hey, where's your auction prize? Colin's expression did not improve. He said he had to take care of something. That sounds suspicious, Rival said. Everything sounds suspicious when you say it, Shirley muttered, though her attention soon shifted when she noticed Colin was still distracted. Lelouch noticed too. He had been speaking to one of the other students when Naruto's voice finally carried back toward the group. The black-haired prince turned and went still. Because beside Naruto stood CC. For a single instant, Lelouch's blood seemed to forget whether it wanted to run cold or boil over. CC, he thought, his expression remaining carefully neutral only through sheer force of will. What the hell are you doing here? After parting from Colin, Naruto made a quick stop at the snack table before making his way through the crowd. When he finally found CC, she was standing a little apart from everyone else, her golden eyes sweeping the room in search of exactly what she had come for. Yo, Naruto greeted as he stepped up behind her, drawing her attention. I thought you might be looking for this. He held out a plate with several slices of pizza on it. CC's eyes lit up the moment she saw it. In a blur of motion, she snatched the plate from Naruto's hand so quickly that he blinked at his now empty fingers. Without so much as returning his greeting, she immediately took a bite, letting out a soft, pleased sound that made Naruto flush a little despite himself. While CC took a moment to enjoy her pizza, Naruto used the same moment to look her over properly. The dress he had arranged for her suited her almost absurdly well. It was long and black, with white ribbons running down the front and another tied around her waist. The neckline framed her chest elegantly, black frills lined the top, and the back dipped low enough to leave much of it bare. On her head sat a white ornament shaped almost like a delicate wing, small blue jewels decorating it while a light veil fell behind her. Around her neck was a black choker, and on her wrist, the bracelet. After a few more bites, CC finally turned her attention back to him. A thin strand of melted cheese stretched from her lips to the slice in her hand before snapping. Thank you, she said, and though her tone remained even, there was an unmistakable sincerity to it. She had clearly been on the verge of losing patience in her search for pizza. Then, just as quickly, a teasing smile touched her lips. I couldn't help but notice there isn't a single bowl of ramen anywhere in sight. Naruto crossed his arms and grumbled. I got outvoted. As expected, CC replied, almost smugly. It would seem the others possess actual taste. Naruto huffed. You all lack vision. CC took another bite of pizza with an expression that made it obvious she thought him ridiculous. Naruto rolled his eyes, though there was no real irritation in it. You look nice, by the way. I would hope so, CC said. I can only imagine how much this dress cost. Do you normally make a habit of buying women clothing? Not really, Naruto admitted with a shrug. But I figured you wouldn't have anything for a ball. And I thought maybe you could have some fun if you came. A small smile crossed CC's face before she concealed it behind another bite of pizza. All I need to enjoy myself is my beloved pizza. Naruto sighed. Sure. But come on. Let me introduce you to the other members of the student council, the people who helped make this whole thing possible. CC followed the direction he gestured in, though from where they stood she couldn't really make them out through the crowd. She shook her head. That's probably not wise. Suzaku Kururugi was there the day Lelouch and I first met. It would be better if he didn't see me. Then, after a beat, she added almost to herself, actually, now that I have my pizza, I should probably just go back. Naruto caught the slight shift in her expression as she said it, the momentary sadness there, so brief most people would never have noticed it. Instead of arguing outright, he asked, "You're wearing the bracelet I gave you, right?" CC looked at him carefully, then lifted her wrist so he could see it clearly. Of course. Naruto smiled. Then, before she could object, he took her by the hand and started leading her toward the others. "Trust me," he said. CC let out a quiet sigh as she followed. "Something tells me I don't have much of a choice." "Nope," Naruto said cheerfully, glancing back at her with one of his fox-like grins. As the two of them approached the student council's cluster of tables, most of the group turned to look. Rivals reacted first. "Well," he said with a sly grin, "looks like I was right." Millie and Shirley both smacked him on the back of the head before he could finish. "Hey! Shush," Millie ordered. Suzaku looked at CC carefully, trying to place the familiarity tugging at his memory. Lelouch, for his part, had gone still the second he saw her. Mito, seated a little apart from Colin and Shirley, noticed something else entirely. Her eyes dropped to the bracelet on CC's wrist, and almost instantly she felt the faint, unmistakable pattern woven into it. A genjutsu seal. Her gaze flicked, brief and sharp, toward Naruto. Why would this girl be wearing something like that? And more importantly, why would Naruto have given it to her? She said nothing, but the question stayed with her. At the same time, another thought stirred faintly in the back of her mind, something old and indistinct. A memory from years ago, half buried and dreamlike. A flash of green hair passing by when she, Naruto, and the others had briefly visited the Kururugi shrine as children. She hadn't thought about it in years, and even now she could barely catch hold of it before it slipped away again. Mito's brow furrowed ever so slightly, but she remained silent. Naruto, meanwhile, moved straight toward Suzaku and casually threw an arm around his shoulder, pulling him closer in a way that made it seem as though he was simply introducing his friend first. "Guys," Naruto said brightly, "this is CC. A friend of mine." While keeping Suzaku close, Naruto made brief eye contact with him and in that instant, his Sharingan flashed on. The Tomo spun once, rapidly, before disappearing just as quickly. Suzaku's eyes glazed faintly for a heartbeat. Then he blinked and smiled. "Hi, I'm Suzaku Kururugi. Nice to meet you." CC lifted a delicate brow at the total lack of recognition in him, but replied all the same. CC. She did not take his offered hand. One by one, the rest of the student council introduced themselves until it was Lelouch's turn. "Hello again," he said pleasantly, every trace of his irritation hidden behind perfect politeness. "I didn't expect to see you here of all places." CC looked at him with sly amusement, fully understanding what he actually meant. "Understandable," she said. "Naruto invited me at the last minute. He even got me this dress." She gestured lightly to herself. "And once I heard there would be pizza, refusing became impossible." Lelouch's smile did not falter, though only Naruto and CC could tell how strained it really was. "Well," he said, "I hope you enjoy yourself." "I'm sure I will," CC replied. Then she looked at Naruto and asked, "Now that I've met your friends, can I enjoy my much better than your ramen pizza in peace?" Naruto gave her an exasperated look. "You're still lying to yourself, CC. It's okay to admit ramen is better. None of us will judge you for finally accepting the truth." Several members of the student council looked between them in confusion. "It's statements like that," CC replied coolly, "that show how childish you are, Naruto. Only a child could honestly believe ramen compares to pizza." "Ramen," Naruto said firmly. "Pizza. Ramen. Pizza." To the others, the exchange very nearly seemed to take on a life of its own. The stubbornness in both their voices, the glare in their eyes, it was so intense it almost felt visible. Shirley actually blinked, half convinced for a second that she could see imaginary banners of ramen and pizza unfurl behind them like opposing armies. Then, just as suddenly, Naruto broke eye contact first. "Fine," he relented. "Stay here. I'll get you more pizza." A pleased smile crossed CC's face as she took a seat. Millie, Being Millie, wasted no time in sitting down beside her. So, the blonde began brightly, is CC short for something? Internally, CC sighed. Yes, she answered. But I'd rather keep my name private. That's fair, Millie said, though she still seemed curious. So how do you know Naruto? We met one day and ended up spending time together, CC said. He's interesting. And he's helped me on occasion. But I wouldn't call us especially close. It wasn't entirely true, though not entirely false either. Off to the side, Lelouch drifted nearer to Suzaku. Hey, he murmured quietly, careful not to draw attention. She looks familiar, doesn't she? Suzaku frowned slightly as he tried to think, only for his eyes to glaze again for the briefest second. When he looked back up, he smiled and shook his head. No, I don't think so. Why? Does she remind you of someone? Lelouch kept his expression neutral. He had seen that tiny lapse. He had seen it clearly. No one in particular, he replied smoothly. Just a vague impression. Suzaku chuckled. I think I'd remember meeting someone with green hair. Lelouch laughed lightly with him, but inwardly his thoughts had already started racing. A few minutes later, most of the student council had been dragged off by Millie to dance or socialize, leaving Colin and Mito at the table while CC sat nearby eating pizza in complete contentment. Mito kept her own thoughts to herself, watching quietly, while Colin stared at the green-haired woman with growing irritation. Finally, when the moment was private enough, Colin leaned toward CC and spoke under the cover of the music. What are you doing here? I would think that was obvious, CC replied, lifting another slice of pizza. Stop messing around, Colin snapped softly. Why are you here? Did Zero send you? No. CC almost rolled her eyes. My life does not revolve around Zero's plans. He didn't know I would be attending tonight. Neither did I until about half an hour ago. She took another bite. I'm here because Naruto invited me and bribed me with pizza. Colin stared at her. Mito remained silent, though her eyes flicked once more to the bracelet. How can you even eat that much? Colin muttered under her breath, more annoyed than she meant to sound. What was that? CC asked. Nothing. Colin folded her arms. What do you want with Naruto? CC smiled knowingly. You sound protective. Colin's face reddened at once, though she tried to suppress it. Mito noticed, but wisely said nothing. You shouldn't be worried, CC said. My interest in Naruto has nothing to do with what you're thinking. That did not reassure Colin at all. Before she could press further, Naruto returned. Yo, he greeted, stepping up beside the table. Naruto, Colin answered quickly, far more relieved by his interruption than she wanted to admit. CC looked down at her plate and found it empty. She held it out to Naruto without hesitation. I'd like more. Colin immediately glared. You could get it yourself. It's fine, Naruto said. She's my guest. Then he smiled. But first you have to dance with me. What? CC and Colin said at the same time. Naruto blinked at their synchronized reaction. What? It's just one dance. You came all the way here. Might as well enjoy some of it. CC narrowed her eyes at him. And if I refuse? Naruto smiled lazily. Then I hold the pizza hostage. CC gasped in genuine offense. You wouldn't. Wouldn't I? The two of them stared each other down for a long moment. Then CC sighed. Fine. She stood, took his hand, and let him lead her out onto the dance floor. At the table, Colin's frown only deepened as she watched them go. Mito noticed, but unlike Colin, she kept her questions to herself. Her gaze lingered instead on CC's bracelet and then on Naruto's back as he led the woman away, the uneasy sense of half-remembered familiarity still lingering in the back of her mind. Whatever was going on there, she knew one thing with certainty. Naruto had reasons for that seal. And for now, he clearly wasn't ready to explain them. At that moment Shirley and Lelouch returned from finishing their dance only to find Colin sitting rigidly at one of the tables, all but grinding her teeth as she stared fixedly into the crowd of dancing students. Colin, what's wrong? Shirley asked tentatively, more than a little concerned by the look on the redhead's face. Nothing's wrong, Colin snapped, her eyes never leaving the dance floor. She still wasn't sure if what she was feeling was jealousy, irritation, or some awful combination of both. Watching Naruto walk off with CC. After the woman had refused to tell her anything of substance had done nothing to improve her mood. Shirley immediately took a small step back. Oh okay, she squeaked. Lelouch raised an eyebrow at Colin's sour attitude while Shirley subtly shifted so that he was between herself and the potentially hostile redhead. Where did CC wander off to? He asked after noticing that the green-haired immortal was no longer seated where she had been before. Colin finally tore her gaze away from the dance floor long enough to glare at him too. Then she let out an exasperated sigh and jerked her head toward the dancers. She's out there, Colin muttered. Lelouch followed her gesture and stared into the moving crowd, his expression tightening ever so slightly. What are you playing at, CC? He thought as his eyes searched for her among the swirling colors and lights. Out on the dance floor, Naruto and CC moved together in time with the music. They had only been dancing for a few minutes, but neither had said a word during most of it. Naruto wore a light, almost carefree smile, clearly enjoying the small victory he had won in forcing CC out onto the floor. CC, on the other hand, was watching him with a faint frown, as though she were still deciding if this had all been worth it. I hope you're satisfied, CC said blandly at last. First you bribe me with pizza to get me here, then you threaten my pizza to make me dance. Have you no shame? Naruto only shrugged. I'm a shinobi. Using whatever advantage you've got is fair. He gave her a grin. Besides, it was pizza. Not ramen. CC gave him a flat look as he spun her once and drew her back in. You keep trying to convince me that ramen is better than pizza, she said, her tone cool and certain, but there is no point. You'll never convert me to your ridiculous beliefs. Naruto smiled with easy confidence. I'm not the type to give up. He said it simply, but there was enough sincerity behind the words to make CC pause. Or go back on my word, he added, just as earnest. CC looked into his bright blue eyes, hearing the meaning beneath the words. It was not really about ramen, and they both knew it. For a moment she found herself leaning slightly closer without meaning to. A genuine smile touched her lips as she held his gaze. I've heard words like that before, she said quietly. Plenty of times. In the end, they either fail, die, or abandon what they claim to stand for the moment it becomes inconvenient. Her voice turned a little distant at the edges, touched by old memories. Promises are easy to make. Maybe, Naruto admitted with a small nod. Then his grin returned. But were any of them as awesome as me? CC let out an unladylike snort at that. I doubt any of them were half as arrogant, she said, though there was a faint thread of fondness in her voice now. Naruto's fox-like grin widened. I'm not hearing a no. The song picked up a bit, and Naruto responded by spinning her more quickly, cloak and skirt twisting around each other as they moved. The ballroom blurred at the edges until it felt like they had somehow fallen into their own little pocket of time, the crowd around them fading into little more than shifting color and light. As they danced, CC slowly found the smile on her face becoming easier, less guarded. Her heart beat a little faster than before, and though she would have denied it if asked, there was something strangely pleasant in the way Naruto looked at her, not with greed, suspicion, or calculation, but with simple warmth. At one point, as the music swelled, Naruto caught her hand and turned her back toward him, and for a brief moment her free hand came to rest lightly against his chest to steady herself. She could feel the warmth of him through the fabric, feel the steady beat of his heart beneath her palm. Naruto's expression softened at the contact, and instead of teasing her, he simply held her there for a heartbeat longer than the dance strictly required. CC noticed. So did Naruto. Neither of them commented on it. By the time the song finally came to its graceful end, the two of them were both a little short of breath and still standing closer than they probably needed to be. That was fun, right? Naruto asked once he had caught his breath again. CC still had the remnants of a smile on her face, though she quickly smoothed it away as her usual composure returned. A bit, she admitted. Then, because she was still CC, she drew herself up slightly and added in a far more serious tone, now that we've danced, get me my pizza. Naruto stared at her for a second, then let out a soft laugh. You really know how to ruin a moment. CC's eyes gleamed with quiet amusement. And yet you still offered. Naruto shook his head, smiling despite himself. Stay here. I'll go get it. Without another word, CC turned and made her way back toward the tables, her dress trailing elegantly behind her. Naruto watched her go with a sweat drop sliding down the back of his head, but the look on his face soon shifted back into a grin. Shaking his head in disbelief, he headed off to do exactly what he had promised. Later that night, Lelouch stormed into his room and found CC already there, sprawled comfortably across his bed in her pajamas with a couple of magazines nearby and a plate of pizza she had taken from the ball resting on the desk beside her. Unlike her jumpsuit, which she usually discarded wherever she pleased, the dress she had worn that evening had actually been folded neatly and set aside. Lelouch ripped off the outer coat he had been wearing and tossed it aside before fixing all of his attention on her. What were you thinking, showing up at the ball? He demanded. CC let out a tired sigh, set one of the magazines down, and slowly sat up, pulling Cheese-kun into her arms. Welcome back, Lelouch, she said blandly. I hope you enjoyed your evening as well. Lelouch scowled. This is not a game, CC. You exposed yourself to Suzaku. What exactly were you planning to do if he recognized you? CC looked at him without the slightest concern. I told you it was taken care of. There was never any real reason to worry. Lelouch's eyes narrowed. Which is exactly what you keep saying without ever explaining how. He took a step closer. If you expect me to trust you, then telling me what precautions you're taking whenever you decide to go wandering around would be useful. A faintly amused smile touched CC's lips. Something tells me that even if I explained it all, you still wouldn't believe me. How about you let me decide that for myself? Lelouch replied coldly. Whatever it is you're doing, it puts you at risk of being caught, and if that happens, my identity could be exposed as well. That puts Nunnally at risk. For a second, CC almost looked entertained. And here I thought you might actually be worried about me for a moment. Lelouch did not answer. CC's expression shifted then, growing more serious as she hugged Cheese-kun a little closer. Listen carefully, Lelouch. We have a contract. As long as you continue moving toward your goal, I will help you fulfill it by any means necessary. Nothing I do will endanger that. Her golden eyes held his steadily. Because right now there is nothing more important to me than seeing this contract through. Lelouch stared at her in silence, studying her face for any hint of deception. CC, as always, revealed almost nothing. How I'm concealing myself is irrelevant, she continued. If I wasn't certain it worked, I wouldn't have shown myself so openly tonight. Lelouch remained quiet for a long moment. Finally, he let out a slow breath. Very well, he said at last. I'll trust you. For now. His mind was already shifting, recalculating, adjusting plans. If CC truly could move around freely without drawing suspicion, then that could be useful. Very useful. CC seemed to notice exactly where his thoughts were going. Don't get too excited, she said, lying back down on the bed and turning her back toward him. It still isn't wise for me to attract too much attention. Lelouch watched her for another second, then looked away, his expression thoughtful and faintly troubled. The room fell quiet after that, with only the soft rustle of CC settling back into place and the distant sounds of the night outside the student council building. In the end, the ball had been an undeniable success. The students of Ashford had enjoyed themselves, the atmosphere had been lively from start to finish, and the Namikaze Corporation had gotten more than enough good publicity from sponsoring the event. By the time the night had ended, most people were already talking about how it had been one of the best school events in recent memory. Naruto, after finishing his dance with CC, had ended up dancing with Colin again. The redhead had been quietly curious about what exactly Naruto and the green-haired woman had discussed while dancing, but when Naruto casually admitted that they had mostly spent the time arguing over whether pizza or ramen was the superior food, Colin had only sighed. It was ridiculous, but also oddly reassuring. Suzaku, meanwhile, found his thoughts drifting back to the ball as he stood beside the Lancelot. More specifically, he found himself remembering the dance he had shared with Mito. The way she had looked that night. The quiet honesty in her voice when she admitted she had been almost happy when he kissed her at the concert. The way she had looked up at him during their dance, uncertain but sincere, and somehow more beautiful because of it. Suzaku let out the smallest breath through his nose, a faint smile threatening to appear before he quickly schooled his features again. For one fleeting second, a thought crossed his mind that caught him so off guard he almost stiffened. Would Minato-san let me take Mito out somewhere? Properly. The idea of actually asking for permission sent a nervous sort of heat into his face. Minato had always treated him kindly, but that somehow made the thought even more intimidating. Still, the possibility had entered his mind now, and Suzaku found that he did not dislike it. He was pulled from those thoughts by the sound of approaching footsteps, followed immediately by Lloyd's voice. I have some bad news, Suzaku, Lloyd announced in his usual bright, almost offensively cheerful tone. Suzaku turned to see the silver-haired scientist approaching, hands tucked into his coat pockets and looking far too pleased for someone bringing bad news. We've just received word from Princess Cornelia's royal guard, Lloyd continued. We're being deployed in the next operation. Suzaku's expression sharpened at once. Lloyd tilted his head slightly, a sly smile appearing on his face. So, what do you think? Are they finally recognizing your skill, or do they simply need another decoy? Oh, Lloyd. Cecile's voice came from behind him as she walked up carrying a tray of onigiri, her expression already disapproving. Would you care for another lesson in proper social etiquette? She asked sweetly. You seem to have enough time on your hands for one. Lloyd grimaced. I believe I'll pass. Cecile gave him a look that promised she would revisit the matter later. Lloyd, wisely deciding not to press his luck, turned his attention back to Suzaku. Now then, back to business, he said. We'll need to make this brief. I have a meeting with Princess Cornelia soon, and it would be terribly rude to keep Her Highness waiting. Don't you agree? Suzaku nodded once, his earlier thoughts of Mito and the ball already beginning to fade beneath the weight of duty. Still, as he straightened and listened, a small part of him held onto that memory of her on the dance floor. And to the thought that, maybe, when this next operation was over, he might actually ask. Several minutes later, Lloyd walked into the hangar containing Cornelia's personal Gloucester along with Darlton's and Guilford's units. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted the three of them already waiting near the nightmares. Cornelia was examining her Gloucester with a sharp eye, clearly searching for any visible sign of alteration. Sorry for the delay, Lloyd said lightly as he approached. I was just informing Warrant Officer Kururugi about his part in the upcoming mission. Very well, Cornelia replied, sounding entirely unimpressed by the explanation. She turned away from the Gloucester and fixed Lloyd with a hard look. Tell me, Aspland, what modifications have been made to our nightmares? Cornelia was far too intelligent to assume that the lack of obvious visual differences meant Lloyd had done nothing at all. Lloyd gave a faint hum. Straight to business, then. I do hope you're not expecting too much. With the limited time I had, there was only so much I could realistically accomplish. We understand that, Guilford said sternly. Get on with it. Right. Lloyd moved past them and came to a stop beside the machines. I decided the most efficient course of action was to maximize energy output in order to improve the Gloucester's speed and mobility. Trying to outmatch the Black Knight's Red Nightmare in raw power would be absurd with that radiant wave surger of theirs. However, if your speed is increased enough and paired with capable piloting, he smiled slightly and glanced back at Cornelia. The odds should look much more favorable, Viceroy. Cornelia gave a curt nod, but her expression made it clear she expected more. And Lloyd adjusted his glasses. The enhanced energy output has already been applied not only to the Gloucesters, but also to several Sutherlands. However, he turned slightly toward Cornelia's personal unit. I designed a more specialized improvement for your Gloucester in particular. After reviewing the battle data, it became very clear that you use your /Harkins with extraordinary skill, far beyond standard deployment patterns. With that in mind, I've prepared plans to add supplementary /Harkins modeled after the type mounted on the Lancelot. Cornelia's eyes narrowed slightly. She had no need for flattery, but she could not deny the logic in tailoring the adjustments to her fighting style. How long? She asked. When can you finish? With your permission, Viceroy, I can have the upgrades completed by tomorrow night, well before the operation begins, Lloyd answered. The only reason he had not started already was because no sane person would dare alter the second princess's personal nightmare without her explicit consent. Very well, Cornelia said. Do it. She turned sharply and strode out of the hangar, Darlton and Guilford falling into step behind her. After a few moments, Darlton spoke. Your Highness, are you certain it is wise to allow those modifications so close to the mission? Cornelia continued forward without slowing. As much as I dislike admitting it, we need every advantage available against the Black Knight's new nightmare. Her voice was cold and controlled. At present, only the Lancelot can reliably contend with both that machine and Madara's frame. Neither Darlton nor Guilford spoke. I should not have to remind either of you, Cornelia continued, that no war is won by relying on a single unit alone. A frown darkened her features as she walked on. The memory of Narita still burned bitterly in her mind, of being cornered, of being rescued, of being made to look vulnerable before friend and foe alike. She had no intention of allowing that humiliation to repeat itself. Not while she still had the strength to prevent it. Valletta sat in her car and watched the house across the street with unwavering focus, waiting for her target to appear. On the passenger seat beside her rested a dossier on a student she only vaguely remembered. The memory was blurred and incomplete, but she was almost certain he had been present during the Shinjuku ghetto incident, back before everything in her life had started to unravel. Ever since catching sight of his photograph on that girl's phone, her mind had refused to let him go. Something about Lelouch Lamperouge felt important, dangerously so. Then there was Jeremiah's insistence that he had no memory of ever releasing Suzaku Kururugi, a gap in recollection that only deepened Valletta's suspicions. More and more, her thoughts kept circling back to the same possibility. 0. And somehow, that student was connected to him. At last, Valletta spotted movement. Her target had appeared. Without hesitation, she stepped out of the car, closing the door behind her with quiet purpose. Her eyes remained fixed on the house as determination hardened in her expression. She would uncover whatever connection Lelouch Lamperouge had to 0. She would find out what role he played in the missing pieces of her and Jeremiah's memories. And when she did, she would reclaim everything she had lost. The sun was beginning to set as 0 assembled the Black Knights inside an abandoned warehouse near the docks. They had received valuable intelligence earlier that day, and now everyone waited for 0 to give the order to move out. Still, despite the preparation and the apparent confidence in the room, Ogi could not shake his unease. It was not just the mission itself that troubled him, but the source of the information and what 0 intended to do with it. Wait a second, 0, Ogi called up to the masked leader. 0 stood above them atop a pile of scrap metal, with his personal Barai and the Gurren positioned behind him like silent sentinels. He turned his attention to Ogi, waiting. Ogi swallowed before continuing. I understand this is a request from Kyoto. And I think we can handle it. His voice carried a nervous edge. And I'm sure the Japan Liberation Front would rather join forces with us than run off to foreign territory. But, he trailed off, unable to quite frame his thoughts the way he wanted. Sensing Ogi's hesitation, 0 shifted his gaze instead to another man nearby. You were the one who brought us this information, 0 said. Diethard, was it? The man in question inclined his head. Diethard Reed was a Britannian, which alone was enough to make several of the Black Knights distrust him. He had sandy blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail, save for a single long wave of hair that hung down in front of his face. His indigo eyes were sharp and alert, and he wore a dark blue blazer and trousers over a burgundy turtleneck. More than anything, though, it was the simple fact that he was Britannian and the almost reverent way he looked at 0, that made Ogi uneasy. 2 members of the Black Knights still kept their guns trained on him just in case. That's right, Diethard answered, seemingly unconcerned by the weapons pointed his way. It is an honor to meet you like this, 0. 0 gave no outward reaction, though inwardly he found the man's fixation more than a little unsettling. He ignored it. So Princess Cornelia intends to deploy the Royal Marines against General Kataise and the remnants of the Japan Liberation Front. Is that correct? Zero asked, seeking confirmation. Yes, Diethard replied without hesitation. The network was already preparing to broadcast a special report on it. Zero fell silent for a moment, piecing the situation together in his mind. Lieutenant General Toto will never reach Kataise in time, he said at last. That means the Japan Liberation Front has effectively lost its military strength. Their only chance of escape lies with the liquid sakuradite they are transporting. And that's exactly why we should help General Kataise escape instead of focusing on Cornelia, Ogi argued. That had been one of the things bothering him most. Zero's insistence that their true objective was Cornelia herself. Ogi, Zero said, who are we? The question caught Ogi off guard. We are the Black Knights, Zero, he answered, unsure where the conversation was headed. Then we have only one duty, Zero replied. We will destroy Cornelia's troops. And by doing so, we will rescue what remains of the Japan Liberation Front. Tonight, we reclaim what was taken from us at Narita. With that, Zero rose fully to his feet. Ogi hesitated, then nodded slowly. He still would have preferred helping the JLF directly rather than using them as bait to draw in Cornelia, but Zero's conviction had a way of forcing others forward. What are our chances? He asked instead. There was no visible sign of it beneath the mask, but the amusement in Zero's voice was unmistakable. Do you really need to ask? Ogi exhaled and straightened. Understood. Whatever his doubts, Zero's confidence always had a way of steadying the others. If their leader said victory was within reach, then it felt almost inevitable. Begin preparations, Zero commanded. You all know your roles. He turned to leave. Colin, seeing him move away, called after him before she could stop herself. Zero. That drew his attention, and he looked back over his shoulder at the red-haired pilot. I have something I need to attend to, he said evenly. Whatever it is, save it for later. He could guess at least part of what Colin wanted to say. Between Narita, the shifting situation with the Black Knights, and even the growing rumors surrounding Madara, there was no shortage of things weighing on her mind. But Zero had neither the time nor the patience to indulge her questions just then. Colin could only watch him leave, her expression falling into quiet disappointment as he disappeared from view. In another warehouse nearby, Suzaku stood at attention as Darlton went over the operation and detailed exactly what role the Lancelot would play in the coming attack. Understand this, Darlton said as he looked down at the younger man. The Viceroy still has reservations about making use of numbers. His tone was matter of fact, almost dismissive. But I've always believed in using every capable body available, even if that body happens to belong to the son of the former Prime Minister. The remark made Suzaku visibly tense, but Darlton either did not notice or did not care. Our target is General Kataise, the Britannian knight continued. Eliminate him, and the Japan Liberation Front will collapse completely. The Royal Marines will be sent in first. Your role is to provide supporting fire from the shore until they secure Kataise. He paused, then added with cold finality, after that, you will annihilate any remaining stragglers. Suzaku's eyes widened as he stared at the older man in disbelief. I'm to annihilate them, sir. He repeated, as if hoping he had somehow misheard. Darlton's frown deepened. No one besides the target is to survive. Is that clear? Suzaku said nothing for a second, and that hesitation drew a sharper look from the Britannian. Warrant Officer Kururugi, Darlton said more sternly, this is your opportunity to demonstrate your loyalty to the crown. He turned away from Suzaku as he spoke, his tone hard and certain. If you wish to advance in this world, soldier, then prove your worth now. Unlike many within Britannia's military, Darlton did not care much for prejudice where soldiers were concerned. If a man could fight, then that man had value. That belief, however, did nothing to soften the weight of the order he had just given. Suzaku lowered his eyes to the floor. Every instinct in him recoiled at what he had just been told to do. But in the end, he forced himself to answer. Understood, my lord, he said quietly. As Darlton strode away, Lloyd approached with his usual easy smile fixed in place. Onward, Christian soldiers, the silver-haired scientist said almost playfully. Suzaku didn't answer. Lloyd tilted his head slightly, still smiling. Conflicting morals, Suzaku looked away, jaw tightening, and refused to respond. Lloyd studied him for a moment, then let the silence hang between them. Off in the distance, beyond the walls of the warehouse and the preparations for the coming assault, the shadow of another possibility lingered over the operation as well. Madara. Not officially part of the mission, not something Darlton had accounted for, but a presence that had begun to haunt every major engagement. And if he appeared tonight, then whatever orders had just been given might become meaningless in the chaos that followed. As the sun began to sink lower over the docks, Shirley moved anxiously between the warehouses, searching for any sign of Lelouch. She had followed him all the way from Ashford, keeping her distance as best she could, but at some point along the way she had lost sight of him. Ever since then, unease had only been growing inside her. No, Lulu, it can't be true, Shirley whispered to herself, her voice trembling as she looked around the dimming port. He'd never get mixed up with someone like that. But no matter how much she tried to deny it, the words spoken to her earlier kept echoing in her head. After approaching Shirley, Valletta had guided her back to her car and handed her a dossier. Lelouch's photograph was clipped neatly to the front. There is a possibility, Valletta had said, her voice calm and firm, that this boy is connected to the Black Knights. Shirley had stared down at Lelouch's picture, her breathing growing short and uneven. What are you saying? She had asked, barely able to force the words out. That he's involved in terrorism, Valletta finished coldly. Shirley had shaken her head instantly, almost violently. No, I don't believe you, she cried, clutching the file so tightly it nearly bent in her hands. It can't be, it has to be a lie. She had refused to let herself make the connection, to even imagine that the boy she loved might have ties to the very group that had nearly taken her father from her. Shirley pushed the memory away as she kept searching, her footsteps quick and uneven against the pavement. Lulu, I'm sorry, she thought desperately. I'm so sorry for doubting you. But please, I want to believe in you. I really do. She turned another corner between the warehouses, straining her eyes for any sign of him. What Shirley did not know was that she was no longer alone. A short distance behind her, hidden in the shadows cast by the dockside buildings, Valletta watched her carefully. The silver-haired woman kept low and silent, her eyes tracking Shirley's every movement. Damn it, Valletta cursed inwardly as she peered around the corner of a warehouse. She lost him. Her jaw tightened. If she had called me sooner, I could have caught him. I should have taken him when I had the chance. For a moment, frustration flickered in her expression, but she forced it down. Capturing Lelouch too early would not have been enough, not without proof. No. I need evidence, she reminded herself. If he talks to her, I'll finally learn what his role in all of this is. And if he really can tamper with memory somehow, then proving his connection to Zero becomes even more important. Her eyes narrowed. She had already lost too much, her standing, her honor, her place. She would not be cast aside the way Jeremiah had been. This is my chance to climb back up, Valletta thought as she stepped out from behind the warehouse and silently resumed following Shirley. So I'll uncover the truth myself. Whatever link he has to Zero, I'll find it. Aboard the ship the Japan Liberation Front intended to use for their escape, General Kataise found himself face to face with one of the last men he had expected to see in his quarters. How did you find us, Madara? Kataise demanded, glaring across the desk at the masked man. Two armed soldiers stood at either side of him, with two more behind Madara, rifles trained squarely on the intruder. And more importantly, why are you here? I have my reasons, Madara replied, calm and completely unmoved by the guns pointed at him. Several decks below, far from Katiss's cabin, another Madara moved silently through the lower levels of the ship while a shadow clone held the general's attention above. Most of the JLF's soldiers were concentrated on the upper decks, around the main access points, or close to Kataise himself. The lower sections of the ship were guarded, but not nearly as heavily as they should have been. Naruto slipped through the corridors without a sound, focused on one thing. Liquid Sakuradite. That was all he wanted from this ship. For the Izanagi. It burned through power too fast, and Naruto needed fuel he could trust, fuel he could secure quietly, without paperwork, oversight, audits, or questions. If the Namikaze Corporation started acquiring unusual amounts of sakuradite through official channels, people would notice. And once people noticed, they would start digging. He couldn't afford that. Not with a machine like the Izanagi. When he finally slipped into the cargo hold, his eyes found the secured containers almost immediately. There. Rows of canisters, locked in place and filled with the liquid sakuradite the JLF had meant to use for their escape. Naruto let out the faintest breath. Found it. He pulled out several sealing scrolls at once and got to work without hesitation, creating a handful of shadow clones to speed things up. One after another, the containers vanished into seals as quickly and quietly as he could manage. Even while working, part of his attention remained on the rest of the ship. Something about the atmosphere felt wrong. A trap was the most likely answer. He didn't need anyone to tell him that. The JLF were desperate, Cornelia was ruthless, and there were too many pieces moving tonight for this escape to go uncontested. He sealed another canister and glanced upward, mentally calculating how long he had before everything went bad. Not long. Back in Catus's cabin, the general stared at Madara's clone in open disbelief. What do you mean, you're here to make sure we leave Japan? Katace demanded. It was humiliating enough that he and his men had been driven to this point, forced onto the sea like fugitives, abandoning their homeland under cover of night. To have Madara appear now and speak as if their retreat was inevitable only made it worse. Your part in this war is over, Madara said bluntly. It has been for some time. Several soldiers in the room stiffened at once. Catus's face darkened. Do not underestimate the Japanese, he said through clenched teeth. We will fight to the death to free Japan from Britannia. And you will die, Madara answered without hesitation. That is exactly the problem. The room fell silent. The force of that reply hit every man there like a slap. Madara took a step forward. Can't you see it? He asked. Your tactics have failed. Your forces are broken. For years now, you haven't been advancing this war. You've only been surviving it. Catus's expression hardened further, but this time he didn't interrupt. This is no longer your battlefield to lead, Madara continued. You're running because running is all you have left. That should tell you everything. The soldiers bristled, but none of them spoke. It's time for the next generation to take over, Madara said. That landed harder than anything else. Because for all its harshness, it was not mockery. It was the truth. And every man in the room knew it. Lelouch rested alone in the warehouse, a towel draped over his head as he dried his hair, his upper body left bare after returning from planting explosives along the route the JLF ship was expected to take. For the moment he allowed himself a brief pause, though his thoughts were anything but calm. Doubt kept creeping in. Not only about tonight, but about everything that had led here, Narita, Shirley's father, the blood already spilled, and the blood that would still have to be spilled. And yet, every road in his mind led back to the same answer. Nunnally. That alone was enough to keep him moving forward. The sound of footsteps at the warehouse entrance snapped his attention toward the doorway. Who's there? Lelouch barked sharply. Colin stepped inside, only to stop abruptly when she realized Zero was in the shadows near a cargo container. She could make out his silhouette, but little else. For a second, uncertainty crossed her face. I'm sorry, she said, suddenly less sure of herself. She had come looking for answers, about CC, about Zero, about why they were really fighting, but now that she was here, the questions felt heavier than before. I'll go. Second thoughts. Lelouch asked, correctly guessing what had brought her there. The faint amusement in his voice was thin, more tired than mocking. Colin stopped, though she didn't turn around immediately. CC, she said after a moment. Who is she, exactly? I never saw her before Narita, and she isn't here now. I want to know if we can really trust someone who just appeared out of nowhere. You trusted me, Zero pointed out. That made Colin grimace slightly, though she could not argue with it. Lelouch leaned his back against the container behind him. I suppose you could call CC. My benefactor. Benefactor. Colin repeated, finally turning to face him. She gave me the means to confront Britannia much sooner than I originally could have, Lelouch said, answering more honestly than he usually would. Everything I've done since Shinjuku, everything we've done, was made possible because of her. Colin listened in silence. I can't claim to understand all of her motives, Zero continued. But I do know this, she has no reason to betray the Black Knights so long as our goals continue to serve her own. What she wants may not be the destruction of Britannia for its own sake, but right now that destruction is useful to her. That makes her reliable enough. Colin's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that why she's getting close to Naruto Namikaze? She asked. To use him. Lelouch's attention sharpened. Colin folded her arms. Naruto's the heir to the Namikaze Corporation. Even if Minato is still in charge now, someday that company is going to be Naruto's. Is CC getting close to him because she thinks she'll gain more power once Minato steps down? Lelouch was quiet for a second. Internally, the thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. I hope not, he thought grimly. I would never want that to be her reason. Not with Naruto. Whatever else Lelouch might say aloud, whatever calculations he made in war or politics, the idea of CC manipulating Naruto purely for the future weight of the Namikaze Corporation sat badly with him in a way he did not want to examine too closely. Outwardly, however, Zero remained composed. I honestly don't know, he admitted. CC acts according to her own interests, and she rarely feels the need to explain herself to anyone. Least of all me. Oh, Colin murmured, though that answer clearly did little to reassure her. Lelouch could tell from the way she hesitated that CC was not the only thing on her mind. Was there something else? He asked. You didn't come all this way just to ask about her. Colin looked down for a moment, then took a breath and made herself continue. I know this might not be the best time, but before anything else happens, I need to know. She raised her eyes to him again. When you formed the Black Knights, I thought the goal was justice. I told myself that was why I could keep fighting. Why I could live with the killing. Her voice tightened, and Lelouch knew without asking that she was thinking of Narita. But now. She faltered, Shirley's shaken face beside her father flashing through her mind. Tell me the truth, Colin said. Is this real? What we're doing here, will it actually change the world for the better? Lelouch was silent for a moment. When he answered, his voice was steady and full of conviction. Yes. It will. Or rather, it must. Colin didn't move. There will be sacrifices, Zero continued. Not just soldiers. Innocents too. That much is inevitable. His words were hard, stripped of comfort. But because of that, we cannot stop now. No matter how people judge us. No matter how much blood it costs. We've already spilled too much to turn back. If we fail now, then everything done so far truly becomes meaningless. His tone sharpened with every word. But I won't force you, Colin, he said at last, his voice settling again. If you want to walk away, then now is the time. Colin fell quiet. For a few seconds, all that could be heard was the distant groan of the docks outside and the soft hum of the warehouse lights overhead. She thought about what Zero had said. She thought about what Naruto had said to her before, about fighting and consequences and choosing your own reason. Most of all, she thought about what she believed. She already had blood on her hands. She had accepted that long before Zero or Madara entered her life. She could endure that because her reasons were her own, because she fought for Japan, for her brother's memory, and now for her mother too. With a slow breath, Colin lifted her head. I've made my choice, she said firmly. I'll follow you. A hidden smile touched Lelouch's face beneath the mask. I'm grateful, Colin. Colin gave a short nod, then turned and left the warehouse. Justice might be the banner the Black Knights carried. Destroying Britannia might be Zero's war. But Colin's fight was still her own. And she would see it through. CC stood alone in Lelouch's room at Ashford, the folded cloak Naruto had loaned her at Narita held carefully in her hands. She had meant to return it long ago, yet somehow it had remained with her. After staring at it for several quiet seconds, the immortal witch finally draped it over her shoulders and fastened the top. Then she turned toward the full-length mirror in Lelouch's room and studied her reflection, turning slightly this way and that. It did not exactly match her white jumpsuit in terms of style, but CC had to admit that Naruto had been right. It suited her. Her gaze lingered on herself in the mirror as his words rose unbidden in her mind. But now I can see you. No matter what happens in the future, from this point on I won't forget or deny who you really are. You won't have to be alone. If you feel like you're not strong enough to face the world, then I'll be there whenever you need me to lend you my strength. Sarah. CC closed her eyes for a moment, hearing his voice as clearly as if he were standing beside her. A faint tension entered her expression before she shook her head, as though trying to cast the memory aside. What am I doing? She murmured to herself. Slowly, she removed the cloak again. But instead of setting it down, she held it in both hands, her golden eyes fixed on the dark fabric as though it might somehow answer her. Back at the docks, Britannian soldiers stood at attention, waiting for the signal from their commanding officers to begin the assault. It's time, Darlton said. Cornelia gave the smallest nod of acknowledgement before raising her hand. Commence the operation. At once, the order spread through the ranks. All underwater units, hit the water. Dive, dive, dive. The officer leading the Royal Marine Infantry shouted over the radio. The Portman Nightmare frames moved immediately, plunging into the sea one after another before advancing beneath the surface toward the ship where the remnants of the Japan Liberation Front were preparing to flee. From the cockpit of the Lancelot, Suzaku watched the operation unfold over his monitors while receiving his own orders. Our unit will provide cover fire from the shore, the commanding officer said. Be careful. We want that tanker intact. Understood, my lord, Suzaku replied as he maneuvered the Lancelot into position. Once the torpedo strike is confirmed, all units are free to fire. Repeat, weapons free. The Portmans closed in on the JLF vessel and launched their torpedoes. A violent series of explosions tore through the doors blocking their path, the blast echoing across the water and instantly drawing the attention of the soldiers aboard the ship. Alarm spread among the JLF troops as they rushed toward the bow to investigate. They never had the chance to respond. The moment they came into view, the Britannian Nightmares positioned onshore opened fire. Rifles thundered in unison, cutting the men down in a merciless hail of bullets. One after another, bodies crumpled and fell, some collapsing onto the deck while others pitched forward into the dark water below. From a hidden position nearby, Ogi watched through a pair of binoculars, his face tightening as he saw the remnants of the JLF being massacred before they could even organize a defense. He reached for his radio at once. It's started, he said sharply. Zero, are we moving or not? Ogi's grip tightened around the radio. He understood that their true target was Cornelia, but surely that did not mean they were simply going to sit back while the remnants of the JLF were slaughtered in front of them. Hey, do you read me? He demanded, trying again. They're closing in on the JLF. Come in. This time, after a few more seconds, Zero finally answered. We hold, he said. Ogi froze. Cornelia moved sooner than expected, Zero continued. If we move now, we die with them. Inside the vessel carrying a select group of Black Knights and their nightmares, including Colin seated in the Gurren, Zero remained calm as he issued the order, even if it was one none of them wanted to hear. At the shoreline, Suzaku stared at the scene playing out in front of him. More JLF soldiers ran into view only to be torn apart by gunfire before they could even reach cover. They were not fighting. They were being butchered. His hands trembled faintly on the controls. This isn't a battle, he muttered under his breath. It's wholesale slaughter. The words were barely out of his mouth when a communication window opened on one of the Lancelot's monitors, revealing Cecile. Officer Kururugi, she said, her expression serious. Go ahead, Suzaku answered, though he still could not pull his eyes away from the carnage. I know this must be difficult for you, Cecile said, and there was a note of real compassion in her voice. But you are a soldier. Don't forget that. Suzaku swallowed hard. Right, he said quietly. I understand. But even as he said it, he could not bring himself to fire. He remained motionless in the cockpit, listening to the sound of gunfire and the dying cries carried over the waves, while the slaughter continued in front of him. Those damned Britannians. Katace roared from inside his cabin after receiving the latest report. How did they find us? Across from him, Madara's clone tilted his head ever so slightly, his tone almost amused. Are you really that surprised? He asked. I was able to find you, after all. Katace shot the masked figure a furious glare before turning on one of his subordinates. Where is Toto? He demanded. The soldier looked pale, flinching every time another explosion shook the ship or another burst of gunfire rang out from above deck. We can't locate him, sir, the man answered tensely. Or the four holy swords. Katace slammed his fist onto the desk hard enough to rattle everything on it. What about Kyoto? He barked. They promised reinforcements. Yes, sir. The soldier replied at once, though his expression only worsened. But we have no way of contacting them now. Katace's face twisted with rage and disbelief. So they're just going to sit back and let us die here. He spat, his mind racing for some solution, any solution that might still save his men. It seems you have a choice now, Madara said calmly. Katace's attention snapped back to him. You can accept my help and leave Japan, the clone continued, or you can stay here and watch your soldiers die around you. The words struck like a knife. Katace glared at Madara with open hatred, but this time there was real thought behind it as well. His pride demanded he reject the offer outright. But he was not simply a proud man, he was a general, and that meant the lives of his men had to come before his own wounded dignity. For a long moment, the cabin was filled only with the distant thunder of gunfire and the groaning of the ship under attack. Then, at last, Katace spoke. Fine, he said bitterly, each word dragged out like it cost him something. Madara's clone gave a single nod. Good, he said. Gather your men. We don't have much time. After several brutal minutes of being cut down by Britannian fire, the surviving members of the Japan Liberation Front on deck finally began broadcasting their surrender. We surrender. Cease fire. This is the Japan Liberation Front. I repeat, we surrender. Even as the message went out over an open channel, the sound of bullets and dying men still echoed in the background. From inside the Lancelot, Suzaku heard the plea and immediately tried to bring it to his superior's attention. Sir, they're broadcasting a surrender, Suzaku reported, hoping that would finally be enough to stop the slaughter. Ignore it, his commanding officer answered coldly. Suzaku's eyes widened in disbelief. But sir. Before he could press the point further, he saw the JLF ship beginning to move away from the docks. At the same time, the surviving soldiers on deck disappeared below, retreating into the ship. You see. The officer said with a smug edge to his voice. They're just stalling for time. Now follow your orders. Not far away, Ogi watched the massacre through a pair of binoculars, his expression twisted with anger and helplessness. Damn it! He cursed. At this rate it'll be too late. When does Zero plan to move? Diethard stood behind him, assigned to stay close so Ogi could keep an eye on him while the JLF attempted their escape. The Britannian journalist adjusted his glasses slightly, his gaze fixed on the scene before them. I only hope, Diethard murmured, that he isn't delaying out of some childish attachment to justice. Even while he admired Zero, Diethard still wanted to understand what kind of man truly hid behind the mask. Then Ogi saw movement. Using his binoculars, he watched as Harkins shot up from the sea and embedded themselves into the deck of the JLF ship before retracting, hauling Portman Nightmare frames up out of the water and onto the vessel. The Nightmares are boarding the ship. Ogi reported sharply. Inside his own position, Zero considered that for a second. I see, he said. Then they have only one route left. And they'll have to be careful with their precious Sakuradite. Zero. Ogi shouted into the radio again. If we don't move now. He left the rest unsaid. Zero finally made his decision. Very well. Move out. At the same time, he pressed the detonator in his hand. Far ahead of the JLF ship, the bomb he had planted beneath the water came to life. Aboard the ship, the real Madara raced through the corridors after sealing away the last of the liquid Sakuradite. Over the past few minutes, his shadow clones had been moving through the vessel, gathering surviving JLF members and whisking them away with Shunshin one by one. They would be taken out of Japan by other means later. Now only Naruto himself remained. He felt the timing in his bones. Too close. He pushed harder, sprinting through the narrow halls toward the nearest exit. If he didn't find one in time, he was fully prepared to make his own. A second later, he burst through a hatch onto the open deck and immediately used Shunshin again, hurling himself as far from the ship as possible. Just as the explosion hit, the blast tore through the water beneath the vessel and ripped the ship apart in a violent eruption of fire, force, and twisted metal. Several portman units were caught in the explosion and destroyed instantly, their pilots killed with them. Others were blasted away, falling back into the churning sea in heavily damaged condition. Madara landed on the surface of the water in a crouch, wincing as pain flared across his back. Barely made it, Naruto muttered to himself. His back had been scorched by the edge of the blast, though not badly enough to slow him down for long. He straightened and looked toward the shoreline, where the sounds and motions of another battle were beginning to intensify. He paused for a moment, thinking it through. There was a fight nearby, yes, but it would be between the Britannian military and the Black Knights. No civilians. No helpless people caught in the middle. And right now, he had more important things to deal with. No, Naruto decided quietly. He turned away from the growing conflict. He needed to make sure the surviving members of the JLF were secured, relocated, and that the liquid sakuradite was safely taken care of. Whatever was about to happen between Britannia and the Black Knights, it was not his battle to interfere in, not tonight. With that, Madara vanished into the darkness, leaving the burning wreckage behind him. Cornelia watched as the JLF ship split apart and disappeared into the sea, fire and smoke rising into the darkening sky while the waves churned violently below. I can't believe this idiocy, she muttered in fury. They destroyed their own liquid sakuradite. Not far away, Ogi stood frozen with his mouth hanging slightly open as he stared at the burning wreckage. Just what you'd expect of the JLF, Zero's voice came over the radio. They chose to take the Britannians down with them. Ogi barely seemed to hear him at first. His eyes stayed locked on the sinking ship. Suicide, he said in disbelief. But they never said anything about. He trailed off, unable to make sense of it. We're moving on. Cornelia's position head-on, Zero snapped, cutting through Ogi's confusion. The vessel carrying the Black Knight's nightmares surged forward, using the violent swell created by the explosion to ride the waves toward shore. Forget everything else. The only thing that matters now is achieving our objective. If you want to avenge the JLF, then capture Cornelia. Show them our strength. Show them our determination. The speech hit its mark. Even through his unease, Ogi could feel the others harden around Zero's command. Still, in the back of Lelouch's mind, something felt off. The size of the explosion nagged at him. It had been destructive, yes, but not nearly to the extent he had expected given the bomb placement and the amount of liquid sakuradite the ship was supposed to have been carrying. This is just like Narita all over again, Ogi muttered darkly. It's magnificent. Diethard suddenly shouted from behind him. Before Ogi could react, the Britannian journalist bolted toward a ladder and slid down it. Hey! Get back here! Ogi shouted, yanking out his handgun and firing at the running man. The shots went wide as Diethard laughed like a madman and vanished. The JLF was only bait, Diethard thought, exhilarated beyond reason. Their command structure was exposed from the start. Using them as a trap, turning sacrifice into strategy, his smile widened into near religious awe. Zero, you're chaos wrapped in genius. Show me more. The Black Knight's transport surged forward and, as it crested a wave, fired missiles into the docks, destroying several Britannian nightmares before they could even fully mobilize. The ship rose high enough that it nearly cleared the docks entirely, then slammed down hard with a bone-rattling crash. The upper hatch split open, revealing the Gurren at the front, several Burai behind it, and Zero's own Burai further back. From within the Lancelot, Suzaku watched the chaos unfolding through a haze of confusion and anger. He could still hear frantic voices on the comms from the Royal Marines, men shouting for help and calling for missing units. Why would General Kataise blow himself up? Suzaku muttered to himself, brows knitting together. It doesn't make any sense. Then he saw smoke rising from Cornelia's position and immediately swung the Lancelot toward it, using the Faxsphere sensor to cut through the haze. The main force. He gasped. Did they use the tanker as a decoy? On shore, the surviving Britannian troops scrambled toward their nightmares. Mount up now. Darlton barked as he climbed into his own machine. Defensive formation. Move. Cornelia sprinted toward her Gloucester, glancing once at the destruction around her. How did they know we were here? Zero pushed his Barai forward, leapfrogging into the front line and landing beside the Gurren. Knock their nightmares into the sea before they can mount. He ordered. Gurren, you're with me. Yes. Colin responded, already opening fire and taking down several Britannian units trying to intercept Zero's path. Your Highness, we can handle this, Guilford urged, trying to draw Cornelia away from the center of the fighting. Quiet. Cornelia snapped as she activated her Gloucester. Immediately she felt the difference. The modified machine responded faster, sharper, more cleanly than before. How many times do you think you'll allow them to humiliate me? She spun the Gloucester around just as Zero's Barai came charging at her. He clearly intended to hit her before she could fully react. Cornelia moved at the last instant. What? Zero blurted. The Gloucester slid neatly aside, then fired two Harkins that hauled it forward with stunning speed. Lance leveled, Cornelia drove straight at the Barai. Zero barely got his nightmare to move in time. Instead of skewering the cockpit, the lance tore through one of the Barai's arms and smashed the machine straight through the wall behind it. The Barai tumbled across the ground in a spray of sparks and metal. Cornelia pressed the attack, determined to finish him off. But a hail of gunfire suddenly struck her from behind. She twisted and saw the Gurren charging in, its arm-mounted weapon barking rounds at her. That red machine again, she muttered. The Gloucester dodged another burst and raised its rifle, opening fire. Colin danced the Gurren through the bullets and launched a Harkin. Nearby, Zero struggled to get his damaged Barai back upright. I'll rip open your hatch and drag you out, Cornelia, he snarled, forcing the machine onto one knee. Then his screens picked up movement near the containers further back. A girl. A familiar girl. Surely. Lelouch gasped beneath the mask. He only had a second to register the sight before alarms screamed behind him. The Barai spun just in time to avoid being speared by the Lancelot. Well, Zero said bitterly, if it isn't the knight in shining armor. From inside the Lancelot, Suzaku glared at the damaged Barai. Zero, he said, his voice tight with anger, your methods won't change anything. You don't understand the pain you cause. You treat people's lives like pieces to be moved around. He advanced while the Barai tried to fire at him, knocking the gun free before driving a kick into the machine's head and slamming it back to the ground. You're nothing but a murderer. Zero. Colin shouted in alarm, trying to break toward him, but Cornelia cut her off again. This is for Narita, Cornelia said, driving her Gloucester's spear forward while firing one of the newly mounted Harkins on the arm. The Gurren barely evaded the spear, then retaliated, arm cannon blazing. Cornelia dodged cleanly, weaving her Gloucester around the fire while the cape shredded behind her. The Gurren's right hand shot forward, stretching farther than expected, the radiant wave surger crackling. Cornelia used her waist-mounted Harkins to yank herself back out of reach, then landed atop a shipping container. Colin answered by slamming the Gurren's palm into the metal and activating the surger. The entire container bulged and exploded apart, forcing Cornelia to leap down and continue the fight on foot. Nearby, Suzaku kept battering Zero's Barai apart piece by piece. Why? Zero shouted. Why do you always get in my way? Because of you. Suzaku shot back. People keep dying. With one final blow, the Barai's last functioning arm was destroyed. Zero fired a Harkin to propel himself over the Lancelot, trying to escape, but Suzaku tracked the movement and shot it down with Lancelot's own Harkin. The Barai crashed hard, its ejection system triggering from the impact. The cockpit pod blasted free and rolled across the ground, sparks flying everywhere. When it stopped, Zero hung partially out of the ruined cockpit, unconscious, blood running from his head, his mask half shifted off. Suzaku advanced slowly, almost solemnly. Zero, this is where your path ends. Lancelot, behind you. Cornelia's voice shouted over the comms. Suzaku spun just as the Gurren lunged at him, right hand blazing with the radiant wave surger. Get away from him. Colin screamed. Caught off guard, Suzaku had no time to dodge. He threw up the Varus instead, and the collision with the Surger triggered a violent explosion that engulfed the area in smoke and flame. As the Gurren, Lancelot, and Gloucester clashed again amid the confusion, no one noticed Shirley edging closer to the unconscious Zero. She came to a stop near the gun that had fallen beside him, reached down with shaking hands, and picked it up. Then a gunshot rang out. The sound cut through the battle with shocking clarity. For a heartbeat, everything seemed to hold. And before Shirley could even fully understand what she had done, or failed to do, a blur moved between the containers and the smoke. A figure in a fox mask. Madara. He appeared almost soundlessly between Shirley and Valletta, who had emerged from cover at the same moment, weapon raised and eyes locked on the girl. In the split second after the shot, Valletta had clearly intended to seize Shirley, to use her, or perhaps silence her if necessary. Instead, Madara's hand snapped out and caught Valletta's wrist before she could fire. What? Valletta gasped. Shirley stumbled back, eyes wide, still clutching the gun. Madara twisted sharply, forcing Valletta's pistol upward as it discharged harmlessly into the air. Then he drove a hard strike into her midsection and sent her crashing against the side of a container, the weapon spinning away across the ground. Valletta hit the steel wall with a grunt and dropped to one knee, stunned. Shirley stared, frozen. Madara. He didn't look at her right away. His gaze remained fixed on Valletta, posture low and ready, making it clear he had intervened not as an ally to either side, but to stop something from crossing a line. You picked the worst possible moment, he said coldly. Valletta forced herself upright, breathing hard, fury and confusion battling on her face. What are you doing here? Madara ignored the question. Only then did he glance back at Shirley. Drop the gun, he said. His voice wasn't harsh, but it left no room for argument. Shirley's trembling fingers loosened at once, and the pistol clattered to the ground. Around them, the battle still raged, Colin and Suzaku exchanging blows through smoke and sparks, Cornelia repositioning for another strike, Black Knights and Britannian soldiers firing at one another through the confusion, but in that small pocket of chaos, Madara had drawn a line between Shirley and Valletta. And for the moment, neither woman could cross it. Cornelia drew in one quick, steadying breath, even as her heart pounded with the thrill of battle. Then she moved. Her Gloucester tore through 3 Barai in the span of seconds, smashing the first aside, crippling the second, and driving her lance straight through the cockpit of the third before pinning the ruined Nightmare to the ground. She did not pause for long, only enough to redirect her attack toward the Gurren and create an opening the White Nightmare might exploit. With every passing moment, the instincts that had first earned her the title of Goddess of Victory returned in full force. For too long her battles had been one-sided, victories won so easily they had dulled her edge. Now, with real opposition before her, that dormant brilliance awakened once more. Her enemies were not endless, and most of them were only average pilots. Yet the humiliation she had suffered at their hands, the sheer insult of having been pushed back by them, drove her harder than strategy alone demanded. And more than that, the Red Nightmare was proving itself worthy of her full attention. Is that all you've got? Cornelia roared, charging again. To the Black Knights facing her, she no longer seemed merely like a woman piloting a machine. She was the living reason Britannia called her the Witch of Britannia. They watched in horrified awe as her Gloucester moved almost like something possessed rather than controlled, performing maneuvers they could scarcely comprehend. Her Harkins whipped through the air with lethal precision, striking down enemies or yanking her Nightmare safely clear of danger as though they moved with minds of their own. The blood of a fallen comrade still streaked her lance, and the sight of it made anger and fear war within those who faced her. They wanted revenge. They wanted to survive. Most no longer knew which desire was stronger. Colin ground her teeth in frustration as she re-engaged the White Nightmare. Zero had vanished several minutes earlier in his effort to escape it, and while worry for her commander gnawed at the back of her mind, she had no time to indulge it. Not while she still had to contend with Cornelia's periodic assaults whenever the princess found a break in carving through the other Black Knights. As a woman, Colin could not help but feel a bitter admiration for Cornelia's skill. As a Japanese woman, she wished the bitch would just die. And you, Colin muttered under her breath, her glare shifting back to the white nightmare in front of her. Her anger sharpened. Any plan that involved supporting her allies or pressing the attack elsewhere on the battlefield became pointless so long as this opponent remained in her way. If she ignored it, she would only be leaving everyone else at its mercy. That was not something she could allow. So again and again the two nightmares circled, attacked, and countered, trading glancing blows and shredded armor without either side truly gaining ground. The easiest answer would have been the Gurren's Radiant Wave Surger. But the pilot of the White Nightmare refused to fall for anything so obvious. Every attempt Colin made to bring that deadly hand to bear was checked with either a sword strike or a burst of gunfire that forced her back. Across from her, Suzaku watched the Red Nightmare with an unreadable expression. He was painfully aware of the contradiction inside himself. He wanted peace. He wanted an end to senseless bloodshed. Yet here he was, shutting out the screams, the explosions, the crushing of metal that meant lives were being ended around him, and focusing completely on the battle in front of him. At the same time, he remained aware of everything happening around him. Not fully in his conscious thoughts, but never beyond his notice either. He was ready to react to any sudden threat from any angle. Suzaku found that irony bitter. For someone who hated violence, he had been born for combat. His body was naturally stronger and faster than most, his reflexes sharper, his instincts more finely honed. It was one of the reasons he had taken to the Lancelot so completely. In battle, where others hesitated or broke, Suzaku moved as if this world had been made for him alone. He fired a quick burst from the Varus, forcing several circling enemy nightmares to scatter. The Red Nightmare immediately used that brief distraction to close the distance, swiping at the Lancelot with its heavy clawed hand. Suzaku slipped aside just in time. Then the two machines crashed back into their deadly rhythm. Strike. Counter. Dodge. Return. The Gurren's claw scraped against the Lancelot's armor, sending sparks spraying into the air. Lancelot answered with a slash that tore across the Gurren's plating but failed to bite deep enough. Around them, the battlefield was being shredded apart, containers blasted open, concrete broken, metal twisted into ruin, as the two advanced nightmares resumed their brutal dance, each probing for the single mistake that would decide everything. Lelouch stared down at the ground, his expression darkening from a frown into a scowl with every passing second. Around him, the sounds of battle still echoed in the distance, but his attention was fixed entirely on the blood splattered beneath his feet. A short distance away, he could hear CC finishing her transmission to Ogi, ordering the Black Knights to retreat. Ordinarily, the thought of being forced to withdraw would have enraged him. Now, however, it barely registered. His eyes shifted to the mask lying on the ground several feet away from where he had awakened. Is that what you wanted? CC asked as she approached him after ending the call with Ogi. She had changed from her dress into the clothes Naruto had bought for her earlier, form-fitting dark jeans, a dark green shirt, and a black hooded jacket that hid most of her hair save for a few strands framing either side of her face. Around her wrist was the bracelet Naruto had given her, its purpose far more useful tonight than simple sentiment. Lelouch barely seemed to hear her at first. Ah, he uttered, dragged out of his thoughts. Yes. CC frowned at the distracted answer, clear distaste crossing her features. This is pathetic, she said coldly. You're so shaken you can't even give orders, and Cornelia will. Lelouch turned sharply on her, cutting her off. Listen to me. The sharpness in his voice made even CC pause. My handgun is missing, Lelouch said. Whoever has it took it while I was unconscious. For the first time, CC's expression changed from irritation to concern. If that's true, she said slowly, piecing it together. Then whoever took it may have seen your face. Lelouch gave a grim nod and looked back down at the bloodstained concrete. There had to be at least two people, he said, forcing himself to think through it with cold logic. One person who fired, and one who got shot. His jaw tightened. 2. That conclusion rested on the few facts he had. His missing gun. The blood. The obvious impossibility of someone shooting themselves by accident under those circumstances. And most troubling of all, the fact that when he regained consciousness there had been no one there, no bodies, no witnesses left behind, nothing. Which meant they had walked away. What Lelouch did not know and what gnawed at him more than the battle, more than the retreat, more than Cornelia's continued survival, was exactly how much those two had seen. And whether, while he had lain there unconscious and exposed, they had seen his face. Inside her dorm room at Ashford Academy, Shirley sat alone at her desk in the dark, the only light coming from a single lamp that illuminated the blank sheet of paper in front of her. Beside it rested the handgun she had picked up near where Lelouch had crashed. When she had first returned, Shirley had fully intended to write everything down. Why? She still didn't know. Maybe to make sense of it. Maybe to force herself to face it. Maybe because if she didn't write it down, it would all feel too unreal, like some terrible dream she could wake up from if she just closed her eyes. The right thing, she knew, would be to turn the letter over to Suzaku. Or to the military. Let them deal with Lelouch. With Zero. But every time that thought crossed her mind, her hand froze. Because no matter what he had done, no matter what he had become, he was still Lelouch. And Shirley couldn't bring herself to betray him. Not like that. So instead she stared at the paper, her fingers tightening around the pen, her thoughts circling back not only to Lelouch, but to everything else that had happened that night. To the gunshot. To the blood. And to the man in the fox mask. Madara. Shirley's hand trembled faintly. Her memory dragged her back to that moment. The battle had been nothing but chaos. Smoke choked the air. Fire flashed across twisted metal. Nightmares screamed and tore at one another through the docks, and somewhere in the middle of it all, Shirley had stopped understanding what she was doing. She only knew that Lelouch, Zero, had been lying there helpless, and something inside her had felt like it was coming apart. Then Valletta appeared. Even afterward, Shirley could still remember it in fragments. Turning. The gun shaking in her hands. Valletta moving in. And then Madara. He stepped between them so suddenly it was like he had come out of the darkness itself. For one brief, awful second, Shirley thought he was going to kill Valletta. Instead, his eyes changed. Even now, sitting at her desk and trying to force the memory into words, Shirley could still see that red glow behind the fox mask. Not just red, strange, spinning, unnatural. His gaze locked onto Valletta's, and Shirley knew, somehow, that he was trying to do something to her. Trying to stop her. But then something went wrong. Madara faltered. Only for an instant, so fast Shirley almost thought she imagined it, but it was there. His head shifted slightly, as if the world in front of him had blurred out of focus. The moment broke. And Valletta moved. Her expression twisted into something sharp and hungry as she raised her weapon. I get to capture Zero, she said, breathless with sudden triumph, and Madara as well. Everything happened at once after that. Shirley barely remembered deciding to fire. Her finger tightened on the trigger before she could think. She only knew Valletta was about to shoot, and Madara was in front of her, and Lelouch was still there, and everything was slipping away. The shot cracked through the air. At the same instant, Madara moved. Not away from the bullet. Toward it. He shoved Valletta hard, knocking her out of the line of fire just as Shirley's shot went off. The bullet meant for her hit him instead. Shirley still remembered the sound he made, sharp and rough, more startled than pained, as the impact twisted him sideways. Valletta lost her footing completely. She stumbled backward over the edge of the dock, struck her head hard against the concrete on the way down, and then disappeared into the harbor below. For one heartbeat, Shirley could only stare. Madara turned toward her, one hand pressed to his side where the bullet had hit him. Even through the mask, she could feel it, that shock. Not anger. Not even accusation. Shock. As if he could not quite believe what she had done. Or maybe what he had done. Then the world went strange again. Shirley remembered blinking and he was just gone. No sound. No footsteps. No clear movement. 1 second he had been there, wounded and staring at her, and the next the darkness itself seemed to swallow him. Shirley never understood how. She only knew that when she looked again, there was nothing there but smoke, fire, and the pounding of her own heart. She had stood there shaking, gun still in her hand, staring at the empty space where he had been. And even now, when she thought back on it, that wasn't the part that unsettled her most. It should have been. It should have been the violence. The impossible eyes. The way he vanished. Instead, what stayed with her was something else entirely. Something quieter. Something that made no sense. Because when he turned and looked at her, really looked at her, there had been a moment, just a moment, where he had felt familiar. Shirley finally lowered her eyes back to the paper. Maybe, she thought numbly, focusing on Lelouch's identity was easier than thinking about the rest. About the way she had pointed that gun. About the blood. About Madara's eyes. And about the terrible possibility that whatever strange power seemed to hide him from everyone else, had somehow failed with her. After a long moment, Shirley finally put pen to paper. Her hand was unsteady as she began to write. Not because she had made a decision. But because she still hadn't. After leaving the harbor, Naruto went straight to one of the secured underground rooms beneath the Namikaze household, intent on putting the liquid sakuradite somewhere no one else could stumble across it. Only a handful of people even knew the room existed. It was not a full laboratory so much as a private workspace, sealed storage, technical notes, specialized tools, and the kind of projects Minato preferred to keep far away from the public side of the Namikaze Corporation. Anything too strange, too dangerous, or too easy for the wrong person to misunderstand ended up here. The moment he stepped inside, he tossed his scorched cloak onto a nearby table and sealed the sakuradite away in secure storage. Only then did he let himself breathe. The whole night had gone badly. And not just because of the ship. He moved toward the terminal and switched it on, but as soon as he straightened, a sharp pain flared through his side. Naruto hissed and put a hand over the wound. When he pulled it back, his fingers came away wet with blood. Shirley's shot. He could still see it clearly. Shirley shaking with Lelouch's gun in her hands. Valletta moving in. Everything unraveling at once. And then the gun going off. Naruto had moved on instinct. He had shoved Valletta out of the line of fire just as Shirley pulled the trigger, taking the shot himself instead. The impact had twisted him sideways, and Valletta, already off balance, had stumbled hard over the edge of the dock. Her head had cracked against the concrete on the way down before she disappeared into the harbor below. Naruto had no time to deal with any of it. Not with Shirley frozen in horror. Not with Lelouch unconscious. Not with Britannian forces closing in. So he had used Kamui and vanished. At the time, the pain had barely registered. Now that the adrenaline was wearing off, it was a different story. Damn it, Naruto muttered. He shrugged off his jacket more carefully this time and peeled his shirt away enough to inspect the wound in the reflection of one of the metal cabinets. It was not fatal. The bullet had hit high along his side and torn through flesh without going deep enough to do real damage. Still, it hurt. And it had bled more than he liked. Naruto grabbed a medical kit from one of the cabinets and started cleaning the wound himself, jaw tight as he worked. His face stayed mostly blank, but his thoughts were anything but calm. Shirley had seen too much. Lelouch had come far too close to being exposed. Valletta had been far too close to taking control of the whole situation. And Madara being there in the middle of all of it had only made everything more dangerous. He finished cleaning the wound and started wrapping fresh bandages around his torso, wincing slightly as he pulled them tight. Once that was done, he sat down at the terminal and forced himself to focus on something practical. The sakuradite was secured. That was what mattered. He pulled up a few files on the terminal and started reviewing them, making notes as he went, trying to settle his thoughts by putting them towards something useful. The room gradually fell quiet except for the hum of the machine and the soft tapping of keys. He was just beginning to lose himself in the work when the hidden door suddenly opened. Naruto. Kushina stepped inside and froze. For half a second, she just stared. Then her eyes dropped to the bloody cloth, the discarded shirt, the medical kit, the bandages wrapped around his torso, and the red already beginning to seep faintly through near his side. Her whole face changed. Naruto. She crossed the room in an instant. What are you doing down here? She demanded, panic and anger crashing together in her voice. Why are you hurt? Her hands hovered over him like she wanted to check everything at once and could not decide where to start. You were shot. You were actually shot. Naruto grimaced. Mom, it's fine. Do not tell me it's fine. Her voice cracked through the room hard enough to make him wince more than the wound did. You are bleeding in a hidden lab under the building, alone, and trying to work like this is normal. She pointed sharply at his side, eyes wide with fear. When exactly were you planning to tell anyone? After you passed out. Naruto opened his mouth, then closed it again. Because, honestly, there was no good answer to that. Kushina grabbed his face with both hands and made him look at her. How bad? Naruto sighed. It's a graze. It hurts, but I'm okay. I already cleaned it. You already cleaned it, Kushina repeated, staring at him in disbelief. That is not the reassuring statement you think it is. She looked ready to start yelling again, but the fear won out. Her hands softened, moving from his face to his shoulders as she checked him over more carefully. Who did this? She asked, quieter now, though no less intense. Naruto hesitated. That hesitation told her more than enough. Kushina closed her eyes for 1 second, very visibly forcing herself not to explode. Then she opened them again. All right, she said, voice still tight. You are not staying down here alone. Mom. No. Naruto knew that tone. That was the end of the argument. Kushina straightened, but her eyes stayed fixed on the blood beginning to stain the bandages. You're coming upstairs, she said, and I'm looking at that wound myself. Then you were resting. She jabbed a finger toward the terminal. Whatever you're doing down here can wait. Naruto glanced at the screen, then back at her, and finally let out a resigned breath. Okay. Kushina's shoulders eased, but only a little. Good. Then, softer now, with all the fear still there under the anger. Honestly, Naruto, don't scare me like that. You want to meet Princess Euphemia? Suzaku asked Nina, who stood across from him near the center of the student council room. It was after classes, and most of the student council had gathered to relax for a bit. Lelouch, Naruto, and Shirley were notably absent, but Nunnally had joined them, seated comfortably while gently petting Arthur in her lap. Mito was nearby talking softly with Nunnally, though her eyes kept drifting toward Suzaku with a small, unconscious smile. That's right, Nina said quickly, almost as if she needed to justify herself. I just wanted to thank her. She risked her life to protect Nina during the hotel incident, Millie explained from where she sat on the couch beside Suzaku, with Rival sprawled on her other side. She stood right up and said, I'm Euphemia. Just like that. Really? Rival said, immediately leaning forward with interest. Then I want to meet her too. Millie gave him a suspicious look. And why is that? Rivals grinned shamelessly. She's a real princess. What if I marry into royalty? Nunnally stopped petting Arthur for a moment and turned her head slightly in the direction of Rival's voice. I'm sure you will never meet her with motives like that, she said with total sincerity. Rivals looked stricken. Impure. That's a little harsh, isn't it, Nunnally? You're on my side, right, Madame Pre? He leaned over as if to rest his head in Millie's lap, only for her to shove a rolled-up newspaper squarely into his face. Don't start trying to charm me just because Lelouch isn't here, Millie told him dryly. Nunnally saw right through you. The others laughed, and the mood lightened again, at least until Nunnally spoke up a moment later. I'd like to meet Princess Euphemia too, she said quietly. That simple statement drew Suzaku's attention at once, and even Millie's expression softened. Mito glanced toward Nunnally, then toward Suzaku, her smile fading slightly as a different concern crept in. With Lelouch still missing again, she couldn't help but wonder if something was wrong with him. He and Naruto had both disappeared often enough lately, but this time, she wasn't sure why, but she had a bad feeling. Oh, what's the matter, Suzaku? Nunnally asked gently when he didn't answer right away. Well, Suzaku scratched his cheek a little awkwardly. The thing is, I'm just a soldier, so I don't really have the influence to arrange something like that. And with everything that happened after Prince Clovis' murder, the military and government are being extra cautious. It's not likely they'd let me have that kind of access to any member of the royal family. Oh, Yuffie, is it? Millie asked, immediately latching onto the familiar nickname with a teasing grin. Suzaku's face colored slightly. She's, sort of a friend. Mito's smile dimmed a little at that. She tried not to make it obvious, but the name still tugged at something unpleasant in her chest. Millie noticed at once and pivoted effortlessly. Mito better watch out, she said with a mischievous smile. At this rate, Princess Euphemia might just steal Suzaku away. Mito gave Millie a flat look, though the faint color on her cheeks betrayed her. Please. Still, after a second, she folded her arms and muttered, that's funny, because Naruto and Euphemia have been getting awfully close lately too. Colin, who had been sitting at the table studying while only half listening, stiffened almost imperceptibly at that. Suzaku, oblivious to the effect the conversation was having on both girls, continued explaining. I met Yuffie after my hearing. She introduced herself like that. And, well, it's actually thanks to her that I was able to enroll at Ashford in the first place. Really? Millie blinked. Well, that explains one mystery at least. Rivals leaned across Millie, eyes shining with renewed hope. Hey, Suzaku, if you ever see Princess Euphemia again, you'll put in a good word for me, right? Suzaku gave him a polite smile. Sure. He was kind enough not to mention how impossible that dream actually was. Nunnally sat quietly, her hands resting on Arthur as she listened. Just hearing about Euphemia made her heart ache a little. She missed her sister terribly, and she was secretly grateful that Euphemia had played such a big part in bringing Suzaku back into her life. To Nunnally, Suzaku was family, almost as much as Lelouch was. Suzaku noticed Nina still looked disappointed and tried to brighten the mood a little. Why not ask Naruto? He suggested. He's been working with Princess Euphemia on the ghetto restoration project, right? I'm sure if you asked, he'd be happy to introduce you. Actually, Nina said, fidgeting slightly under everyone's attention, I thought about that. Oh, Millie said. But Naruto hasn't really been around lately. Millie frowned. With all the classes he's been missing, I assumed he was just buried in Namikaze Corporation work. She turned toward the table. Colin, do you know anything? Colin looked up from her book. Not really. He just said he was busy with something. Nina nodded. I asked Kaide, and she told me it wasn't unusual for Naruto to disappear every so often. Apparently he has a private workshop he likes to work in. Wait, Rivals said suddenly, looking around the room. If Naruto's really been gone for days, and Lelouch's hardly here either, his face fell dramatically. If Lelouch, Suzaku, and Naruto keep sneaking up on all the pretty girls, what's going to be left for me? The room went quiet for half a beat. Then Millie smacked him in the shoulder. What a pathetic thing to say. Rivals clutched his shoulder. Ow. I'm just being realistic. Before anyone else could respond, the phone in the council room suddenly began to ring. Suzaku reached it first. Ashford Academy Student Council. Suzaku. Lelouch's voice came over the line. At once, Nunnally perked up, Arthur now trying to paw at the dangling phone cord in her lap. Lelouch. Suzaku said. Where have you been? He noticed everyone else had gone quiet the moment they heard whose voice it was, but it was Mito's expression that caught his attention for a second. She looked concerned now, more than curious, like she was wondering what exactly was going on with the other older brother figure in her life. Lelouch ignored the question. Is there anything unusual there? Suzaku let out a small sigh. Yeah, you're not here. Nunnally's been worried, you know. There was a pause on the other end. I know, Lelouch said quietly. I'm sorry. Suzaku's expression softened at the genuine regret in his friend's voice, but he still wasn't inclined to let him off the hook entirely. You know, Naruto and Shirley haven't been showing up either, Suzaku added. And apparently Naruto hasn't even been at Namikaze Corp. lately. You don't say, Lelouch murmured, sounding mildly interested. Yeah, Suzaku said. And while Naruto might not need to take school seriously, you definitely do. So maybe try that sometime. Lelouch chuckled faintly. Right, Mr. Honor Student. Then his tone shifted again. Can you give Nunnally a message? Tell her I'll be late tonight. And, can you stay with her until I get back? Suzaku glanced over at Nunnally, who was still smiling faintly just from hearing Lelouch's voice, Arthur now purring happily under her hand. Of course, Suzaku said. You don't even have to ask. Then his gaze lowered to the floor. But you know I can't do this forever, right? What's the point of us going to the same school if I never see you there? Lelouch frowned, knowing Suzaku had a point. But whatever had happened at the docks, he could not risk Nunnally's safety. Not for anything. Not even to see her himself. He opened his mouth, intending to apologize again, when a sudden commotion on the other end of the line made him pause. What's going on over there? Lelouch muttered, glancing at the phone in confusion just before the connection cut entirely. He stared at the dead line for a second inside the relative safety of his room aboard the Black Knight's mobile base. He could have sworn he heard Suzaku say something about Arthur right before the call dropped. A small, unwilling smirk touched his face. Cats still hate him, he murmured. Nearby, CC sat up from where she had been lying along a sofa, having listened closely to Lelouch's side of the conversation. So, she began, golden eyes shifting toward him, then it seems like. Right, Lelouch said, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes in relief as he understood what she meant. It looks like he doesn't know about me. He let out a slow breath. That eliminates one group. The military. For now, at least, that was the greatest danger lessened. CC hummed thoughtfully. There is still Madara, she pointed out. But he's seen your face before and hasn't acted on it. If it was him, I wouldn't be especially worried. She paused, frowning slightly. Though I still don't understand why he would keep the fact that he was there a secret. Lelouch tapped a finger against the arm of his chair as he thought it through. If Madara was there, he said slowly, then taking the blood into account, I see two possibilities. A frown formed on his face. 1. He intervened while I was unconscious and wounded whoever was trying to kill me. Lelouch's expression darkened. If that's the case, it raises the question of why he never brought it to my attention. He could have made me indebted to him. And the second? CC asked. Lelouch's eyes sharpened. Madara could have been the one wounded by someone else and either escaped or was forced back, with whoever hurt him pursuing. CC's brows furrowed at once. Do you really think that's possible? Lelouch was silent for a moment before shaking his head. No, he admitted. Not likely. Given everything we've seen from him, it would take overwhelming circumstances for anyone to manage that. CC nodded faintly. Of the two of them, she knew better than Lelouch just how dangerous Naruto truly was beneath the mask and myth. The idea of someone casually getting the better of Madara did not sit well with her at all. Well, she said, drawing the discussion back to its center, aside from him, the military, and the Black Knights, I can't think of anyone else who should have been there. Someone from the Japan Liberation Front might have survived, Lelouch suggested. And that survivor only stole your gun? CC asked, one brow lifting with dry amusement. Lelouch gave a reluctant nod, seeing her point immediately. I'll have Ogi look into the black market, he decided. If someone took it, there's always a chance it ends up there. That still left the blood. And what about that? CC asked. Lelouch's thoughts shifted fully to the sample they had brought back. It'll take time to analyze, he said, a faint smirk appearing. But if that blood really belongs to Madara, then we may be only hours away from discovering who he really is. Well, CC said lightly, I suppose congratulations are in order if that turns out to be true. There's something else, Lelouch added, opening his eyes again. I thought I saw Shirley there. CC tilted her head. Shirley, then a teasing look entered her eyes. Is this the same girl you were gonna take to the concert? Or rather, her mouth curved slightly, the one who gave the tickets to Suzaku Kururugi that led to him kissing Naruto's little sister. Lelouch's expression flattened at once. Are you still going on about that? Relax, CC said, waving the complaint aside as she lay back down on the couch. I'm only making sure I have the right girl. There's no need to get defensive. Lelouch scowled but said nothing. CC continued, more seriously this time, if Shirley really was there, then that's what matters now. We need to know for certain and quickly. A grim look settled over Lelouch's face. If he had truly seen Shirley at the docks that night, then he needed confirmation. And once he had it, he would have to deal with whatever that meant. Within the Viceroy's palace, Cornelia and Euphemia sat side by side in a chamber grand enough to resemble a throne room while Darlton delivered his report from below the dais. In both the Narita operation and the most recent engagement, Darlton said, standing at attention as he glanced over the document in his hands. Their attacks were clearly directed at you, Your Highness. Cornelia dismissed the point with a small wave of her hand. Eliminating the enemy commander is a standard tactic. At that, Guilford stepped forward, drawing both princesses' attention. They also eliminated Prince Clovis, he reminded her pointedly. Darlton nodded once. Zero is not merely at war with Britannia. He harbors a particular hatred for the royal family. He wants blood. Cornelia's expression hardened at once, her fingers tightening around the armrest of her chair. From the beginning, we assumed Zero had his sights set on the imperial family, she said coldly. And that assumption has only been confirmed. He admitted to killing Clovis. He targeted Yuffie during the hotel incident at Lake Kawaguchi. And he came for me during the last 2 operations. Her eyes sharpened on both men. And now, she continued, it sounds very much as though the 2 of you are suggesting that I should fear him. That I should step aside and hide while someone else deals with him. Neither Guilford nor Darlton answered. Their silence was answer enough. Cornelia's scowl deepened. I refuse, she said firmly. I will not be seen as some cowardly princess too frightened to face Zero. Whatever his intentions may be, even if he seeks my death, we will stop him and bring him to justice. Inspoken behind her words was a far colder resolve. And if justice proves impossible, I will kill him myself. Only after that did Cornelia turn toward her younger sister, and with that single glance, the harsh edge in her expression softened. Yuffie, she said, her voice gentler now, drawing Euphemia from her thoughts. Euphemia blinked, realizing she had drifted away from the discussion for a moment. Cornelia gave her a small smile, one reserved for her alone. I hope my little speech didn't worry you, she said. And I hope you understand why I must do this. Euphemia looked at her in silence for a second, gathering the thread of the conversation again. Then she returned the smile with one of her own, warm but faintly troubled. I understand, she said softly. But I hope you'll continue to be careful, sister. Cornelia inclined her head. You as well, Yuffie. I do not intend to endure another crisis like the one at the hotel. For the briefest moment, the fear Cornelia had felt when Euphemia was taken by the JLF flickered in her voice. Seeing an opening, Guilford stepped forward again, more carefully this time. If I may, Your Highness. Cornelia did not stop him, so he continued. Why not appoint a knight to Princess Euphemia? A knight? Euphemia repeated, already understanding at least part of what such a suggestion implied. Yes, Guilford said. If one knight were assigned as her permanent protector, we could then organize a proper royal guard unit around that position. As sub-viceroy, Princess Euphemia has every right to a personal champion. Darlton gave a thoughtful hum, and soon the 3 of them began discussing the idea in earnest, weighing the advantages and complications of such an appointment. Euphemia, meanwhile, fell quiet. Guilford had not said everything aloud, but he had not needed to. A personal knight was not merely a guard. It was a position of honor, prestige, and political significance. Whoever she chose would, in many ways, stand as an extension of her will. Their actions, loyalties, accomplishments, and failures would inevitably reflect back on her. It was not a decision she could make lightly. By the time the discussion around her continued, Euphemia had already realized one thing with complete certainty. This was not a title she could simply hand to someone on impulse. Colin smiled softly as she glanced out the window of the small family restaurant where she and Naruto had ended up for dinner. A few hours earlier, Naruto had picked her up after club activities, so she was still in her school uniform, and from there they had simply gone wherever the evening took them. For a while, they rode through the settlement, and at one point even cut through parts of the ghettos just to see how fast they could go. Both of them had enjoyed that part far more than either would openly admit. At some point Naruto had even let Colin try driving his motorcycle. She had struggled at first, never having handled one before, but with Naruto's help she got the hang of it quickly enough. After that, they saw a movie, and now they had just finished dinner and were working through dessert together. So, Naruto asked, drawing Colin's attention back from the window, how have things been at the academy? Colin thought back over the last few days. The same, she answered. Except you, Lelouch, and Shirley have all barely been showing up lately. Then she remembered something from earlier. Nina's been trying to reach you. Naruto let out a curious hum. Oh. She wants to know if you can help her meet Princess Euphemia, Colin said. Yuffie. Naruto echoed. Colin gave him a strange look at how casually familiar he sounded. Yeah. She wants to thank her for saving her during the hotel hijacking. A faintly sour look passed over Colin's face. In the back of her mind, she still felt that the Black Knights had been the ones who truly changed everything that day. Naruto noticed the look and chuckled softly. To be fair, Yuffie did kind of save Nina. Colin studied him for a moment. I know you're working with Princess Euphemia on the reconstruction project, she said, but you talk like you're close. We're friends, Naruto replied simply. Then one eyebrow lifted. Why? Jealous? Do I have a reason to be? Colin asked back coolly, taking a bite of her cake. Nope, Naruto said with an easy grin, which earned a faint smile from her despite herself. After a beat, he added, I do wonder if you two would get along. Yuffie's really kind. She's always thinking about other people. Honestly, sometimes too much. The kind of person other people might take advantage of if she's not careful. He leaned back slightly in his chair. You're not like that. You're not nearly as trusting, and when you stop pretending to be fragile, you say exactly what you think even if it starts a fight. Colin arched a brow. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be a compliment. It was, Naruto said quickly, almost too quickly. I just mean, I deal with a lot of people who hide what they really want. Or lie right to my face and think I won't notice. I like that when something really matters to you, you're honest about it. Colin went quiet at that, her fingers fidgeting ever so slightly against her fork. Honest. That word stung more than she wanted it to. She was keeping one of the most important parts of her life from him. Not just a small lie or omission, but something central to who she was and what she was fighting for. And yet here he was, talking about honesty like it was one of the things he liked most about her. Hey, Naruto, she started. This is really good, Naruto said suddenly, cutting her off as he took another bite of his dessert. His face brightened. Here, try some. Before Colin could object, he held out his fork with a piece of cake for her. Her cheeks turned pink almost at once. Oh, sure. She glanced around the restaurant, a little embarrassed, but leaned forward and took the bite anyway. Naruto watched her expectantly. Right. Colin swallowed and gave a small nod. Yeah, it is good. Naruto looked absurdly pleased with himself. Once the awkward warmth in her face faded a bit, Colin let herself smile again. Naruto soon steered the conversation elsewhere, asking what chaos Millie had caused lately, and before long Colin found herself recounting one of the student council president's more recent stunts while Naruto laughed into his drink. By the time they left the restaurant, the city had settled into evening. Naruto looked up at the sky as they walked, and Colin noticed the shift in his expression almost immediately. What's wrong? She asked. Huh? Naruto glanced at her. You've got that look on your face, Colin said, watching him carefully. What were you thinking about? Naruto looked back up for a second before answering. My parents, mostly. That got her attention. Minato and Kushina, she asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, they're heading to the EU soon for a business trip, so they've been getting everything in order. A small, crooked smile crossed his face. Which means I've been left in charge of a bunch of things while they're gone. Colin blinked. Really? Yup. Naruto let out an exaggerated sigh. Apparently that's what being trusted looks like. A mountain of work. Colin laughed softly. You sound thrilled. I'm not, Naruto admitted. But, he glanced back up at the sky. Seeing it like this just made me think about them. My dad gets this look when he's planning 3 things at once and pretending he's not stressed, and my mom acts like everything's under control even when she's worrying about everybody. Guess I picked up a little from both of them. Colin smiled faintly at that, then her expression shifted as she noticed the way Naruto's posture tightened for half a second. It was subtle, but she caught it. Her eyes narrowed. Naruto. What? You're in pain. Naruto looked at her blankly for a moment, then tried for a shrug. It's nothing. Colin stopped walking and stared at him. That usually means it's not nothing. Naruto hesitated just a fraction too long. What happened? She asked, more seriously now. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I just pulled something, I guess. Colin was not convinced. Doing what? Naruto let out a breath through his nose, clearly realizing she was not going to let it go easily. I've been helping out with some of the reconstruction work in Saitama, he said. I overdid it a bit. Lifted something awkwardly, twisted wrong, whatever. It hurts, but I'm fine. Colin's eyes stayed on him for another second, searching for cracks in the explanation. He met her gaze with enough steady ease that, after a moment, she relented. You should still be more careful, she said. Naruto grinned. Was that concern I heard? Don't be annoying. That was definitely concern. Colin rolled her eyes, though there was no real heat in it. Just don't make a habit of hurting yourself. Naruto's expression softened a little at that. I'll try. They started walking again, the tension easing. After a short silence, Colin looked up at the faint stars barely visible through the light pollution. That's really what you were thinking about. Your parents. Naruto nodded once. Yeah. Stuff's been busy lately. Makes me think about them more, I guess. About how much they handle. About how I'm supposed to step up when they need me to. Colin was quiet for a beat before saying, you know, I think you already do. Naruto turned to look at her. Colin kept her eyes forward, suddenly feeling self-conscious. You act stupid a lot, she said flatly, but when it matters, you always show up. Naruto stared at her for half a second. Then a huge grin spread across his face. Wow. That might be one of the nicest things you've ever said to me. Colin's face warmed. I can take it back. Nope. Too late. She sighed, but she was smiling. A little while later, Naruto took her home, letting her drive the motorcycle again on the way back. They made quiet promises to meet up again as soon as they could. When they finally stopped outside her house, Colin lingered for just a second. Then, before she could talk herself out of it, she leaned in and gave Naruto a quick kiss on the cheek. Naruto froze. Colin pulled back at once, cheeks turning red. Good night, she muttered, and quickly got off the bike. Naruto touched the spot she kissed, looking stunned and pleased all at once. Good night, he said, a little too late. Colin turned and headed inside with a small smile still on her face. That smile vanished the moment she heard her stepmother's voice. Well, this is a nice time to come home. Mrs. Statfeld stood a few feet away in a pale blue robe, her blonde hair down around her shoulders and a sneer already fixed in place. Colin's expression hardened instantly. You mind telling me what you've been doing? The older woman asked. Colin took one slow breath to keep herself from snapping immediately. I don't see how that's any of your business. Mrs. Statfeld's sneer sharpened. From the noise outside, I can only assume that irritating brat was the one who dropped you off. She looked Colin up and down with clear disdain. Following in your mother's footsteps, I see. Tying yourself to a wealthy man. I can't say your father would object. From a business perspective, it's actually one of the smarter things you've done. Colin's fists clenched at her sides. The insult to her mother hit exactly where it was meant to. She drew in a single calming breath before answering. That sounds more like something you would do, Colin shot back coldly. You might not understand this, but I'm not seeing Naruto because I want to use him. Then, without waiting for a response, she brushed past her and headed for the stairs, refusing to give the older woman the satisfaction of seeing just how hard her words had landed. The sound of the door sliding open drew Zero's attention as Colin stepped into the mobile command base. It's good that you all made it, Zero said as she entered. Sorry I'm late, Colin replied, a little embarrassed once she realized she was the last of the original members of the Black Knights to arrive. Zero shook his head dismissively as he rose from the couch where he had been sitting in the middle of the room while waiting for her. It's fine. I called this meeting with almost no notice, and you still came quickly enough. With that, he turned his attention to the rest of them. Ogi, Tamaki, Inoue, Minami, and the others stood facing him, waiting to hear why he had summoned them so suddenly. Zero also noticed CC. Lingering apart from the rest on the staircase leading to the second floor, half hidden in the shadows and watching in silence. There is another matter I need to attend to tonight, so I'll keep this brief, Zero said. He paused just long enough for the room to settle before continuing. In a few days, I intend to arrange a meeting with Minato Namikaze. The announcement surprised nearly everyone in the room. CC's eyes widened slightly. Lelouch had said nothing to her about any intention of reaching out to Minato, so hearing it now came as a complete surprise. A part of her wondered if he had deliberately kept it from her because of her familiarity with Naruto and the Namikaze household. Lelouch had certainly made no secret of how wary he was of any connection she had to that family. Zero let the words sink in for a moment. In truth, simply making them aware of his intentions had been the entire point of this meeting. He wanted them prepared for the idea before he acted. Most of all, he wanted Colin prepared. Out of everyone here, she was the one closest to Naruto, and by extension the one most likely to have complicated feelings about any move involving the Namikazes. The others might feel some gratitude toward the company for what it had done in Area 11, but they would ultimately follow his lead. Colin, however, might need reassurance. Or persuasion. Before Zero could even take a single step, Tamaki's voice cut through the room. Hold on a second. The shout was exactly the one Zero had expected. I don't get why we need their help, Tamaki snapped. Kyoto's already backing us, so why the hell do we need the Namikazes too? Zero let out a mental sigh before turning toward him. You, Zero said evenly, are exactly why I believe these measures are necessary. That brought Tamaki up short. Not long ago, you ignored the budget I set and nearly drained our available funds, Zero continued. Because of that, our alliance with Kyoto became a necessity if the Black Knights were to continue functioning at all. Tamaki flinched slightly but said nothing. That incident made it clear to me that contingencies are required, Zero went on. Resources, money, medical aid, influence, everything the Namikaze Corporation possesses would make our war against Britannia considerably easier. So whatever personal grievances you may have, Tamaki, keep them to yourself. Tamaki scowled, but he did not protest further. Just as Zero began to turn away again, Colin spoke. That might not be possible. Her voice was quieter than Tamaki's, but it immediately pulled everyone's attention toward her. Zero looked back at the redhead. Explain. Colin hesitated for only a second. Minato Namikaze is in the EU right now, she said. It's a business trip. He and Kushina both left recently. She folded her arms, looking more uneasy with every word. Naruto was left in charge while they're gone. For a brief moment, the room fell silent. Zero stood perfectly still. Internally, Lelouch was stunned. Naruto, left in charge. That changed things far more than he liked. He had planned for Minato. Minato was older, more measured, more political. A meeting with him would have required a certain approach, one Lelouch had already begun preparing for. Naruto, however, was far less predictable. And far more dangerous in his own way. But just as quickly as the surprise hit him, Lelouch adjusted. Plans shifted in his mind with the same speed they always did when something unexpected appeared on the board. If Minato was unavailable, then there was no reason to delay. He would simply meet with Naruto instead. Colin saw the slight tilt of Zero's head and instantly understood where his thoughts were going. No, she said at once, more sharply than she intended. That caught the room off guard. Zero's gaze settled fully on her. No. Colin's fists clenched. Naruto being in charge doesn't mean this is a good idea, she said quickly, trying to rein in the alarm in her voice. If you go to him now, if you try to pull him into this, you don't know how he'll react. Zero was silent. Colin pressed on, unable to stop herself now. Naruto isn't like Kyoto. He isn't some distant backer who can be reasoned with by politics and numbers. If he thinks you're trying to use him, or the company, or any of the work they're doing, she trailed off, but the fear in her eyes was plain enough. This could go bad. Really bad. CC, still on the stairs, watched the exchange with quiet interest. Tamaki looked between Colin and Zero in confusion, while Oji's expression grew more thoughtful. Colin almost never sounded this openly afraid of a single conversation. Zero, however, remained calm. Your concern is noted, he said. But if Naruto Namikaze is the one acting in Minato's place, then that only simplifies matters. Colin's breath caught. Zero. I said, he interrupted, his tone quiet enough that it was somehow more final, that it simplifies matters. Colin went still. Lelouch was already reworking his approach. If Naruto had truly been left in charge, then that made him more accessible than Minato would have been. More emotionally driven, perhaps. Easier to engage directly. Harder to predict, yes, but also easier to test. And if Colin's reaction was this strong, then all the more reason to proceed carefully. There will be no further discussion tonight, Zero said, looking over the rest of them. You all know what is expected of you. Be ready. With that, he signaled for CC to follow and turned toward the exit. Colin watched Zero and CC leave, her hands clenched so tightly her knuckles had gone pale. She had not been this scared by one of Zero's plans in a long time. Euphemia stood for a quiet moment beneath the statue of Naruto's parents, her gaze lifted toward the figures of Minato and Kushina as they looked down at the infant in Kushina's arms with such open, unmistakable love that it made her chest ache. It made her happy. And it made her sad. Happy, because even in stone there was something so warm and tender in the way they were depicted that Euphemia could not help but smile. Sad, because this monument, this beautiful, loving image was evidence that Naruto had to being raised beneath that kind of parental devotion. It was warming and heartbreaking, at the same time. Euphemia could not claim she truly understood what that must have been like, but she did know something of distance. She knew her own mother loved her and Cornelia, but that love had always been from afar, filtered through attendance, schedules, and duties. Cornelia and their nannies had been the ones who had truly raised her. And her father. Euphemia's expression dimmed slightly. Charles Z. Britannia was many things. Powerful, brilliant, terrifying. But warm was not one of them. Even now, she could still remember the first time she had been brought before him as a child. She had followed Cornelia into that vast room full of whispering adults, excitement slowly curdling into fear the closer she came to the towering man waiting at the far end. He had seemed impossibly large, impossibly distant, as if he were measuring her worth with one glance. Euphemia had long since grown past being frightened of him. That did not mean she had ever truly felt close to him. Which was why, as she looked up at the statue again, she could not help thinking that Naruto, despite everything, was lucky in one very important way. He had parents who had loved him completely. It was still real. It existed. It had shaped him. And Euphemia found herself envying that certainty just a little. Sub-Viceroy Euphemia. The gentle voice pulled her out of her thoughts. Euphemia turned to see one of the receptionists standing a respectful distance away, the young woman shifting nervously beneath the princess's gaze. Yes. Euphemia asked softly, offering her an encouraging smile. The receptionist returned it with a small bow. It is good to see you again, Your Highness. She hesitated before continuing. I am terribly sorry, but neither Minato-sama nor Kushina-sama are here today. They are both currently abroad. The woman glanced down briefly before adding, however, if you came to see Naruto-sama, I can take you to him. He is in the garden. Thank you, Euphemia said gently, but that won't be necessary. I know the way. I see. The receptionist looked somehow even more flustered by that answer. Please, if you need anything at all, just ask one of the staff. We would be happy to help. Of course. After one final bow, the receptionist hurried back to her desk. Euphemia then made her way toward the garden, returning the greetings of the staff she passed. Some bowed, some smiled, and some were too absorbed in their work to notice her at all. Her two guards, assigned to her at Cornelia's insistence, clearly disliked that last part and exchanged disapproving looks, but neither dared speak while Euphemia was present. She was gentle, yes, but when truly angered she could be every inch an imperial princess. The moment Euphemia stepped into the garden, her smile returned in full. The scent of flowers and greenery wrapped around her at once. It was peaceful here, wide and alive and vibrant enough that it felt more like a private park than a simple garden. She took in a deep breath, savoring it, before turning to her guards. I'll be fine on my own for a while, she told them. You should relax. Sub-Viceroy, with respect, one of them said carefully, Viceroy Cornelia ordered us to remain with you. It's fine, Euphemia assured him. You may keep watch over the area if you must, but I truly don't think I'm in any danger here. The two men exchanged reluctant looks. Neither liked the idea of letting her out of sight, not with Cornelia waiting for any excuse to be displeased with them, but eventually they nodded. Euphemia thanked them and continued on alone. It took her several minutes to find Naruto, and she used those minutes happily, taking her time and admiring the beauty of the garden as she went. When she finally spotted him, she had to stop herself from laughing aloud. He was asleep in a tree. More specifically, sprawled along one of the thick branches as though it had been made for him. One arm rested across his chest, his head was tilted slightly to the side, and his mouth was just barely open in the kind of deep, unguarded sleep that told her he had been more exhausted than he wanted anyone to know. Euphemia stood there for a moment, considering what to do. She had come to see him, yes, but even from where she stood she could see the faint shadows beneath his eyes. Naruto clearly had not been sleeping enough lately. Waking him felt almost cruel. And besides, her gaze softened as she looked up at him. He looked unfairly peaceful like this. A little boyish. A little vulnerable. The constant movement and energy she associated with him were gone, leaving only the quiet rise and fall of his breathing and the softened lines of his face. Euphemia felt something warm and tender stir in her chest as she watched him. For one fleeting, scandalous moment, the thought crossed her mind of climbing up there and kissing him while he slept. Just once. Something gentle. Quick. A secret. The very idea made her face heat at once. Euphemia pressed a hand to her cheek, mortified with herself even as her gaze remained fixed on him. What am I thinking? She scolded herself, though the blush on her face only deepened. That would be horrible, and very unfair, and yet she had thought it. Eventually, after a long moment, Euphemia took a careful seat beneath the tree instead. It should be fine if I just wait, she decided. I did not come for anything urgent. Some time later, she heard him stir above her. Looking up, she saw Naruto stretching lazily on the branch. Did you have a good nap? Euphemia asked gently, careful not to startle him too badly and send him tumbling out of the tree. Naruto blinked down at her in confusion. Then his eyes widened in delight. Yuffie. Without a second thought, he jumped from the branch and landed in a crouch beside her. Euphemia nearly yelped in surprise, but managed to keep her composure just in time. What are you doing here? Naruto asked brightly. We didn't have a meeting, did we? No, Euphemia said, smiling reassuringly. I just wanted to spend some time together. A small note of hesitation slipped into her voice. Hang out, I suppose. Her expression softened into concern as she looked at him more carefully. Though, if you're too busy, I can always come back another time. You don't look like you've been sleeping very much. You could have just woken me up if you wanted to hang out, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish grin. I've just been busy with work lately, so I haven't been sleeping much. Euphemia's concern only deepened. You really should take better care of yourself, she told him. Sleep is important. I'm fine, Naruto insisted, waving it off, though the smile he gave her was a real one this time, one warmed by the fact that she cared enough to scold him over something as simple as rest. So, what do you want to do? Euphemia pressed one finger lightly to her lower lip and looked up in thought. Naruto found himself smiling a little more just watching her think. There was something so genuinely sweet about the way she considered things, as if she gave even small moments proper importance. After a minute, Euphemia looked back at him. I'm not really sure, she admitted. I don't have much experience with simply spending time with friends. I didn't really have many growing up. Or at least, not many that were genuine. Her smile turned a little distant. Usually I spent time with Cornelia, or with some of my other siblings. As she said it, a shadow crossed her face. Clovis. Lelouch. Nunnally. A brief ache passed through her eyes. Naruto noticed immediately. Without really thinking, he reached out and took one of her hands, giving it a gentle squeeze. Euphemia looked at him in surprise, and whatever she saw in his expression made the sadness ease just a little. He did not know exactly what memory had dimmed her smile, but comforting her had come as naturally as breathing. Okay, Naruto said, standing and tugging her up with him. How about we spend a couple hours watching movies and eating junk food? Ramen too? Euphemia asked, almost hopefully. Naruto's face brightened into a grin at once. Definitely. Then that sounds lovely, Euphemia said, though after a moment she added a little shyly, but, could we stay here and talk a little longer first? Of course, Naruto said easily. And so they did. They stayed in the garden for a while longer, talking beneath the tree while evening gathered around them. Euphemia listened while Naruto spoke about ideas he had for the book he wanted to write, about a young ninja and the strange adventures he might have. She offered her own little thoughts where she could, and Naruto listened to them with surprising seriousness. As always, Euphemia found herself both relaxed and content in his company. Eventually, of course, she would have to leave before Cornelia decided to send half the military to retrieve her. But for now, under the flowers and branches and the quiet beauty of the garden, Euphemia was simply happy to be there with him. Lelouch had never considered himself a sentimental person. He was practical, calculating, and more than willing to exploit an opening when one appeared. So the moment he learned Shirley had stopped coming to school, alarm bells went off in his mind, but so did opportunity. If Shirley was hiding something, then her room might tell him what he needed to know. All it took was one use of Geass on Shirley's roommate, ordering her to keep everyone away by claiming the room was being disinfected, and the problem of access solved itself. The only remaining inconvenience was that Lelouch had absolutely no intention of going through certain drawers himself. Why exactly? CC asked dryly, holding up a pair of Shirley's lacy underwear between two fingers. Should I be the one rifling through some girl's underwear? Her golden eyes slid toward him with an unimpressed stare. This is going to cost you. It always does, Lelouch muttered while searching through the desk cabinet. CC glanced over at him, a sly smirk spreading across her face. You know, you could have done this on your own. Aren't boys your age supposed to leap at the chance to snoop through a cute girl's underwear drawer? She lifted the garment just enough that Lelouch caught sight of it, and he immediately turned his head away, though not fast enough to hide the red rising in his cheeks. CC's smirk only widened. I doubt Shirley would have minded. In fact, I think she'd be thrilled to know the boy she's in love with was digging through. That, Lelouch cut in sharply, slamming a drawer shut harder than necessary, is none of your concern. The smirk vanished from CC's face. For the next few minutes, they searched in silence. Lelouch kept working through Shirley's desk while CC flipped through the contents of a diary she had found tucked away in one of the drawers. Every now and then her eyes flicked toward him, thoughtful. Finally, she spoke. So, CC began lightly, at what point were you planning to tell me about your little idea to meet with Naruto, or rather, use him to gain support? Lelouch shot her a sideways glance. I wasn't aware I now had to disclose every plan I make to you. Are you planning to extend me the same courtesy? A sarcastic smile touched his face. Should I expect you to start answering my questions honestly and explaining yourself? CC gave him a flat look. Of course not. That answer did not surprise him. She turned another page of the diary. It's just unusual. Normally, you can't help but show off a little when you think you've come up with a brilliant plan. So I'm wondering if your reluctance to mention this one has something to do with me knowing Naruto. Lelouch's gaze sharpened immediately. Are you admitting you're hiding something involving him? CC ignored the accusation. Getting in contact with Naruto was always part of the long-term strategy, Lelouch said instead, his tone flattening into something more controlled. With the resources available to the Namikaze Corporation, I'd be a fool not to consider them. The financial support alone would be invaluable. Add to that their medical supplies and infrastructure, and it becomes obvious how useful they could be. CC gave a small nod. That much, at least, made sense. Wars were not won by weapons alone. Bandages, medicine, transport, and logistics were just as important as bullets. Lelouch's expression darkened slightly as he continued, more quietly now. I'm not happy with the idea of using Naruto for my own ends, he admitted. That made CC look up properly. Lelouch stared down at the drawer in front of him, voice tighter than before. He's one of my oldest friends. He paused, jaw setting. But it has to be done. Then, almost too softly to hear, he added. No matter how much it hurts. For the briefest moment, CC simply watched him. Then she let out a faint, unladylike snort. You make it sound so noble. Lelouch ignored the comment. Given how little you like explaining yourself, he said, moving on, I doubt Naruto sees you as anything more than some stray he happened to help. The words struck CC harder than he intended. For an instant, her expression shifted, not visibly enough that most people would have noticed, but enough that memories she would rather have buried stirred behind her eyes. Old memories. Dangerous ones. Of another life, another trust, another betrayal. She crushed them down at once and fixed Lelouch with an annoyed glare. I don't appreciate being compared to a tramp. A faint smile tugged at Lelouch's mouth despite himself. Oh. Did I offend you? CC looked ready to snap back, but he pressed on before she could. Either way, your connection to Naruto could still be useful, Lelouch said. And if that proves insufficient, he thought it over for a moment. Colin may be even more effective. The relationship developing between her and Naruto might make him more inclined to listen. CC tried to look entirely uninterested, though her eyes remained on the diary. And how exactly are you so well informed about that? She asked. As far as I'm aware, you haven't spent much time at school lately. Unless you and Colin have started discussing your love lives together, that sounds like speculation. An annoyed look crossed Lelouch's face before he suppressed it. No. Millie happens to be incapable of minding her own business. She insists on keeping me informed. He did not mention that Rivals's frequent voice messages, usually somewhere between despair and melodrama, had also contributed more than enough unwanted detail about Naruto's popularity, Colin's growing closeness to him, and his own ongoing failure to win any girl's attention. CC gave a vague hum and finally closed the diary. Well, there's no gun here, she said. And this only goes up to the 14th. 14th. Lelouch repeated, immediately catching the significance. He reached into the drawer and pulled out a small box. That was the date of the Narita battle. His expression dimmed. The day her father almost died. The guilt he had been trying to suppress stirred again. Distracted, Lelouch fumbled the box, and it slipped from his hands. The contents spilled across the floor. CC bent to pick up several of them. They're photographs, she observed. Then she looked closer. Of you. Of me. Lelouch echoed, startled. CC glanced through them one by one. Some included other members of the student council. A few had Shirley in them too. But Lelouch was the only constant in every single picture. You know, CC said dryly, this is crossing the line from sweet into unsettlingly obsessive. Oh, be quiet, Lelouch snapped, snatching the photos out of her hand and quickly stuffing them back into the box. As he shoved the box back into the drawer, he noticed something thin hidden beneath it. He pulled it free, a small notebook. Opening it, he found pages marked with times and train routes. Then his eyes stopped on one line that had been circled. Quote. Narita, he murmured. Shirley made her way alone to the memorial erected for the victims of Narita, the evening air cool around her as she carried a pink duffel bag at her side. Hidden inside it was the gun that had belonged to Zero. To Lelouch. She had come there because she needed clarity. She had hoped that standing before the monument, before the names of the dead, before the memory of the people who had lost their lives because of Lelouch's actions, because of Zero, would force her to see what the right thing was. Whatever that was. Stopping in front of the memorial, Shirley stared at it in silence for a long moment, sadness welling up inside her. Lulu, she whispered, one hand drifting unconsciously to the duffel bag and the hidden gun within. How could you do this? Yes, a male voice said from behind her. How could he? Shirley jolted in surprise and spun around. A silver-haired man was approaching her slowly, a wide, unpleasant smirk spread across his face. He raised his gloved hands and began clapping in lazy mock applause. A very fine memorial, he said. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Shirley Finette? Shirley instinctively stepped back. Who are you? The man's smile widened, turning sharp and snake-like. He's a cruel man, isn't he? The stranger continued, ignoring her question completely. Lelouch. A shiver ran down Shirley's spine. How do you know about Lulu? She asked, her voice trembling. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but her legs felt frozen. Oh, he deceived you, the man said, drawing closer. Never bothered to tell you that he's zero. Shirley's body locked up further with every step he took. Who are you? What do you want? She demanded, fear bleeding openly into her voice now. He's a very bad man, the silver-haired stranger went on, still ignoring her. And you know it. But that's what makes the two of you so alike, doesn't it? Shirley stared at him in confusion and rising panic. You're no better than he is, the man said. You're wicked too. What are you talking about? Shirley asked, her voice shaking. Come now, he said silkily. There's no need to pretend with me. I know everything. Everything that happened that night. Shirley's eyes widened. Her mind flashed back to the docks. Lelouch unconscious. The gun in her hands. Valletta. The shot. The silver-haired man saw the horror on her face and smiled like he was savoring it. Yes, he murmured. There it is. You remember. You're a killer too, aren't you? Just like Zero. No. Shirley cried at once. That's not true. I. But it is, he said, voice dripping with satisfaction. You shot someone to protect him. To protect a boy who has killed hundreds. A boy whose actions nearly got your own father killed. Shirley's breathing turned ragged. I didn't mean to, she whispered weakly. Meaning doesn't matter, the man said, now standing right in front of her. You still did it. So what now, Are you going to carry all that guilt around forever? Sorrow, regret, fear. His grin sharpened. Or are you going to confess everything to Lelouch and hope he comforts you for it? Shirley's knees gave out beneath her, and she crumpled to the ground. The stranger stared down at her, drinking in every second of her anguish. A girl who tries kills to protect the person she loves, he said almost reverently. How tragic. How ugly. You and Lelouch will drown in your sins together unless you atone. As he loomed over her, the Geass symbol flared bright beneath his shades. And then a sudden gust of wind slammed into him from the side. The force hit so hard and fast that it sent him stumbling violently away from Shirley, his body skidding across the pavement before he managed to catch himself. What the hell? He snapped his head up. Mito stood several yards away, one hand still extended from the jutsu she had just unleashed, her expression hard in a way Shirley had never seen before. How? Mao muttered, stunned and furious, how the hell did you sneak up on me? Mito ignored him and ran straight to Shirley, dropping to one knee beside her. Shirley, she said urgently, grabbing her by the arm. We need to run. Right now. Shirley looked up at her, shaken and wide-eyed. Mito. No time, Mito said, pulling her to her feet. Her other hand was already reaching into her pocket. She yanked out her phone and started dialing. Come on, come on. Mao stared at her in disbelief, still recovering from the hit. That wasn't normal. That wasn't possible. He should have heard her. Felt her. Known she was there. And yet she had gotten close enough to blast him away before he even noticed. Mito put the phone to her ear, still half shielding Shirley behind her. Naruto, she said the second the line connected, voice tight. We've got a problem. Naruto answered the phone on the second ring. Mito. His voice was sharp at once, all ease gone the moment he heard her breathing. Naruto, Mito said, trying to keep her voice steady while keeping Shirley behind her. We've got a problem. Across from them, Mao had recovered enough to rise fully, his expression twisted with irritation and disbelief as he stared at Mito like she was something impossible. Naruto was already on his feet by the time Mito finished the first sentence. Where are you? He demanded. Mito rattled off the location quickly, eyes never leaving Mao. Shirley clung to her arm, trembling. Naruto's jaw tightened. I'll be there as soon as I can, he said. Inside his mind, the QB let out a low, knowing huff. You won't make it in time. Naruto froze for half a second. What? The great fox stared at him from within the seal, then slowly lifted one massive fist toward him. Not like this, the beast said. You'll never reach her in time with your chakra moving the way it is now. Naruto's breathing sharpened. Then what do I do? The fox's crimson eyes narrowed, not in anger, but in something older. More deliberate. We sink. Naruto stared at the outstretched fist. The words hit harder than they should have. For so long, the Kyuubi had been a presence. A force. A partner of necessity, of conflict, of growing understanding. But this was different. The fox's gaze did not waver. Unless our chakras move as one, the beast continued, you won't get there fast enough. Naruto swallowed. For a moment, all he could hear was Mito's strained breathing on the phone and the pounding of his own heart. Then, softer than a whisper, like he was saying something sacred without fully understanding why, Naruto breathed. Kyuubi. The great fox's expression changed. Something deep and ancient passed through those red eyes. Then the beast spoke, voice lower now, quieter in a way Naruto had never heard before. That is not my name. Naruto's eyes widened. The fox held his fist there between them and said, my name is Kurama. If you are gonna sync with me, you should know my true name. The name seemed to settle into the space between them like it had always been waiting to be spoken. Naruto stared at him for only a second longer before his expression sharpened with fierce resolve. Kurama, he repeated. And then he raised his own fist and pressed it against the giant fox's. At once, chakra surged between them. Hot, wild, vast. But for the first time, it did not feel like two forces colliding. It felt like two wills locking together. Outside, Naruto's eyes snapped open, his body wreathed in a violent flare of chakra as the room itself seemed to tremble around him. On the other end of the phone, Mito heard the sudden silence from him and tightened her grip on Shirley. Naruto. His answer came back different somehow, steadier, deeper, burning with absolute certainty. Hold on, he told her. I'm coming. Then the line went dead. And Naruto vanished. Lelouch sat rigidly in his seat on the train bound for Narita, his finger tapping restlessly against the armrest. Across from him sat CC, dressed in a light blue hooded jacket over a yellow top that fit close enough to draw the eye, white slacks that emphasized the length of her legs, and black shoes. Under normal circumstances, Lelouch would have insisted she stay behind, either at Ashford or with the Black Knights, but with Shirley missing and too many unknowns surrounding what had happened at the docks, he preferred having her with him. He spared her a brief glance before looking away again, faintly grateful that Naruto had at least bought her proper clothes. It saved him from the indignity of her stealing his or demanding something theatrical from the drama club. CC broke the silence first. So, she said, studying him with idle curiosity, do you love her? Surely. Lelouch looked out the window at the passing scenery. I don't know. If CC noticed the irritation in his tone, she gave no sign of it. Do you hate her? I don't know, Lelouch repeated, sharper this time. CC let out a long, exasperated sigh. Then why exactly are we going to Narita? Lelouch turned back to her with an incredulous glare, as though she had asked the most idiotic question imaginable. You know why, he said shortly. Shirley may have found out who I am. CC rolled her eyes. What if she really does know? She asked. Are you going to kill her? Lelouch flinched. It was only slight, but CC saw it. If there's someone you don't want to lose, she said, turning her gaze toward the window, then you should keep them at a distance. Otherwise they'll just get dragged into the crossfire. Lelouch studied her for a moment. Speaking from experience. No, CC said flatly. Just a way of life. It was not long before they arrived at Narita. The city was still half broken, reconstruction underway, workers moving through the wreckage and scars the landslide had left behind. Lelouch paid them little mind as he headed straight toward the memorial that had been raised for the dead. He slowed only when he reached it. The place was empty. I thought she'd be here, Lelouch muttered. He stared at the monument for a moment, then turned away. What right did he have to stand before it, much less offer some silent prayer, when those names were there because of him? Guilt rose up again, as it always did when he allowed himself to think too long about Narita. The landslide had far exceeded his calculations. At the time he had dismissed it, joked about his miscalculation, but only later had he learned how devastating the true cost had been. The JLF, in his mind, was different. They were soldiers. They had boarded that ship already knowing the risks. But the civilians at Narita, the innocents, were on him. Every name carved into that memorial was another reason not to make that mistake again. We'll have to split up, CC said, pulling him from his thoughts. Look for her separately. Lelouch raised an eyebrow. Do you even know what Shirley looks like? CC looked thoroughly unimpressed. Of course I do. A faint smirk touched her mouth. She's the girl who asked you to go to that concert with her. The one I saw from your room. Lelouch grunted softly and looked away. The odds are slim, he said. She may not even be here. CC turned to face him again, the humor leaving her expression. You still didn't answer my question. Lelouch's brow furrowed. If she knows, CC said, are you prepared to kill her? Lelouch said nothing. Then he turned and walked away. Several minutes later, he was still searching and still finding nothing. His thoughts kept circling the same questions. The second person, the blood, Shirley's possible presence, the missing gun, the silence after. He was trying to fit the fragments together when his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID made him stop cold. Shirley. He answered immediately. I'm here. Where are you calling from? Laughter came through the line. Male laughter. Where indeed? The unfamiliar voice asked. Lelouch spun around. The same voice came from behind him in the exact same moment. Standing there was a silver-haired man dressed in light blue, wearing headphones and a visor, a smirk stretched across his face. In one hand he held Shirley's phone. Who are you? Lelouch demanded. The man said nothing. He simply tossed the phone at Lelouch's feet. Lelouch's eyes flicked down for the briefest instant, then snapped back up, fury rising fast. What did you do with Shirley? Ooh, I like that face, the man said, clapping slowly. The face of a man whose girl has been taken away. Lelouch's fists clenched hard enough to whiten his knuckles. What did you do with her? He said again, lower now, more dangerous. The man's smirk widened. A red-headed bitch stole her away. Lelouch's eyes narrowed. A redhead. He thought. Who is he talking about? Colin. No, impossible. Then who? You want to know where they're hiding? The silver-haired man asked. Lelouch said nothing. Then beat me, the man said. Beat me, and I'll tell you. He reached into his pocket, and Lelouch tensed, only for the man to pull out a white knight chess piece and hold it up between two fingers. You specialize in this kind of game, don't you? After the brief meeting Zero had called, Ogi found himself wandering aimlessly until his steps eventually carried him to the docks. He stood there in silence for a long while, staring out at the dark water and replaying the recent battle over and over in his mind. Even after Kirihara's strong insistence that they trust Zero, Ogi could not shake the unease that had settled inside him. No matter how many times he tried to rationalize it, he could not come to terms with what had happened here. The JLF ship's destruction haunted him most of all. Tamaki had suggested that maybe the vessel had simply self-destructed, that General Kataise and his men had chosen death over capture. But Ogi found himself remembering Diethard's assessment instead, that the timing had been too convenient, too clean, too useful for Zero's plan. And what if Diethard had been right? What if Zero had been the one behind that explosion? The possibility poisoned everything. If Ogi was really going to keep following Zero, if he was going to entrust him with his life, with the lives of his friends, and with the fate of Japan itself, then he could not afford these doubts. Yet the doubts remained, and Zero's continued refusal to show his face or trust any of them with his identity only made them worse. What the hell is going on? Ogi muttered, eyes fixed on the sea. Zero, can I really trust you? A faint, pained groan broke the silence. Ogi immediately straightened and looked around, trying to locate the source of the sound. It came again, weak and ragged. He stepped closer to the edge of the dock and finally looked down toward the rocks below. Someone was there. Without hesitation, Ogi rushed down and reached into the water, hauling the limp figure up into his arms. Only once he had pulled the person clear did he fully register that it was a woman, long silver hair plastered wetly against dark skin, blood-staining parts of her clothes. And at a glance, it was obvious she was Britannian. Even so, that fact did not matter to him in the slightest in that moment. Oh, hey, are you alright? Ogi asked urgently, supporting her as carefully as he could. Talk to me. Come on. Stay with me. He gave her a small shake, careful not to aggravate what looked like a serious wound. For a tense second, there was no response. Then she shifted faintly and let out another low groan. Ogi released a breath he had not realized he had been holding. You're alive, he murmured, the words meant as much for his own reassurance as for hers. Then the woman spoke. So, it's you, she mumbled weakly, still barely conscious. 0. Ogi froze. He stared down at her, disbelief washing over his face. It was only a few words. Half delirious, barely coherent. But even that was enough. A possibility, thin, fragile, almost absurd, flashed through his mind. Could she know? Could this woman, this Britannian soldier washed half dead onto the rocks, know who Zero really was? Ogi's expression hardened as he looked at her unconscious face. No matter how impossible it seemed, even the smallest chance was too important to ignore. If she knew something, anything, then he would do whatever he had to in order to learn it. CC. Cursed under her breath as she sped up the mountainside on a stolen motorbike, the engine whining beneath her while cold air tore through her hair. She had taken the bike from a Britannian soldier she had cornered and questioned only minutes earlier. That encounter had been useful, until it became irrelevant the moment she saw the funicular car moving up the mountain. And saw who was inside it. Lelouch. And with him. Mao, CC. Muttered darkly. Of all the people who could have appeared here, he was the last one she had wanted to see. Her grip tightened on the handlebars. There were too many questions pressing at the edges of her mind. Why was he here? How long had he been watching? What exactly was he planning? But even as those questions came, CC already knew the answer to the most important one. He was here for her. And now Lelouch had gotten caught in it. That was why she pushed the bike even harder, racing for the far end of the line before the funicular reached its destination. Gravel spat behind her tires as she took a sharp turn, eyes fixed ahead. Lelouch, she thought grimly. Even you. Her expression tightened. No, she corrected herself bitterly. Precisely because it's you. Lelouch was clever. Brilliant, even. But Mao was not an opponent that could be beaten through cleverness alone. Not like this. Not while his Geass remained what it was. CC rounded another bend, and nearly slammed the brakes in shock. A figure appeared in front of her in a blur of red-gold light, forcing her to skid the motorbike sideways to a stop. For the briefest instant, CC's eyes widened. The figure stood wreathed in a cloak of chakra, its shape flickering around him like living fire. Then she registered the face beneath it. Naruto. The surprise in her voice was real. He took one look at her and stepped closer. CC. No, there's no time, my sister is here and in trouble, he said immediately, not wasting a second. She's with Shirley. I need to get to them before something happens. That made CC's expression sharpen at once. Lelouch is here too, she said. Naruto went still. For half a second, his eyes narrowed as pieces started clicking together in his mind. Then his hand moved to his side, already pulling out the compact gear he needed. In one fluid motion, he produced the fox mask and the rest of the Madara disguise. CC watched him with a faint frown. Mao is the problem, she said quickly, deciding speed mattered more than explanation. He's someone from my past. Her expression darkened. His Geass lets him hear people's thoughts. Naruto's hand paused for only a fraction of a second. So he's a mind reader. In effect, CC said. And he's unstable. That's all you need to know right now. Naruto gave one sharp nod and pulled the mask into place. The chakra cloak dimmed down just enough to conceal itself beneath the greater silhouette of Madara, though power still crackled faintly around him. CC stared at him for a moment. Just moments ago she had been certain Lelouch was heading into something he could not overcome. Now, with Naruto here, that certainty cracked. Then move, CC said, turning the bike around. I'll take you as far as I can. Madara stepped forward, his voice low behind the mask. No, he said. You led. I'll get there faster. And before CC could argue, Naruto vanished past her in a burst of speed, racing up the mountain toward Mao, Lelouch, Shirley and Mito. Lelouch glared across the chessboard at the silver-haired man sitting opposite him inside the funicular. From the moment this had started, his mind had been working furiously, trying to pin down exactly what Mao was and how he was doing this. Every move Lelouch made was being countered with infuriating ease, and the longer the game went on, the harder it became to tell whether Mao was genuinely this good, or whether Lelouch's thoughts were simply too divided to play at his usual level. Then Mao ruined the illusion entirely. You know, he said with a lazy grin, leaning back in his seat, I've actually never played this game before. Lelouch's scowl deepened. Inside his head, the pieces were already shifting faster than the ones on the board. Calling me with Shirley's phone, that wasn't random. He didn't know what I looked like, so he wasn't there that night. He didn't have time to prepare all this properly. He's improvising. Which means there's an opening there you can use. Mao finished aloud, as if he had plucked the thought straight out of Lelouch's mind. Shouldn't you be focusing on the game a little more? You might actually lose. Then he moved his bishop. The exact move Lelouch had been hoping to prevent. A few minutes later, the game was over. Lelouch stared down at the board, disbelief written plainly across his face. Impossible, he trapped me. Mao chuckled, openly delighted by the expression. Shall we call that my win? The funicular jolted slightly as it reached the end of the line. Several pieces toppled over. Mao laughed. Well, I suppose that really is game. Who the hell is this guy? Lelouch thought, stunned despite himself. Didn't CC tell you about me? Mao asked as he rose from his seat. He clapped lightly, mockingly. Well done. In a single instant, you came up with 14 possible identities for me. One of them was exactly right. Then he lowered his visor just enough to reveal his eyes. Both of them bore Geass. Lelouch's own Geass flared in instinctive response. He has Geass too. Mao snapped his visor shut again and grinned. Let's see, yours works through eye contact, doesn't it? Which means I'm perfectly safe. I know all the rules for your little gift. Lelouch narrowed his eyes. You can read minds. Mao tilted his head. You could call it that. Lelouch shoved himself to his feet, fury crashing back to the surface. What did you do with Shirley? Oh, nothing so dramatic as killing her, Mao said lightly, waving the idea away. Then Lelouch saw movement through the funicular window behind him. His breath caught. Shirley stepped into view. But she wasn't alone. Mito. Lelouch blurted, shock cutting through everything else. For a second, his thoughts stumbled. Why is Mito here? How much does she know? Then Shirley stepped more fully into view, and his eyes snapped to the gun in her trembling hands. His gun. Also, you both decided to come back. Now then, Mao said brightly, moving past him, let the punishment begin. Lelouch was forced off the funicular with Shirley keeping the weapon shakily trained on him while Mito stood just behind her, tense and wide-eyed, as though she still wasn't sure how she had ended up in the middle of this nightmare. Mao followed at an easy pace, clearly enjoying himself. Shirley, Lelouch said carefully, eyes fixed on the gun. That weapon. Yes, Shirley said faintly, her voice hollow. It's Zero's. Yours, Lulu. Why don't you use your Geass? Mao suggested from behind Lelouch. He drew his own gun with a little flourish. I'm pretty sure you've never used it on her, right? Of course, if you try, I'll shoot you. Lelouch shot him a murderous look but didn't move. Mao spread his arms theatrically. Go on. Think. That's what you're good at, isn't it? Thoughts turning and turning. Shut up, Lelouch snapped. Mao's grin only widened. This really is fitting. A thief brought down at last. Thief. Lelouch thought. Then Shirley spoke again, pulling his attention back to her. Lulu, die, she whispered, like someone forcing herself to say lines she didn't fully understand. We'll atone together. We have to. I'll die with you. Lelouch stared at her in horror. Mao let out a delighted sigh. She already killed once, causing that person to fall to their death, you know. She attempted to shoot the person who saw your face just to protect your precious secret. Lelouch went rigid. So the blood. Mao's grin sharpened. Exactly. Shirley's hands shook so badly around the gun that it looked like she might drop it at any second. It has to end, Lulu. See. Mao said. She understands. You did this to her. Lelouch shouted, rounding on him. Then the answer clicked. You're confusing her. Twisting what she hears. That's how you're controlling her. Yes, yes, very good, Mao mocked. Lelouch turned back to Shirley at once. Shirley, listen to me. Don't let him do this to you. Mao burst out laughing. That's rich coming from you. Shirley flinched. Lelouch could see it now, how badly she was shaking, how close she was to falling apart. If murder is a sin, then this only makes it worse. He said desperately. Shirley, did you really kill someone? Was it because of him? Mao laughed again. My Geass doesn't control people the way yours does. Give credit where it's due. She pulled the trigger herself. Shirley. Why don't you shut up? Shirley screamed suddenly, eyes squeezing shut as she pulled the trigger. The gunshot cracked through the mountain air. Lelouch jerked back. The bullet tore through his hair instead of his skull, and the near miss sent him stumbling onto the stairs. As he fell, a scattering of photographs spilled across the ground, the same photographs he and CC had found in Shirley's room. Shirley's eyes flew open in shock. Her gaze darted from Lelouch to the pictures at his feet. They were hers. Photos of him. Moments she had treasured. Mao frowned. He could no longer get a clean read on her thoughts. They were too tangled now, too broken up by fear and shock. What are you hesitating for? He snapped. Kill him. But Shirley whispered. I don't. Do it. Mao barked, raising his own gun. Before he could fire, another presence entered the space between one heartbeat and the next. Mito's head snapped up. Naru. She bit the name off too late. Madara stood between Mao and Lelouch as if he had stepped out of the dark itself, cloak stirring faintly in the mountain wind, fox mask turned toward the silver-haired madman. For one heartbeat, nobody moved. Mao stared. What the hell? Lelouch's eyes widened. Why the hell is Madara here? Mito looked stunned, but she held herself together. Shirley could only stare, trembling harder than before. Madara didn't speak. He didn't need to. The entire balance of the moment had already shifted. Then Mao, snarling, tried something rash. He glanced away from Lelouch and Shirley for the briefest instant, his Geass reaching outward in all directions the way it always did, brushing thought after thought, mind after mind, and then it touched Madara. For half a heartbeat, Mao caught a glimpse of another consciousness behind the mask. Something vast. A monstrous presence turned its head and looked back at him through the dark. Mao's breath caught. And when he looked up, really looked, he found himself staring past Madara and into a pair of burning red eyes and something else behind them. A giant fox. 9 tails. Fangs bared. Kurama glared at him from within Naruto's mind like a living nightmare given form. Terror hit Mao so hard it hollowed him out. He stumbled back on instinct, every trace of smug delight gone in an instant. What is in your head? Madara moved. Mao barely had time to raise his weapon before it was knocked from his hand. A savage strike doubled him over, and a second sent him crashing hard into the ground. By the time he tried to rise, coughing and panicked, Madara was already there again. One brutal blow dropped him completely. The mountain path fell silent. Only Shirley's uneven breathing remained. Lelouch slowly pushed himself upright, still staring. Mito was half holding Shirley up now, the orange-haired girl shaking so badly she could barely stand. Then, in the aftermath, Lelouch's expression changed. This was still salvageable. He turned toward Shirley first, Geass beginning to flare. Then toward Mito. If he erased both of their memories of tonight, this could still be contained. He took one step forward. I'll make you both forget. Madara moved instantly, stepping into his path. No. Lelouch's jaw tightened. Move. I said no. Madara's voice was calm, but the steel in it was unmistakable. I'll handle the two of them. Lelouch's eye narrowed. And why should I trust you with that? Madara did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned first toward Shirley. His eye changed. The Sharingan spun into existence. Shirley, dazed and barely conscious of anything anymore, looked up just in time to meet it. Tsukuyomi. She gasped softly and then went still. Inside the illusion, the memory of Lelouch's zero, the gun, the docks, the fear, the revelation, everything tied directly to that terrible truth, began to unravel under Madara's control. Beside her, Mito watched it happen. And understood immediately. Naruto was going to protect Lelouch's secret. But only where Shirley was concerned. Mito tightened her hold on Shirley and said nothing. A moment later, Madara turned toward her. Their eyes met. For just an instant, the Sharingan spun again. Mito felt the technique brush against her mind, not to tear everything away, not to leave her helplessly confused, but to erase one specific thread. The sound of Shirley's voice. The word she had used. Zero. That Lelouch was zero. That single revelation slipped loose and vanished, severed cleanly before it could take root too deeply in her memory. The rest remained. The fear. The gun. Mao. Her brother appearing. Shirley breaking. But that one name, that one connection between Lelouch and Zero, was gone. Mito blinked once, almost imperceptibly, and let the change settle without resisting it. A few moments later, Shirley sagged in her arms, blinking as though waking from a nightmare she could no longer quite remember. Lelouch stared at Madara, stunned, wary, and far more unsettled than before. Because now he knew two things for certain. Madara had just protected his identity. And Mito, whatever she did or didn't remember now, knew enough to let the lie stand. Lelouch stood alone at the memorial beneath the fading evening sky. The last of the daylight had already drained away, leaving the monument wrapped in shadow and silence. The names carved into the stone seemed heavier tonight than they ever had before. Not because he had never cared. Not because he had suddenly grown a conscience. But because now everything inside him felt exposed, stripped raw in a way he could neither hide from nor fix. The wind moved softly through the memorial grounds, stirring his hair and the quiet around him. He should have left already. Shirley was safe. She no longer remembered the mountain, the gun in her hands, the terror, the truth about Zero, or the ugly edge he himself had nearly fallen over in his desperation to protect his secret. And yet he remained there, staring at the monument as if it might judge him, and somehow forgive him too. Then he heard footsteps behind him. Lelouch stiffened slightly and turned. Shirley was walking toward him. She looked tired, a little lost, but otherwise unharmed. There was no fear in her face now. No horror. No shattered grief. Just uncertainty, quiet and human and real. When she stopped a few feet away, she looked at him with a small furrow in her brow. Lulu. She asked softly. What are you doing here? For a second, he could only look at her. Shirley glanced at the memorial, then back at him. I'm not really sure why I am here either, she admitted with a small, uneasy laugh. I just felt like I needed to. Like there was something important I was supposed to remember, or do, she trailed off and shook her head. I don't know. Her voice softened when she looked at him again. But when I saw you standing here, you looked so sad. That hit him harder than it should have. Shirley took one slow step closer. Did you lose someone? Lelouch looked away from her for a moment, his throat tightening. Yes, I almost did, he said quietly. Shirley's expression softened immediately. I'm sorry. The sincerity in her voice cut deeper than accusation ever could have. Lelouch drew in a slow breath. He could have let it end there. He should have. That would have been the smarter choice. The safer one. He could have said something vague, offered her a brittle smile, and walked away while there was still distance enough between them to pretend this was survivable. But after everything that had happened, after what Shirley had nearly suffered because of him, after what he had almost done in return, after being forced to face just how ugly his desperation could become, he found he couldn't do that. Not anymore. Shirley, he began, and even saying her name like that felt different now. More dangerous. More honest. She looked up at him without speaking. Lelouch's hands tightened at his sides. There's something I should have said a long time ago. Shirley blinked. He let out a faint breath that was almost a laugh, only there was nothing amused in it. I kept telling myself there would be time, he said. That I could wait. That there would be a better moment. A safer one. His eyes lowered briefly. I told myself a lot of things. Shirley stood very still, listening. Lelouch lifted his gaze back to hers. You were always kind to me, he said. More than I deserved. More patient than I deserved. His voice steadied little by little, not because it was getting easier, but because he had finally crossed the point where turning back mattered. You smiled at me when I gave you very little reason to. You cared about me even when I kept you at a distance. Something in Shirley's face changed. Not recognition, not exactly. But something close. Something that made her chest rise with a quiet, uneven breath. Lelouch stepped closer. And I was a coward, he said plainly. Because instead of being honest with you, I kept waiting for the perfect time to say what I felt. His eyes stayed on hers now, and for once there was no calculation in them. No mask. No performance. I love you, Shirley. The words fell between them with the weight of something too long denied. Shirley's eyes widened. For one awful heartbeat, Lelouch thought he had made a mistake. That he had put something impossible into her hands, something that made sense only to him now, because the memories that might have led her here had been torn away. Then Shirley moved. She closed the distance between them in 2 quick steps, caught his jacket lightly in her hands, and kissed him. It wasn't hesitant. It wasn't uncertain. It was warm and sudden and full of feeling she didn't know how to explain, only knew she couldn't hold back. Lelouch froze in shock. Then he kissed her back. When they finally parted, both of them were breathing a little harder than before. Shirley's cheeks were flushed bright pink, and she looked almost as startled by her own choice as Lelouch was. She let out a nervous laugh and touched her lips like she couldn't quite believe what she had just done. I don't know why I did that. Lelouch stared at her. Shirley shook her head, laughing again, smaller this time. No, that's not true, she corrected herself. I mean, I wanted to. I just don't understand why it felt so obvious. She looked up at him, flustered and honest all at once. This is probably a terrible time to admit I'm confused, isn't it? To his own surprise, Lelouch laughed softly. No, he said. I think that makes 2 of us. That drew a small smile from her. Shaky, but real. And looking at her there, confused, warm, still standing so close to him, Lelouch felt something inside him loosen for the first time in what felt like forever. He said nothing aloud. But in the privacy of his own thoughts, he thanked Madara. Not for protecting his identity. Not even for salvaging the disaster on the mountain. But for stopping him before he crossed a line he would never have forgiven himself for crossing. Off to the side, half hidden by shadows and trees, Mito finally exhaled. What the hell is going on? She whispered, turning sharply toward Naruto. Naruto had already taken off the Madara mask. He kept his eyes on Shirley and Lelouch for a second longer before answering. It's not your concern. Mito frowned immediately. Naruto. He cut her off, though not harshly. I mean it. Then his expression softened, just a little. But, he glanced back toward the pair at the memorial. I'm glad it worked out. Mito stared at him, clearly unsatisfied, but some of the heat left her frustration when she looked back and saw Shirley smiling despite her confusion. A little farther back, CC stood in silence. Her thoughts brushed, however briefly, against Mao, the wreckage he had made of himself, the chaos he had dragged behind him, the way the past kept refusing to stay buried no matter how badly people wanted it to. There was no comfort in that. Only an old, weary ache. But when her gaze shifted to Naruto and found him standing there safe, unharmed, and still as infuriatingly composed as ever, something quiet in her chest eased. That, at least, was something. And for tonight, it was enough. The police had Mao by both arms as they dragged him down the corridor, their grips tight and impatient. He looked terrible. His silver hair hung loose and wild around his face, his expression twisting every few seconds between fury, panic, and something far closer to exhaustion. One officer barked at him to keep moving when he tried to slow down, and Mao only laughed under his breath, the sound thin and unstable. Careful, he muttered. You might bruise me. Neither officer reacted. Mao's eyes flicked from one passing light to the next, his thoughts racing in a dozen directions at once. CC. Mao. Police reports. Lelouch. Madara. That large fox. The sound of his own breathing. The pulse of too many minds around him all at once. Then he felt a hand settle on his shoulder. Mao stiffened. The pressure of the officer's hands vanished. The sound of their footsteps vanished too. For one dizzy second, the hallway seemed to bend strangely around him, and Mao turned sharply. Only to freeze. A young woman stood behind him. Dark hair. Calm eyes. And in those eyes, the Geass symbol burned bright and merciless. Mao's breath caught. Then, past her shoulder, he saw himself. Another Mao. A perfect copy of him, still struggling and snarling while the police continued hauling it down the corridor as if nothing had changed. His mouth opened. No sound came out at first. Then, hoarse and disbelieving, "What?" The woman tilted her head slightly, studying him with an unreadable expression. "I've been tracking you for some time," she said. Her voice was soft. That only made it worse. Mao stared at the duplicate being dragged farther and farther away, then snapped his gaze back to her. He whispered. "You're not with the police." "No." Her Geass still glowed. Bright. Steady. Absolute. Mao took an involuntary half-step back. The woman's expression didn't change. "Do you want to save CC?" she asked. That got through to him. It cut straight through the panic, the confusion, the noise. Mao's eyes widened. "What?" I asked, she said evenly, "if you want to save CC." Mao's breathing turned shallow. He reached for her mind. And immediately recoiled. Not because her thoughts were empty. Because they were full. Completely, overwhelmingly full. A blonde boy. Again. And again. And again. Blonde hair. Whisker-like marks on his cheeks. Blue eyes. His smile. His voice. His safety. His life. Protect him. Find him. Stay near him. Watch over him. Don't let him fall. Don't let anyone touch him. Don't let anyone take him. Protect him. It was not love in the soft, easy way most people imagined it. It was fixation sharpened into purpose. Devotion so total it drowned everything else. Mao jerked back, disturbed. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he hissed. For the first time, the faintest smile touched her lips. "It would be best," she said, "if you didn't ask too many stupid questions." The way she said his name made his skin crawl. Behind her, his duplicate was nearly out of sight now, still being led away by the police, still struggling, still ranting, still him and not him all at once. Mel looked from the copy, back to her glowing eyes. His heartbeat hammered. "You're insane," he said. Then she lifted her hand from his shoulder. The pressure in the air loosened. The hallway straightened. The sounds returned, the distant boots, radios, city noise beyond the walls. She stepped aside. And let him go. Mao didn't move at first. He kept staring at her, trying to decide which part of this was the trap. "You're really just letting me walk away?" he asked. Her gaze stayed calm. For now. Mao glanced once more toward the disappearing copy of himself, then back at her. "Why?" "I told you," she said. "Don't ask too many stupid questions." Then she turned and started walking the other way. Dark hair shifting lightly across her shoulders, Geass fading from her eyes as if it had never been there at all. Mao stood frozen for another second. Then his mouth slowly curved. Uneasy. Excited. Unstable. And with one last glance at the false Mao being taken away in his place, he slipped into the dark. For the next few days, Lelouch returned to Ashford Academy, though, returned, was generous. He had yet to attend a single class, and instead kept almost entirely to his room. Under normal circumstances, CC would have mocked him endlessly for hiding away like this, accusing him of sulking over Shirley. But CC was absent, and that was not why he had shut himself in. Ever since the confrontation with Mao, Lelouch wanted to stay as close to Nunnally as possible. That need overrode almost everything else. He had already set up cameras inside and around the Student Council building, all connected to a separate network from the rest of Ashford's security system so that his and Nunnally's privacy remained intact. He watched the feeds constantly, searching for even the slightest sign of Mao. A shadow in the wrong place, a movement too slow, too sudden, too deliberate, anything that might suggest Mao had found his way there. In the 2 days since Narita, Lelouch had seen no sign of CC either. That frustrated him more than he liked to admit. Without a reliable way to contact or track her, he had already decided he would get her a phone the moment he had the chance. At least before disappearing she had done him one courtesy. While they were returning from Narita, she had told him everything she knew about Mao's Geass. It was not enough, but it was something. Lelouch knew Mao had to be found. He had already set Black Knight members to quietly searching for him. At first Lelouch had worried most about Mao revealing his identity to anyone who found him first. That fear had eased only slightly when he realized that, with the exception of Colin, he could simply use Geass on any of the others and force them to forget whatever Mao might reveal. It was a crude contingency, but a necessary one. Even so, Mao was only one problem. The other was Naruto. Or rather, the meeting Lelouch had planned with him. As much as Lelouch wanted to devote every ounce of his attention to keeping Nunnally safe from Mao, he could not ignore the other pressures closing in around him. His plans against Cornelia were accelerating. The Black Knights were growing. Kyoto's support was useful, but one lesson had already been burned into him: a single source of support was never enough. If he delayed much longer, the opportunity to approach Naruto on favorable terms might disappear. And Naruto's recent tendency to vanish from his own company for days at a time meant that Lelouch's window to meet him privately was narrow. The door to Lelouch's room opened without warning. Lelouch looked up just in time to see CC step inside. She was dressed in dark jeans and a black long-sleeved shirt beneath a short dark orange jacket. A large cream-colored hat sat atop her head, holding most of her hair in place except for the long strands that framed her face. One glance at her expression told Lelouch all he needed to know. She had found nothing. No luck, I take it, Lelouch said curtly. CC shot him a brief glare, then crossed the room and flopped onto the bed without ceremony. Her hat slipped free and landed beside her, allowing her hair to spill out around her. Well, Lelouch said after a moment, there's no point wasting time on fruitless pursuits. CC turned her head and stared at him in disbelief. Fruitless, she repeated. Am I supposed to just stop looking for him? Maybe you're underestimating how dangerous Mao is. A deeper frown settled across Lelouch's face. Underestimating Mao is the last thing I'm doing, he said flatly. Every available Black Knight I can spare is already on alert for him. With all of them out there, they're more likely to stumble across him first than you are. Which makes you spending your time chasing him alone inefficient when there are other matters that need attention. CC arched a brow. Such as the meeting I intend to have with Naruto. That got a reaction. Not a large one, but Lelouch caught the slight widening of her eyes. I wasn't aware you meant to move on that so soon, CC said evenly. With everything that's happened, I assumed you'd delay it. Lelouch shook his head. I was serious when I said I wanted another source of funding and support for the Black Knights. Kyoto may cover our immediate needs, but recent events have made one thing perfectly clear: you never know how a war is going to turn. Contingencies aren't optional. He paused, then his expression tightened. That said, his voice grew quieter, more conflicted. The idea of using Naruto or any member of his family for my own ends does not sit right with me. CC said nothing, watching him. Lelouch leaned back slightly in his chair, gaze lowering. Minato and Kushina are like second parents to Nunnally and me, he said. More than that, in some ways. They gave us warmth when Britannia gave us none. Safety. Kindness. A home. He let out a slow breath. So no, I'm not comfortable with this. His hand tightened lightly on the arm of the chair. But that doesn't change what needs to be done. He looked back up, eyes colder now, though the reluctance was still there beneath them. The money, the medical resources, the infrastructure, the technology, everything Namikaze Corporation has access to would strengthen the Black Knights immensely. Cornelia has already begun adapting her forces after Narita. If we remain stagnant, we lose the initiative. CC studied him for a second longer before speaking. You think Naruto will help? Lelouch's mouth curved into the faintest humorless smile. Help willingly. I doubt it. Not without convincing. But the benefits are obvious. Financial backing. Medical aid. Equipment. Perhaps even research support. CC snorted softly. From what I understand, Namikaze Corporation avoids developing anything for direct warfare. Do you really think Naruto, let alone his father, will suddenly start handing you weapons just because you ask? Well, Lelouch said dryly, perhaps if I ask very politely. CC gave him a flat look. Lelouch exhaled through his nose. No, I don't expect him or Minato to start manufacturing guns or nightmares for us. That would attract far too much attention from both the media and the military. But they don't need to go into the weapons business to be useful. Their existing resources are already more valuable than most of what Kyoto can provide. He folded his hands together. That is why the meeting matters. CC tilted her head. And when is this vital meeting supposed to happen? Tonight, Lelouch answered immediately. That caught her off guard again. Naruto hasn't been at the company much lately, Lelouch continued, but my contacts tell me he'll be there tonight catching up on work. Contacts, CC repeated, her tone openly skeptical. Lelouch only looked at her and allowed himself the smallest of smirks, offering no further explanation. In the dead of night, Zero and a select few members of the Black Knights moved through the grounds of the Namikaze Corporation building in near silence. Unlike the warehouses and abandoned structures they were more accustomed to infiltrating, this place offered little in the way of deep shadows or proper cover. The sleek architecture and carefully placed lighting left them exposed in a way that made everyone but Zero noticeably uneasy. Even at this hour, with most of the windows dark and the building seemingly asleep, the Namikaze Corporation still felt imposing. It stood like a monument in the center of the settlement, and what that monument represented depended entirely on the one looking at it. With Zero were CC, Colin, and Tamaki. The other original members of the Black Knights were spread out through the area, canvassing the perimeter before rejoining them later. If the meeting with Naruto went poorly, those men would create a distraction and buy time for the main group to escape. Originally, Zero had intended for Ogi to be here in person, but the older man had refused, claiming something had come up that required his attention. Zero had not been pleased, but he had let the matter pass for the time being. Are these really necessary? Colin asked in a low voice, glancing down at the gun in her hands before looking toward Tamaki's. Though far from the first weapon she had ever carried, it felt different tonight. Wrong, somehow. I don't intend for them to play any role in the meeting itself, Zero answered, turning his masked face slightly toward her. But if something goes wrong and the military appears for any reason, I would prefer that we have a means of defending ourselves. He paused. Hopefully, this is simply paranoia. So how are we supposed to get to Uzumaki anyway? Tamaki asked, looking up at the upper floors of the building. He's up there somewhere, right? Simple, Zero replied, beginning to move toward the main entrance. We walk in through the front door and meet him in his office. Colin quickly moved ahead of him and stepped into his path. Wait, is that really a good idea? She asked, keeping her voice low but urgent. I get that meeting with Naruto is important, but we can't just stroll in there. If we're seen by the wrong people, it could get reported to the military. Britannia would come down hard on the Namikaze Corporation. They'd slap sanctions on the company, and it's the people who rely on it who'd suffer. Zero stopped and regarded her silently for a moment, noting the real concern in her eyes. Calm down, Colin, he said at last. At this hour, personnel will be down to a minimum. The lobby will be nearly empty. Most of the employees still inside will remain in their own offices, with only a couple of security guards still posted at the front desk. Then he resumed walking. And those guards just aren't going to say anything? Tamaki asked, shifting his gun with a crooked grin. Or are we gonna have to convince them to keep their mouths shut? That won't be necessary, Zero said as they came to a stop outside the front doors. I have an arrangement with the guards on duty tonight. The doors slid open automatically. CC followed him inside without hesitation, while the others took a moment longer before stepping in after them. What the hell, they're really just letting us in. Tamaki muttered, looking around the expansive lobby. Colin, however, was focused on the front desk and the two security officers seated there. The men barely looked up as the group approached, far too calm for what should have been an impossible situation. CC noticed it too, though unlike the others, she understood immediately what was happening. Zero approached the desk with practiced calm. I believe I have a meeting with Mr. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, he said evenly. One of the guards, a broad-shouldered man with short dark hair, nodded as if this were the most natural request in the world. Of course, sir. Please proceed. He gestured toward the elevator bank. Tamaki let out a low laugh as they moved past the desk. I can't believe that actually worked. As I said, Zero replied, stepping into the elevator, I have an arrangement with them. We also require someone with authorization to activate the lift at this hour. The doors began to close. It had happened during one of Lelouch and Nunnally's earlier visits to the Namikaze Corporation, back when Minato and Kushina were both still frequently present and openly welcoming. Minato had been in high spirits that day, speaking with Nunnally in his warm, easy way while Kushina fussed over whether they were comfortable, had eaten enough, or wanted anything else. Lelouch had stood with them, polite and composed as ever, though inwardly he had been studying the house, the routines, the staff, and the security. Minato and Kushina had treated him and Nunnally with a warmth he still found difficult to fully accept. They had never once made them feel like burdens or political exiles. If anything, they had gone out of their way to make the house feel like a home. That only made what he was about to do sit worse with him. At some point during the visit, Lelouch had excused himself with a mild apology and slipped away from Minato's office, ostensibly to stretch his legs. Instead, he had wandered farther than necessary until he found two security personnel stationed in a quieter corridor near one of the internal lobby access points. Excuse me, he had called politely, drawing their attention. One of the guards, a brown-haired man with a neat beard, recognized him at once. Ah, you're one of Minato-sama and Kushina-sama's guests. Is there something we can help you with? Lelouch smiled. Yes, he had said, his Geass activating beneath his calm expression. You can. The elevator doors opened onto the executive floor. Tamaki immediately strode out ahead of the others, not even bothering with subtlety, and kicked the office door open hard enough that it slammed against the wall with a bang. Naruto's head jerked up from behind the desk. A paper that had apparently been resting on his face fluttered down as he blinked blearily, still clearly half asleep. He snatched it away and stared at the people suddenly standing in his office. At once, his eyes locked onto the one in the center. Naruto started. Naruto Namikaze, Zero said, moving farther into the room as Colin and Tamaki spread out slightly on either side of him and CC remained just behind. The only thing separating Zero from Naruto now was the desk itself. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. His voice remained calm, measured. I trust you know who I am. Naruto's expression sharpened. Zero, he said. I was hoping, Zero continued, that you might be willing to give us a few moments of your time. There are several matters I would like to discuss.